Hello, hello. I forgot I had a short intro there this morning. Haha. Let me get over here to chat. Welcome in. Give it a few minutes for everybody to get in. We got some case updates to go over, guys. Um, some things were happening. Now, a lot of you tuned into the Lori Vallow hearing, and then when Joe got home yesterday, of course, he went live, and I co-hosted with him, and we went over more of that. So I'm not going to really touch on that today. I think Joe did message me and said there were some new filings in the case. Um, I'm not sure if he's planning to do a live about those. We may talk about them later. I don't know for sure yet. But I'm going to give it a few minutes and let everybody get in. Hopefully, I'll have a co host or two come up to join me because, like I said, we have some things to review this morning. Some interesting things, I think. Hopefully, the notifications have went out. Yep, mine did. One second. Okay. We may or may not have anybody listening today. We'll have to see how it goes. Um, I do appreciate those who are tuning in, and if you don't mind, please hit the like button. It helps get the show out there and get more eyes on it and the information out there. All that good stuff. All that good stuff that YouTube seems to like that I always forget to say. Even though it prompts me to try to remember to say it, I don't always remember to say it. Let me pull up my other screen here while I'm getting ready. 1 second. Let me get that out of the way. Okay. And let me grab my notes. Guys, I didn't sleep worth a crap last night. And I did not get up as early as I normally do. I was so surprised. Like it was like after 7 when I got up, and I don't ever sleep past 7 a.m., but it felt good. But then again, I was up most of the night, so I don't even know why. I just couldn't go to sleep. Just couldn't get there. All right, I'm going to get my stuff pulled up and get ready. Again, welcome in everybody who's listening and doing your thing. Some of you may be driving, some of you may be cleaning, some of you just may be listening and not much chatters going on. That's fine too. Um, we didn't go over this yesterday. I've been trying to keep up with the Karen Read stuff because I do want to cover the trial. Um, Boy, there's a lot of stuff that goes on in that case, right? I mean, it's like a lot from the defense, a lot from the prosecution. It's like, who do you believe? Who's doing what here? And as I've watched this unfold over the first trial and all that's gone on since then, I feel like both sides have done things, whether they're right or wrong. I don't know the whole story behind all of it yet. I'm learning a lot of it as I go along. Um, so let me pull up this first thing that I found interesting this morning. It popped up a little while ago. Let me get my screen up here. Now, for those of you who don't know much about the case, I can try to fill you in the best I can. What is his name? Trooper Proctor. He was like the lead investigator over in her case, and I know he did a lot of things over there that were very questionable. And it appears he has been, I know he was investigated, and it appears he has been fired now. Um, oh, wow. I'm sorry, I was just getting messages. Um, okay, so I'm going to play this, and this is a news piece this morning that came down from WCVB. Let me get one of my lovely co-hosts up here with me. Good morning, Miss Dolphin.
Oh, good morning.
How are you this morning?
Oh, I'm okay. Just still sort of trying to, wake up and I'm waiting for my tea to heat up. I did just see something interesting though, a notification. Did you guys hear about the armed man at CIA headquarters?
I saw a piece about that. Let's you know what? Let's review that real quick before we
Mm-hmm.
get into this. Hold on, let me go
Because
find
I
it.
just was like, wait a minute, what?
Yeah, I saw that right before I came on air, and I was like, "Is that really happening?" Um, so let's see what that is about because that is interesting. Let me pull
Mm-hmm.
this
I
up
want
here.
to know what fool thought he was going to be able to take CIA headquarters.
I know, right? Um,
Can't wait to hear this one.
let's see. Okay, let me see if I got this pulled up. No, where'd it go? I know I just saw it a little while ago. It might be actually on my history because I think I tried to start it, but then I had to stop because the dog went kind of nuts. And I thought, you know what? I got like an hour to get ready and I needed to eat. So let me pull up the news part here. Sorry, guys. Hot Mess Express this morning. Where's my news? There it is. Okay. All right, here we go. Got it. Okay, let me pull up the screen. As Dolphin mentioned, there is apparently CIA headquarters are surrounded by police and there's a barricade incident reported. So let's check this out before we get into our other stuff here.
News out of the D.C. area. I want to head back live to Fairfax County, Virginia. This is a live look right here, and you can see that the photographer now panning in on a drone right outside this scene right here. This is a live look near a large police presence near the CIA headquarters. Right now, the photographer panning in on that drone right here. But take a look at this. This is just 2 blocks away from the CIA headquarters in Fairfax County, Virginia. You can see just how many police officers and vehicles are stationed there right now. A very large police presence, currently just 2 blocks away from CIA headquarters in McLean, Virginia. This is the very latest. As you
McLean.
can see, there does appear to be a SWAT team alongside county officials as they gear up along with other officials. A bomb squad, according to Fox 5 DC, also appears to be on the scene, although it is unconfirmed if there is a bomb in the area. There are reports also of a man outside the CIA building. This, of course, has raised concerns, and you're taking a live look at an armored vehicle, one of the tanks right there, used in SWAT situations for, of course, security purposes. Lights flashing as it is gearing to drive down this road. This is a live look from about 2 blocks away from the CIA headquarters, a 2-block perimeter right here. And of course, traffic shut down in this area. We also wanted to share this alert from Fairfax County Police right here, as they have issued a traffic alert indicating that traffic has been shut down on Dolly Madison Boulevard in both directions between Georgetown Park and Seville Lane in McLean for a barricade incident. That is what police in Fairfax County are calling this, a barricade incident at the CIA headquarters. The Post also goes on to say that the Police Special Operations Division is on scene assisting. It also says, please follow police destruction. So another live look here at the scene 2 blocks away. This is a live look from 2 blocks away as SWAT team members and police have established a perimeter around the CIA headquarters. We do know that Fox 5 DC is on the scene gathering details of this breaking news. Little information at this moment. We know that police are on scene along with a SWAT team. And according to Fox 5 DC, the bomb squad has also been called in, although it is still unconfirmed whether there is a bomb in the area. There are also reports, according to Fox 5 DC, of a man outside the CIA building. We are continuing to follow this breaking news as the photographer pans in on this very large police presence here in Fairfax County, Virginia. You can see the command posts right there as the photographer zooms in on that. We have seen armored vehicles and tanks, SWAT team members arriving there on scene with lights flashing as the photographer pans in on some of the first responders and law enforcement officers standing by at attention. This is a live look from 2 blocks away from the actual scene itself. So the police have established that 2-block perimeter around the CIA headquarters, as there is what Fairfax County Police are calling a, quote, barricade incident. What that means remains unclear. There are reports that there is the bomb squad there on scene. Unclear as to whether there is a bomb, whether this is a precautionary measure, and there are also reports of a man outside the building itself. We are awaiting new details, new information, as this is breaking news. We are going to be reporting all details as they come in from verified sources, but did want to share this live look with you as this is breaking news out of Fairfax County, Virginia. CIA headquarters being cordoned off right there, a 2-block perimeter established around the headquarters itself. Fairfax County Police calling it a barricade incident. There are.
Okay, she's like repetitive right now, but let me pull up something else. She just keeps saying that one thing over and over. And you're right, she did say that wrong. I caught that as well. I was like, wait a minute, lady. Come on now. I guess I'll give her grades because I'm not always on point.
Yeah, and it's
either.
McLean, Virginia, not McLean. Yeah, that's what she
Okay,
said at the very
so
beginning.
yeah, let me hold on. Let me get to my history because I got pulled up on 2 different things here. I want to show this other one first.
Oh, Jeff, nice. I used to live in that area too. I was born in DC.
Oh yeah, both of you guys live
Lived in
there. Okay.
DC, Virginia, Maryland area until I was like 5.
Okay, let's see. We can. I think this one's got some pretty good video footage attached with it. Let's see if we can learn anything from this one. And this is WRAL.
WRAL Live Center, a different type of police response that's happening right now. And this is at the CIA headquarters in McLean, Virginia. This is happening right now. You're seeing a live image right here on our feeds that we have. We know there's a SWAT team and other authorities from Arlington and Fairfax counties there in that state. There appears to be a bomb squad there as well, according to that Fox News station in D.C. And we're watching very closely to see what unfolds here. In terms of what led to all of this, that's not quite clear. It's being described as a barricade incident at the CIA headquarters right there. You'll see there are plenty of authority vehicles there, including the SWAT vehicles right here, and up there as well. So I'm going to keep on monitoring the feeds as well as some of the local news reports from different NBC/Fox affiliates there, as we have affiliates here at WRAL. As soon as I have more information, I'll report that here in the WRAL Live Center.
Well, that was short and sweet. Their headline actually says that a person makes threats. So maybe this is, I don't know when this actually started happening. So I guess there's not a lot of information coming out about it yet. There is another clip I had. Let me get it real quick and we'll see if it has anything in it. Where's Fox 29? Right here, Fox 29 out of Philadelphia. Okay. We'll try this one and see if they give us anything else, but I doubt anybody has a whole lot of information now. It does sound like someone probably made a threat, doesn't it? Or showed up there and started threatening or something.
If we might, we hear more frankly, from a local.
It's like the same guy we watched a while ago. No, that was that lady. That was that sleepy lady we watched. There's a whole bunch of media coverage on it right now, Jeff. I'm just grabbing the ones I saw as they come up. I don't think anybody's got a ton of info yet, though. Where's this man at, though? I wonder. Do they have him in custody? Is he the one that made the threats? What's going on with this man?
those guys, getting their bags out the car look like they're getting set up. Those look like
Hmm.
sniper rifles or something. In the long
Yeah,
black bag. Wow, they really do have a lot of stuff in their vest in the front. Look at all that stuff.
mm-hmm. Must be a little mobile command center thingy there.
Hmm.
Uh-oh, he's striking up over down the right. Because what if this person, like, claims to have a bomb strapped to him? You can't just run up and take him out, right? What if it's real?
Yeah, no, that's definitely true.
Yeah, because sometimes they do that. They'll strap that stuff right to them. We've seen it happen. Good Lord, I'd hate to run up against that guy.
Yeah.
ATF. He's probably pretty proficient with all his weapons. He's not bad looking either, I don't
No,
think. No, I'm like, turn around, dude.
I'm
Turn around.
ashamed to say I have been looking at some of the men here, like the Asian guy that walked back in that truck. I was like, oh,
Uh-oh, he's putting his gun back up.
hmm.
Okay. Well, there's no telling what they're doing there. We'll have to see if more information comes out about it, and we'll keep an eye on it throughout the stream. They have an open microphone on the ABC News live feed. You can hear
Ooh.
talking. All right, Jeff, I'll go try to look that up real quick, that particular channel.
I was trying to find some news about it, and then I saw this post. Ben & Jerry's says its CEO was fired for the company's political post.
He was fired for the company's political post?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Lord. When are people going to learn to keep their mouths shut about politics sometimes?
Yeah.
Especially companies and stuff. I don't want to get all messy. Okay. This is it, Jeff, I guess. Okay. Let me pull this screen up. Thank you, Jeff. Share screen. It looks like they're showing us a lot of footage too right now. We
Okay.
can hear a little bit. I can hear it coming out of one of my
Same.
headphones, right?
Yeah. He said something about a lead and FBI.
Yeah.
They're assisting with some resources.
Assisting with resources.
Mm-hmm.
What's the matter now?
They might issue a statement like tomorrow morning.
They
Might
might issue a
statement tomorrow morning. Yeah, you turned
Tomorrow
yours
morning?
up too.
Tomorrow morning.
Yeah, that's why I hate these sorts of words. When you get it safe from this, then somebody at home's gonna go.
I don't know if America wants to wait till tomorrow morning for a statement.
Yeah, but these are reporters though on this hot mic,
Sure.
right?
Yep, that's what it sounds like to me. His big lens.
Hmm.
Zoom in on the guy, dude. Find him.
Okay.
Gosh, he's got a couple of big lenses. I am very curious as to what's going on there and what started all this. So Jeff, maybe he's trading that for a bigger one.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to zoom in because it's surrounded by trees.
Yeah. I don't think his lens is going to be that great for all that, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Are you gonna go live on
He's going to go live, she said. Lady, you are live.
Like, what do
Yeah.
you? Drew called Fairfax Police and they're like, we're just doing traffic and helping with some other stuff. So the contact is CIA.
Contact is
It's like,
CIA.
heard the CIA talk? And I was like, no. So, if they're not talking, what's the story?
Of course, CIA is not talking.
Right? They're not.
Clandestine agency woman.
It's a CIA, man. You're gonna get yours out of them and you the FBI.
Oh. Jeff said the person talking was just saying they needed help directing any large vehicles that might need to U-turn.
How'd you hear all that, Jeff? You got bionic damn ears. I was focusing on a picture. I was trying to look around the background. There's not a whole lot you can see though, but
Yeah, I won't be able to see anything.
I was watching the movement and put those guys back there on the all gathered up around that back there. See what they were gonna do. Look, y'all, there's one of them big old bear cats they rolled up into Idaho Koberger's house with. I don't think we're going to learn a whole lot right now.
No.
We'll come back to it and revisit it toward the end of the stream. Y'all remind me because I may forget. Got some stuff to cover today, and I don't want to forget to go back and check because I am interested to find out what's going on there. I think we all would like to know. Jeff says, I hear a large vehicle and thought it was related to the incident. I don't know. It was hard to hear. It was only coming out of one side of my headphones there. And
Yeah.
my hearing is not the best. I inherited my father's ears, and, well, he still can't hear right now, even though he's got a cochlear implant. So I better get my tail to the doctor. Get mine while I'm young. Because it may not work if I wait too late. Okay. So, as I was saying right before we went to go view that, because I did want to go look at that. So this came down a little earlier. For those of you who are following Karen Read, like I said, I'm catching up on. I know who Proctor is, and I know that he was the lead investigator, and I know there was a lot done in the first trial, and he was under investigation, and he's been fired now. So let's take a look at this report. This is from WCVB Channel 5.
Proctor was already suspended from the state police without pay since last summer, shortly after Read's first trial ended in a hung jury. A disciplinary board met over 3 days and has now found him guilty of 4 policy violations. Those include sending insulting text messages about Karen Read, sharing sensitive information about Read's case with people from outside law enforcement, creating an image of being biased against Read, and drinking while on duty in connection to another unrelated cold case. Now, the head of the state police, who had the final say on Proctor's fate, issued this statement saying,
They say drinking while on another unrelated cold case? Say what? Hold on a minute.
cold case. Now, the head of the state
Shit. Yeah, I cuss.
and drinking while on duty in connection to another unrelated cold case.
Wow.
Now, the head of the state police, who had the
Drinking
final
while
say
on
on Proctor's
duty.
fate,
Wow.
issued this statement saying, quote, I have weighed the nature of the offenses, their impact on our investigative integrity, and the importance of safeguarding the reputations of our dedicated women and men in the state police. This decision reflects our unwavering commitment to upholding our values, enhancing public trust, and ensuring the highest standards of service and accountability. Proctor's family says he is a scapegoat, and in an interview earlier this week, his wife anticipated this decision.
Mike has wanted to be a state trooper since he was in middle school, high school. This has been a dream of his, and he's meant to be a state trooper. So we will go through the appeals process, however long that takes, and try for him to get his job back.
How much did you drink at home, lady?
Proctor will now be able to appeal to the State Civil Service Commission. His lawyer says that will be a fairer process than the State Police Disciplinary Board. Proctor has called the messages that he wrote about Reed regrettable and unprofessional, but he has always maintained that they did not influence his conclusion that Karen Reed killed John O'Keefe. Live in Dedham, David Meanick, WCVB News Center 5.
David, question here. How is this likely to affect Reed's retrial coming up next month?
Well, Michael Proctor, now ex-trooper Michael Proctor, has been listed as a witness by both the prosecution and the defense. The defense witness list just came out this morning. The defense is likely to use this firing to highlight the seriousness of this misconduct. The prosecution will probably point out that a federal investigation ended without charging Michael Proctor with police corruption or anybody else.
All right, our David.
Wow. Okay. Fine. They didn't think he was doing corruption and all that stuff like I think he was. He's drinking on the job. That's a problem. That's
Yeah,
a problem.
usually is.
Everybody was drinking on the job in that case. I mean,
They
good
were.
Lord. Yeah.
Welcome in, Joe. Good morning.
Good morning.
I was a little jealous when I saw your message about laying out in the sun in the hammock. I was like, dude, it's beautiful here, and I'm at the desk, but okay.
I had to get some vitamin D. I had
Yeah.
to.
I was out there earlier. I already been out there with my morning coffee, sitting with a dog, chilling. I feel like they were all drinking. They were all at the bar drinking. They were all back at the house partying and drinking. They must do a lot of drinking around there.
Yeah. And then they go and they drive. And she did too.
Yes.
I think she was driving
did.
drunk. I really do.
I do.
But
hmm
so we're like 5 other or 6 other
Mhm.
of them. Yeah.
That's one of the things that bothered me the most is everybody just kind of glossed over that whole part, or just that wasn't important because we got to get down to what happened. She hit him, the dog bit him, and all this other stuff. Or y'all, there's a whole bunch of drinking going on here by a bunch of cops and
It's the norm,
driving.
though. That's
Yeah.
why it wasn't discussed.
Exactly. What in an impending freaking blizzard's coming your way, but you're going to decide. I'm sorry. I'm a Southern girl. Yeah, I don't get snow, but if I live there and they're telling me a blizzard's coming, I'm not about to go out drinking and then trying to drive home in that mess. I guess they probably used to it though, right?
Yeah.
It's like second nature. That's like us getting around during tropical storms. We go driving during tropical storms and we probably get looked at funny, or people who find out we do that are like, what in the hell? But it's just a tropical storm, people. You'll be okay. You just can't cross the bridges. They'll close them until you're safe. Just be careful. So I get it. Welcome in, Rot Star. Thanks for joining us. Flip Flop. I will call you Flip Flops. Okay, welcome in. Good to see you. And Bright Will, as always, good to see you. And Jeff, welcome in. And also to my host here, Dolphin and Joe Schmo. Joe, I mentioned at the top of the show before you came in that you had messaged me about some new Karen Reed docs that maybe we can get it. I don't know are you going to go live later or anything, or are
I
they
probably should because it's a pretty big document. It has to do with the video that Lori Vallow Daybell
the infamous
claims
video
that the state is withholding from her, and the state says, hell no, we looked for it and there's no such video. So
right.
I think it's pretty important, even if we go for like an hour, like just talking about that.
Oh yeah, it's always a good idea to go over those documents, and if you don't get to them, you get backed up before you know it. You got 5 documents.
Exactly. Yeah. Yep.
So that's fine. We will. If you do decide to do that later, let us know. We'll get the get our notifications. I'm all subbed up, so I'm good to go. I think most everybody here is. We'll drop your link in the chat. Let me go grab it. Joe has been bringing a lot of the Lori Vallow updates, guys. He's been going to the hearings. He will be attending the trial as well. So I go over and co-host with him when he.
I need to gird up my loins for that.
Don't start about them damn loins. Everybody in her first trial, that's all I heard about, and it was like, oh my God, if I have to hear that one more time. Yeah, Lori's coming for you, dude. You just wait. She's already side-eyeing you, wondering who the hell you are, and why all of a sudden you have hearings. Okay, there's Joe's link in the chat, guys, if you want to go sub up and turn your notifications to get those updates on the Lori Vallow stuff that we're covering over there. All right. So that was about Trooper Proctor being fired. And I have another piece we're going to review that on Karen Read before we move on to our next subject, because this came out of the last court hearing, which I think it was yesterday, maybe the day before. I can't remember. Okay. And it's a court TV piece. I don't know if we'll watch this whole thing. I may have to put Julie on fast speed. Is she all fired up today, though? Let's see. Let me get her up there. Okay, here we go. Share screen. We'll see what the judge had to say about what went down in this hearing. I didn't watch the hearing because I was busy doing other stuff, so this is a recap for me as well. I did review a little bit of it this morning, but not the whole thing.
Out of the courtroom in Dedham, Massachusetts, as the Honorable Beverly Cannoni has taken the bench and begun this morning's hearing with her findings relating to the question of whether a fraud was perpetrated on the court by Karen Read's defense team. The judge starting out by saying she's found repeated misrepresentations deliberately made by defense counsel. We're backing up the tape. You're going to watch it all with us now.
All right, so we have a lot to cover, but what I'm going to start with is a decision on the Commonwealth's motion to exclude employees of ARCA. So I think I told counsel before that I had reviewed, so first we had full hearing from counsel. I heard from the lawyers. I heard from Mr. Alessi on behalf of the lawyers. I've read
For those of you who are very familiar with this judge, does she always sound like she's breathing really heavy? Like she's just out of breath. Like this, I think this case has took everything out of her that she possibly had in her. That's the impression I get.
The transcripts, I've listened to the sidebar conference and read that transcript, and I've certainly read the pleadings. So based on all the evidence, I conclude that there has not been the candor required of all lawyers has not been demonstrated here. I find that there have been repeated misrepresentations made to the court by defense counsel, and I conclude that they were deliberate concerning the relationship with the ARCA witnesses. They were made at sidebar, in open court, and in pleadings. And I think the record is pretty clear, and I find that on July 25th, 2024, payment was made to the ARCA witnesses. Yet on February 26, 2025, in a pleading written by Ms. Little, signed by all three defense counsel, says the Commonwealth's motion to exclude these exculpatory expert witnesses, ARCA witnesses, who were not hired or paid for by the defense, is not made in good faith and is a desperate and transparent attempt to keep exculpatory testimony of neutral expert witnesses from reaching the jury in this case. The next page. Ironically, the Commonwealth accuses the defendant of failing to comply with her discovery obligations while conceding that the information is not in her care, custody, or control. Moreover, here, the defense has gone above and beyond its reciprocal discovery obligations and has already satisfied all of its mandatory discovery obligations under Rule 14 and turned over all additional information in the control and custody of the defense relating to the ARCA witnesses as ordered by the court. So I find or conclude that that was a material misrepresentation and that it was deliberate. So I find that there is a flagrant violation of the Rule 14 obligations. And before I decide which sanctions are appropriate, I need to see defense counsel and Ms. Read at sidebar. I'm going to ask that the Commonwealth remain where they are. I'm going to seal this sidebar, but I need to have a colloquy with Ms. Read before I figure out exactly what I'm going to do here. So,
the judge concluding material misrepresentations that were deliberately made by the defense. And she's saying before she decides which sanctions are appropriate, she wants to do a colloquy with the defendant and see just the defendant and her counsel at sidebar, not the common.
Joe, there's that word. Did you hear it?
I did.
We know what that means now.
Wealth attorneys, what might the judge be saying? Let's bring back in attorney Rick Grundy and investigator Claudia King. Rick, what might the judge be saying to them right now?
Well, for anybody who didn't catch that, a bomb just went off in the courtroom. Huge bomb. And what she's saying, I suspect, to Ms. Reed at this point in time, is that what your attorneys have done is to pull a falsehood on the court. And you need to, or I need to, make sure that you are comfortable with their representation, that it's your intention to go forth with their representation, and that you now know, because I have questions with respect to their integrity, put on the record, whether they are communicating with you as to the situation that they have created as found by the court. It's a big problem. And are you aware of it, the magnitude of it? Do you want to consult other counsel as you go forth in this matter?
Right, Rick, because the issue is, do you want to go forward with attorneys who have perpetrated this, which she called a flagrant violation, material misrepresentations deliberately done? Claudia, your reaction to, as Rick very appropriately deemed it, a bombshell. This is a bombshell, without a doubt. Your reaction, please, Claudia.
This is absolutely devastating to the defense's case, and it's devastating to these attorneys' reputations. The one thing that everyone walks into that courtroom with is their integrity and the ethics to do right in the courtroom, and they have just thrown that all away. So this is huge. This is a bombshell, and where are we going to go from here? Because we know that Judge Cannone does not want any more delays in this trial, but if we have to look at new counsel, then we're definitely looking at a delay. So this is very, very interesting, and it's a bombshell, like Rick said.
It sure is, Claudia. You know, I mean, it could be removal of the attorneys, could be fines, could be a number of things here. Let's go back in. The sidebar has concluded. Let's see what's happening next on the record.
So there's no greater constitutional right than the defendant's right to a fair trial, including a fair and impartial jury, the right to present a defense and confront witnesses, and the right to counsel, which includes counsel of her choice. So I've just had a thorough colloquy with Ms. Reed. I believe it was extensive and thorough, and she has expressed to me a strong desire to continue with her lawyers. Ms. Giannetti, is Mr. Jackson lead counsel? I just want to make the record clear. Mr. Jackson, are you lead counsel?
We don't define our roles in such a matter, Your Honor.
Okay, so because Mr. Giannetti is not pro hoc vice counsel, and Mr. Giannetti can try this case if need be by himself. All right. But Ms. Reed does have a strong desire to keep all of her lawyers, notwithstanding the Rule 14 violation and the apparent lack of candor, the findings and rulings I've made. So, based on that, I am not going to revoke pro hoc vice licenses. I don't expect to have to address this again. Candor with the court is essential. It's the bedrock obligation of all lawyers who appear in this court and all courts in Massachusetts. A lawyer is only as good as his or her word, and I need to be able to take counsel at their word. So, I'm not going to tolerate false statements, any stretching of the truth, no misleading distortions. There's no place for that in the courtroom. And Mr. Jackson, you stated this very eloquently in your closing argument last time. So, Commonwealth, I am denying your motion to exclude the ARCA witnesses. Those witnesses can testify as long as counsel complies with their reciprocal discovery obligations. I will allow a full cross-examination, Mr. Brennan, and I will review any proposed curative instructions, limiting instructions, or final jury instructions. So that's my ruling on that. So,
well, it sounds like the defense got a win and a lose. If they're going to get the ARCA people are going to be able to come in, because they were arguing recently to keep that stuff out and that they paid them and all of that. So I guess they're going to get them in there. Like she said, they can cross-examine them. But yeah.
So we'll move on to
the judge emphasizing that there has been a lack of candor to the court by Karen Reed's defense team, and that she did a colloquy, which is a fancy word for a question and answer session with Karen Reed that was very thorough, asking her, despite knowing that your lawyers were not honest with the court about this, do you want to keep your lawyers? And she does. I'm not surprised at that she wants to keep them. Some of us may seem a little surprised that the judge didn't go ahead and just impose a sanction, something more severe. But maybe the judge is looking at the long game here. What would that mean if she did remove one of those attorneys, if she did remove the pro hoc vice status of any one of them? David Giannetti, she knows, is the only one who's licensed to practice in Massachusetts. Then what happens? If Karen Reed's convicted, then does the case come back on appeal? Still with me, Claudia King and Rick Grundy. Rick, you practice in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Do you think that's the judge's thinking, that A severe sanction could create a problem down the road, in this case coming back into her courtroom.
Absolutely. You know, you have two very powerful forces coming to bear here, and they kind of work against one another. And unfortunately, in my opinion, very often in cases like this of egregious behavior found by the court, the sanctions or lack thereof don't meet the actions. And for that reason, they don't play a part in curtailing further actions. That force, the desire to create that cause and effect, bucks up against that, especially in a homicide trial, the right and the desire of the Commonwealth to recognize the right of a person to have representation of their choice. And that is a situation, if she were to say, and she could, you know, the twist here is this pro hoc vici. Jackson and his associates' rights to be in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts representing her are very tenuous, and she could pull those very easily. However, she knows that's going to be a huge appellate deal down the road for her not having the counsel of her choice, full knowing what they did.
Hey, isn't that Turtle Boy? I don't pay him no attention, but I'm pretty sure, isn't that him? Yeah, I think so. Now remember, even if she had pulled these attorneys, remember the Delphi attorneys got removed by the judge because she just like, oh, I don't like you guys anymore. I don't like what you're saying. You got to go. The Supreme Court came back and said, not so fast, Miss Gull. Not so fast. So I wonder if that's part of her, decision-making process here.
Well, check this out. Her hair is not that dissimilar from Lori Daybell's. Like, it's a little darker, but it's
but that's
it's
like
similar.
a normal style for
Her
a lot
hair
of
is
blonde
similar.
head. I'm not a blonde. I have never been a blonde. My sisters have always been natural blondes. I'm natural brunette, but that's a style a lot of women do. But yeah, they got similar hair. Joe's a hair guy. Can you tell?
They got they got that curly thing going.
Lord, good God, Lord help us all. Don't give Joe can't handle these hot women defendants.
Did to the court.
Right. Well said, Rick. What about the stink that is?
See, look at that lady's hair, Joe. It's similar. It's just a thing. They pay lots of money to have that done to their hair.
Left after.
I don't know what Lori's deal is. Hers is all growing out and shit.
For this. Claudia, let's talk about that because it leaves a real stench knowing that one side wasn't honest in the court, where you have to be honest. You take an oath to be honest. As a lawyer, you're an officer of the court. Claudia, you know this. Does it have any bearing going forward? What do you think? Does it leave anybody watching this case with a bad taste in their mouth?
I think it absolutely does. And the other issue that it brings is in this second trial, when there are motions or objections, the judge is going to remember this. And if there comes an issue where integrity is in question or there's a possibility of who's telling the truth, this is going to be on her mind. And the fact that there have already been issues with truthfulness with the defense counsel is going to be on her mind. So I think it is going to be a potential issue in this retrial.
I'm with you, Claudia. I'm with you. And if you're on the side of the Commonwealth, I'm sure you are watching very closely to see about every representation made that it is a truthful one. The judge, if anyone's just joining us.
Now, I can agree with that because if the defense comes out and starts telling things that may or may not be true, and then it's proven later that they've done these nefarious type things, then I don't have as much faith in them as I probably would or need to have, right? I need to have, if I'm looking at a case fairly, prosecution and defense, I need to be able to trust both sides. And if things start happening where I'm like really causing, when they start getting in trouble, that's a big red flag to me. The difference here is these guys have been found to do things, but like in Delphi, they didn't do anything except piss the judge off by making some filings that she didn't like. It wasn't nothing more than that period. That is why the Indiana State Supreme Court said, not so fast, Judge Gull. What are you doing here? We're putting them right back on the case. So it's a very, very different situation. But I've always, from all the outside looking in, I'll call it that I've been watching with this case, I don't trust either side of these for some reason. I can't get there with either side.
Judge Cannoni has issued her findings and her conclusion to the question of whether a fraud was carried out on the court. And she said her words, she found material misrepresentations by Karen Read's defense team to have been deliberately done on the court, that they violated their duty of candor. They violated what is part of the rules of criminal practice in this court of law, that yes, they have violated it. She called it a flagrant violation. And in terms of what sanctions are appropriate, she has a lot of options, but here she's allowing Karen Read to go forth and continue with these attorneys who were not completely honest with the court at the last trial.
Whoa. Yeah, they did, dude. We'll get to you in just a minute. So I don't know, Dolphin, you followed did you watch the first trial? I know Firefly
No.
did. You said you did not.
I want to, though, before April 1st.
Yeah, I was hoping Firefly was available this morning because I know she knows a little more about the Karen Read than we do. So I wanted to ask her a couple of questions, but I think she's busy this morning. So we'll have to reserve those questions for her later. But yeah, it's going to be interesting the way this case moves forward. I don't know if I'll watch the first trial or not. I don't know if it might get on my nerves because I got a real trust issue with both sides of that, the prosecution and defense there. But that's just me, just from the little things I've seen. So it'll be, and I guess, the judge will keep all that in the back of her mind when they're arguing arguments in court,
Well, once again, it's like Kohberger versus Delphi
Oh, they're all
versus
different,
Karen
man.
Read. They're different, but there are similarities in that the police investigation may have left some things to be
Wow.
desired. And I think we'll leave Idaho like in the back of that, because I think the Idaho police investigation was better than both of these. But in Delphi and in Karen Read, the police investigation was definitely lacking in
Look,
its
at least,
professionality. Like,
there's big differences in all three of these cases. People who want
yes,
to,
agreed.
okay, because there's some real shadiness going down in Delphi and real shadiness going down over here in Karen Read. There's only accusations of shadiness going down in Idaho. Now, I dropped a video this morning on AT&T timing reports, and that's the shadiness I'm going to look at. Because there are some things that may or may not be, but I don't know if it's coming from, it feels like it's the defense shadiness to me. Because I feel like what they're talking about can be so easily proven. And we'll find out April 9th. But I don't know. Every single case is going to have their differences. Look at Murdaugh, all the stuff that was in that case. They're all just so... They're all similar because they're criminal cases in my mind, but they're not that similar. Now, at least in Idaho, because the thing about Idaho is that, Deanne come out and said there's 3 unknown DNAs. Now she's down to 2. But at least blood wasn't collected up in red Solo cups. At least DNA was looked at. And if you go back and read some of the older documents even the defense tells you how many people were actually investigated in Idaho. How many people were followed around? The cigarette butt guy. I just got through reading another document again yesterday about that very thing, because they're coming out saying, no, you're honed in on our guy because of the IgG only. I don't think so. That might have got them there, but that's not the first time that's ever been done. But we're going to take a look at some new Kohberger stuff here in just a minute. Let's pull up my playlist for what I did want to show next. Because that's about it for the Karen Read update there, with Proctor being fired and the judge's decision in the hearing.
Good riddance to that
Who?
jackass. I mean,
Who?
for real.
Who are you talking about, Joe?
Who was
Oh.
Proctor? Proctor. Good riddance. Like, he almost single-handedly fucked up
Yeah.
that entire case. Like,
I agree.
I mean,
There's no sense in it.
if he hadn't done what he had done, then it would not be anywhere near
Right,
as
and right
murky
now
as
we have
it
no
is.
accusations of drunk cops over here in Idaho. None whatsoever.
No.
So none at
Right.
all. I've not heard Ann Taylor one time mention Payne was drinking on the job. None of that happening.
No.
I don't know what's all her
Good
their
point.
beverage cups or nothing but hell. Apparently, there's a
Fair
lot
enough.
of drinkers in America. I am not one of those. I'm a very casual, I drink in the summer occasionally at the river. Other than that, I don't do it, but I know there's a whole bunch of drinkers in this country who put down the pot smokers. Y'all have at it.
Well, you know, at 1122 King Road, there were some red Solo cups, but they did not use
That
them
was their beer
for
pong
evidence
cups,
collection.
man. They had a whole beer pong table set up
Exactly.
in the living room. That was just normal.
Yes.
That was their
Yes.
normal. Z says, about the timing advance reports from what I can find on AT&T and when they were able to provide timing records to local. Okay, so I put a video out this morning. Cy Ray testified that prior to May of 2023, those reports were only available to certain law enforcement agencies, including the FBI, but not local authorities. Kohberger's phone was looked at prior to that. Okay, so after May 23rd, 2023, those similar reports were then available to law enforcement. That's out of Cy Ray's own mouth, and we'll look at that in just a few minutes. But the state says we don't have those timing reports because they weren't available. Now, if they were available, that means the FBI absolutely had them. But I don't know if Moscow knew, or if they didn't know till later. But then the state came back and said they are going to offer a new testimony, or I'll read the document in a few minutes, but they're going to offer up something on the 9th to corroborate what they're saying, which is going to go against what Cy Ray said. And there's a new filing about Cy Ray. So we'll look at all that in just a few minutes. Let me get to this. This is a piece I want to play you guys, because I haven't covered Delphi in a while. We all know Rick Allen was convicted, sentenced to 135 years in prison. There's a whole lot to unpack with that case, and I'm not going to spend a whole bunch of time on today trying to unpack for people. All I can do is ask you to go back and review some of our older shows, because we covered it extensively, just like Stefan Stearns. Done a lot of shows on him. And in fact, I know that there's new video out of unredacted interviews with Jen Soto and Stearns. I've reviewed some of it. Here's the deal. I reviewed an 896-page doc drop when I first covered this case. I read some very horrific things that I never want to have to read again. I saw things I don't ever want to see again. I've got a lot of material out there on those interviews already, all kind of stuff, because we did a lot of stuff on Stefan Stearns. I just haven't covered the newer stuff yet. I did post something onto the community page that I don't know if you guys have even seen it, because apparently not a lot of people look at that community page, but you might want to start taking a look at it, because I'm posting things over there. But let me get to that document real quick, actually.
So, you know, I dropped that huge FOIA drop from Orange County, and then they came out with some more stuff. So I submitted another FOIA request to them, and they said, that's not from us. That's from another police department. So I'm actually submitting another FOIA request from that other police department on the stuff that was
the Northport or
released after
Kissimmee or Orange County. Yeah, it's
Kissimmee.
all coming out of Kissimmee.
Kissimmee.
They're the lead. Yeah, they're the lead
Yes.
on that.
Yep.
All right, let me show you guys this one document, because it was a pretty important document in the Stearns case, for those who are interested. If you could, I'm pulling this straight up off my YouTube, so that's why it looks all funky. Okay, so this was a shout out to Plunder True Crime, because she emailed me this. This was a laboratory report dated March 10th, 2025. Like, I posted this a couple days ago, right after she sent it to me in the email. And it's a subject is Stefan Stearns, of course, death investigation, Osceola County. And it gives the date of February 25th, 2024. Now, this is some DNA testing that they did. Am I not going to be able to see my whole thing here? What's going on? Okay. What it is they were testing some of the DNA they took off of Maddie. Let me get a trigger warning. Not trigger warning. I hate to even use that term. I'm not too. If we're all triggered that easily, we shouldn't be in true crime. but I will put up a graphic warning. So anyway, they tested some DNA that came from Maddie. And number 13, why wouldn't it let me look at this whole thing the way I need to on here? It's aggravating. I can pull it up a different way. But what it come down to was that there was scrapings under Maddie's nails that didn't show anything that matched Stefan Stearns. But what did come back to match Stefan Stearns was swabs taken from Maddie's breast. So therefore, he had his DNA on her body, and which did not surprise me at all. I don't think it surprised a lot of us that have followed the case and deep dove all those damn documents. And it wasn't just the 836 pages. I've got so many PDFs on this case that I've went through all of them. The newest docs I'm starting to get, I'm just not getting them as much as I was, because there's not going to be a ton that I don't know already, except, confirming what we already thought. And that's what this, like I said, you guys go over to the community tab, you can view the whole document there. It was a 2-page report, is all it is, but confirming that the evidence that was in container A that was submitted was the YSTR DNA analysis, and then they list where everything came from, and they tell you all the results here that you can't see for some reason. What is this? Hold on. And I don't know if that'll help. Nope. Anyway, like I said, they know that there was a match with some of the DNA found on her persons, which is, just concretes it more against him. We already know the man's guilty of sin. That's all over his phone, Poor baby girl. I did find another new piece, though. What did I do with it? Cody Johnson, who works for Court TV, I have just fell in love with this dude, because he will go boots on the ground and he'll do the drives and take you through all the places. And he drove out there to the spot where Maddie was found, shows you where Stefan was changing the tire. And there was a guy on there talking, and who was it? Joseph Scott Morgan, and they had Gazella K, and he didn't seem to be aware that Stefan really did have a flat tire that day in that location.
That's weird.
Yeah. But Gazella K absolutely knew it, because she's read the same documents that I've read. She's seen the same pictures that I've read. We know the tire was found back at the trash compactor. We know that tire tread pieces were found at the scene. We know an eyewitness saw him changing a tire right there.
The donut was on the car still. That's
yeah,
why he
exactly.
drove Jen's.
Exactly. And but I don't think that he just stumbled upon that spot in the middle of the day and was like, oh, I'm just going to put her here, because it was so risky. I think the flat tire stopped him dead in his tracks. And in order to get your spare tire out of the trunk, what do you got to do? You got to take the body out of the trunk. Because we already know at that point he'd done pulled into the Holiday Inn parking garage and is seen on camera transferring that child from the front seat to the trunk. They see him doing it. And then they watched him drive all the way through town, out to the edge of town, and then they can't see him anymore because there's no more cameras. And then that's where the tire ends up stopping him dead in his tracks. And if you study the map and study the things that Jen has said, which Butterfly and I honed in on a long time ago, Lake Lizzie, we were like, Lake Lizzie, where's Lake Lizzie? And boy, we went deep diving, and we were like, holy cow, was he headed to Lake Lizzie? We also realized quickly that in one of Jen's interviews, she had a friend who lived not far from that location, but she claimed Stefan had never been out there before. We also know that if he kept going and made the right around the curve, he'd have went to two big, large lakes where a lot of gators were at. Either he was headed toward Lake Lizzie, or he was headed toward those gator ponds, but that flat tire and divine intervention stopped him dead in his tracks. Thank God.
She mentioned something about gators, too, to the police.
Yeah.
Remember?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, she knew that she told them that the only reason they knew about Lake Lizzie was because that's where she would go in hiking with Maddie. They'd been out there hiking several times. And then she also knew that if he kept going out around that curve in the direction he was headed, there were the two large ponds. And I saw those ponds the first day when they released the location of the body and I went to the maps and I saw the ponds, I was like, and I'm being a Florida resident and I know what I know. I was like, oh no, there's no way he just stopped right there on the side of a rural area and done that. He was headed somewhere, hoping she would never be found. And then when I looked up Santa of St. Cloud and I saw on the map where he lived and I could see the location where Maddie was found at the same map screen, boy, that blew me away. But anyway, let me get on to the next story that we're going to cover. We will get another update show going soon on Stearns. Because I got to gather some more documents. I mean, I keep an eye on the case file all day. I do have it pinned in my Discord, and I keep a check on it to see if anything new comes down that's worth, bringing out there ahead of trial. If he ends up going to trial, we'll see what the coward ends up doing. Okay, let me get this piece pulled up. We're going to review a little bit of Delphi because they're trying to get some errors corrected over there in the case, and they're every turn these defense attorneys make, the judge just says, oh, nope, I don't even want to talk about it. So let me get this up and we'll see how this is going to play out with what is going on now. Okay, let me get the screen up here. Uh-oh, did I hit the wrong button? I did. I'm not trying to add an extra camera. Share screen. Okay. And we'll take it. This is from an attorney at a law firm, and he's going to explain something to us. So let's take a listen.
Did the state of Indiana use false testimony to obtain conviction against Richard Allen? And if so, does it matter? There have been an interesting development in the Delphi murders case. On March 11th, one of the original defense team filed a motion to reconsider the denial of the motion to correct error, asserting that, hey, there's a new U.S. Supreme Court case that came out that directly impacts this case. The U.S. Supreme Court case came out after the judge in the Delphi case denied the motion to correct errors. So this motion to reconsider the denial is based on this new U.S. Supreme Court case. So let's break it down. One of the key facts is this gentleman named Brad Weber testified that he arrived home in a white van at around 2:30 p.m. There is some evidence suggesting that, in fact, it wasn't 2:30 p.m., it was 2:44, or maybe even as late as 2:50. 14 minutes or 20 minutes, what does it really matter? It turns out it might matter a lot more than one would think, because one of the victim's cell phones stopped moving at 2:32. Richard Allen, in a confession, one of his many confessions, but in one particular confession, stated that he got spooked by a white van, moved the victims across a creek, and that's where the unfortunate demise of the victims occurred. Now, if there's no movement past 2:32, well then, the white van arriving home at 2:30, that supports and puts a pillar of strength on this confession, that Richard Allen actually did it, because, hey, there's an independent incident that corroborates this white van driven by Brad Weber at 2:30, spooks Richard Allen, and he moves the victims across the creek. And now, that 2:32 time is when one of the victims' phone stops moving. So that's what's called a fact not in dispute. That's a solid fact. Now, if the 2:30 arrival time of Brad Weber is not true, well then the confession is not independently corroborated by that event. And so it's maybe less likely to believe, maybe it's not seen as true as, with it, but basically it calls into question that part of the confession. Apparently that was a big part of the closing arguments, big part of the case, that, hey, there was a confession, it was corroborated by Brad Weber, and he's guilty. So we have this. That was part of the motion to correct errors filed by the defense. Now, the state of Indiana said, hey, they knew about that. We never hid that from them. They knew about that back in January 20th, and they could have impeached him on it. They did not. For whatever reason, they didn't make a big deal of it at the trial, and so they can't complain about it now. So the trial judge denies the motion to correct errors right around February 18th. On February 25th, Glossop v. Oklahoma, United States Supreme Court case comes out. And Glossop isn't making new law. It's clarifying this case called NAPU. And basically, the state can't put on false testimony. And if somehow false testimony gets out there, the state has a duty to correct it. Sir, that's not true. The state can't allow false testimony under the due process clause of the federal Constitution. That's what the NAPU case says. Now, the Glossip case just clarifies that, and it says it's not on, the burden isn't on the defense to correct false testimony, it's on the state. Because just like in the Richard Allen case, the defense in Glossip, they knew that Glossip had some issues, that he was on lithium, he's seen a psychiatrist, even though he said he didn't see a psychiatrist. They knew that he might have been bipolar, even though he said he wasn't bipolar. But the court in Glossip clarifies, hey, it's not on the defense to correct false testimony, it's on the state for their state's witnesses. And not doing that is a deprivation of a fair trial under the 14th Amendment. The holding in Glossip was just like NAPU. If the state's witness uses false testimony the state knows to be false, then guess what? The trial was unfair, and under the 14th Amendment, a new trial is necessary. This motion filed by the defense team in the trial court is pretty smart. It's pretty clever. And, you know, it just happened. There's a new case that came out right after the motion to correct the error was decided. I think they absolutely had to bring this case in. I don't want anyone watching this being like, oh my God, Richard Allen is going to get a new trial immediately. The defendant in Glossip, the only testimony was by the person who basically kind of told some fibs on the stand. There was no other direct evidence tying Glossip to the crime. You know, so even though the facts in Glossip are kind of the same, the defense should have known or knew of the stuff that was lied about on the stand. In the Richard Allen case, there's lots of evidence pointing that Richard Allen did this, namely confessions by Richard Allen that he did this. So, this, you know, in Glossip, the only evidence was of the lying person's testimony. That's not the case in the Delphi case. There's other evidence to implicate Richard Allen in the crime. So I don't know how that is going to affect this case in Glossip. Now, what I love is the lawyers in this case, love them or hate them, are amazingly smart, as is the trial judge. Now, this case is really cool because the motion to, I hate saying case is cool, but this is interesting. The motion to reconsider was filed on March 11th. On March 11th, the notice of appeal was also filed, and the trial judge basically said, hey, listen, y'all filed notice of appeal on March 11th. Therefore, I'm not going to do anything with this because I no longer have jurisdiction. It's with the Court of Appeals. Now, a couple of different things. Number one, my understanding of the rules for the Court of Appeals are that trial court has jurisdiction until the clerk's record is complete.
I was about to say, for somebody who's claiming doesn't have jurisdiction, she's still denying everything they ever try. She denied their motion to correct. She denied all. So now she's going to come up with some excuse as to why she's done that and call it a legal basis. No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
The clerk's record was not complete until March 13th. That's number one. Number two, Court of Appeals absolutely hate touching an issue for the first time. They just hate it. That's not how they want to do things. They do not want to have evidence presented at the oral argument, or that's not how they're designed. So by filing the motion to correct error based on new law, what I think is going to happen is the Court of Appeals is going to tell the trial court, hey, you deal with this first and then come back to us. So a couple of different things. Court of Appeals could tell the trial court, hey, you got to deal with this. Number two, the defense or even the state theoretically could ask the trial court to assume jurisdiction to handle the motion to correct errors, dealing with the recently decided Glossip case. Or I guess another option would be the Court of Appeals could say, no, we'll take it from here. This is just application of law, not facts. And so it kind of is. Glossip is that. So I don't know what's going to happen with that, but I assume there's going to be.
Okay, he's just going to start getting repetitive. And the reason I wanted to show that is because we're going to show you the video of Brad Weber's van coming and going. And we're going to look at the timestamp on that because we've got it. We've had it for a while. Yeah, Joe, there's no way he got home at 2:30, is there? Hey, 12 gauge, welcome in. Need some Z's. You'll see what, hun. Yeah, the FBI was one of those agencies that worked with Moscow. Yeah, they was on the case from day one. They asked them to come in and help. So the FBI's always been there. And we'll get to that in a few minutes. Oh, wait, that's the wrong button. Almost clicked Canva. Y'all don't want to see my Canva? Okay, now, so talking about Libby's phone movement, how it stopped at 2:32. Libby's phone was a huge deal in this trial. You know, we had an expert get on the stand and said, well, you know what? I don't know. Let me go take a break and Google something and I'll come back and talk about it. I don't need an expert to be going to Google shit because I can Google stuff too. And I'm not an expert. And I don't want an expert on the stand talking about, hold up, let me go Google it. Excuse me, shouldn't your curricula vitae to be able to get you there? You should already know some of this stuff, right? You don't need to go Googling stuff. I have a problem when you go Googling stuff. Just like I have a problem with Dr. Monica Walla talking to Facebook groups for 3 years and certain YouTube creators and talking smack. That should never happen in a criminal case. It's very, very unethical no matter how you look at it. I don't care who you are, what side of the fence you stand on. You have to agree that's very unethical. Okay. Yes, Cicero, the googliest of googly experts. Joe, I'm surprised I was able to say that. All right. Let me show you guys. This is what I'm going to show you right now. I'm going to point it out to you, and then I'm going to show you the zoomed in version. This is from a video taken near the scene. Okay, maybe I need to do this first. Hold on. Because I don't know if people are very confused about the demographics of that area who have not really took a good look at them. And it's through no fault of their own. It is what it is. But I want to be able to show this private drive situation because it helps put perspective into things. Where'd it go? I have so many. I should have probably put that in earlier so I could just pull it up real quick. There's a private drive that runs under the Monon High Bridge. And Joe, it comes off 300 North, correct? If you're still with me. Yeah. So that's the highway that runs down. Oh, wait, that's not it either. Okay, let me do it this way. Hold on. I've had so many of these. Okay. And I just want to, and I also want to remind people who may not be aware, this character, Brad Weber, lived at the south side of that bridge. Like literally when you walked off the end of that bridge, you walked onto his property. That's not the one that's going to show you exactly what I needed to show. Probably should have got this ready before. Okay, Julie's got it. Okay, Julie's probably got a better video of it. This is Julie Melvin. She's been all up in the Delphi case. Let's watch her video real quick, and then I'll show you the video of the van coming home and the timestamp on that van.
The bridge ends, coming down the hill, going across here to the creek. That's my husband Ted. And wow, I keep hearing that four-wheeler.
Look how steep that is.
Huh? Four-wheeler. You see across there? That crime tape. See the tape? See the yellow tape? Oh, it is very shallow here. So does he own to all the way here to the actual creek? I just want to give people to show you again, like the guy had in the video. See that limb? That's an outstanding limb. And
can you see the crime scene tape over there? That's where the girls were found across that creek. And one of the things the day the search was being conducted when they went missing, the creek was at a higher elevation. Joe, you can speak on that with the flooding and everything. But I noticed right away how shallow this creek can be. I know creeks, I know rivers, I know because that's what we have around here. Our creeks are very shallow. They only swell up when we have a lot of rain. And there had been a lot of rain in the area during that time. And from what I saw on the dive team, they were only in waist deep water in some points of this, right? So it wasn't like it was a deep, 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 deep river to cross, like a swift river. It wasn't like that at all.
Just to give you an idea, here is how shallow. You can see the rocks.
Joe, what was the elevation, or how deep was it that day? You looked at all that information. We looked at it before. Do you recall? You must not be able to talk. You're just listening. Okay.
So you can cross there. You can go over here and cross. So you're already in the middle. You cross there. You're already in the middle, and you don't have too much further to go. And God bless those girls. Found somewhere over there. Oh, there's the creek, and okay. And as you can see, I'm going to turn around. Uh-oh, there's a vehicle. We're probably in trouble.
It didn't show what I wanted to show, the bridge. Anyway, I'm going to play this next piece because it's going to take me, I got so many darn videos of that bridge. But there is a private drive that goes underneath it, and there are a couple of houses along that private drive that runs off the highway. And one of them caught Brad Weber's van coming back in, because the drive leads straight to Brad Weber's property. I mean, you have no other way. That's the way you go to his house. And let me get this pulled back up. Okay, let me get to it. All right, now I'll show you the video of his van coming. Now, keeping in mind, Libby's phone stopped moving at 2:32. And among the 65 plus confessions that Rick Allen gave, while we know, according to court documents, he was heavily medicated on Halidol and being videoed by video camera the entire time. Every move the man made was videoed. Jailhouse companions put outside of his door for suicide watch. Then he starts, after receiving his new medications that he was never taking before he went into prison. And that's another thing. The man was arrested and put straight in prison, right? Not the county jail like Brian Kohberger. No, he was sent straight to prison with Odinist guards. Let's remember that too. Let's not forget the crucial stuff here. Okay, this is, let me get the screen up first. That would really help a whole lot. Now, like I said, I'm going to show you the original, and then I'll play you the zoomed in because you may be able to see it better. But I'll point this out to you as we go, because the van you will see at the 2:44:45 mark. And see, if you guys, I tried to get my pointer a little bigger so you guys could see it when I'm presenting. I don't know if you can see it up here on the left-hand side of the screen where my pointer is. You're going to see that van come right down that road, and it's going to head straight back to his property. Let me see, because I'm not going to sit here and do the whole thing and wait for it. Let me get it up there where it needs to be. Okay, we'll start from here, and I'll show you guys when he starts to come in. Then, I'll show you the zoomed in version in a second. But keep your eye right over here. Come on, play. Well, we got good internet, so I don't know what's going on. This is the usual. Okay. I don't want to pull it down and put it back up. I don't know why it has to do that every damn time. Okay. What's going on here, YouTube? Get it together. Okay. So 2:44:29 is the timestamp here, and now we're going. It's going to come in at 2:44:45, and you can see at the top of your screen you got a little timer there. Now there comes the van right there. Do you guys see where it just came into that frame? You can barely see it. It drove right past this building, and it was going down. And if you watch, you can barely see it go back through here. It's right there. It's going to come past over here in a sec. You can hardly see it once it gets past this way. So that's why I will show you guys the zoomed in version. And this came straight out of the court document. This is not something somebody found on the streets of the YouTube or pulled out of their ass. This came out of court documents. All right, now let me get you the the zoomed in version because I don't like playing you guys something without showing you the original first. We've had too much going on with all this sketchiness about videos and altercations and fabrications and enhancements and all that good stuff. You know, back in the day, we couldn't enhance shit. You just got what you got. Okay, let me pull this up for you. And this came... Oh, wrong case. Wrong case. Okay, Delphi. Not... There we go. Okay, now let me get this set up for you. Okay. Actually, here we go. Okay, so remember that this, what they're showing you right there in the very first shot is the image. Now, this is the building zoomed in on, and watch coming down right here. This is definitely right there is Brad Weber's van, and it did not arrive home until 2:44. Yeah, at 2:44 p.m. The thing about that is they've always known that. Brad's story changed several times. Got off work, went and did this, went and did that. Then I went home. Then all of a sudden, no shit, Hail Mary, final moment of the trial. We got Brad Weber going to come in and testify that he was driving home at 2:32. Brad Weber's gun was taken very early in this investigation and could not, according to court documents, not according to me, could not be excluded as the weapon who left the unspent round at the crime scene. His height and weight and the clothes he liked to wear were very similar to Bridge Guy. Now, obviously, he wasn't home. He's just now coming home, so I don't think he was Bridge Guy. But there's a lot of sketchy things about Brad Weber that have been out there for years. A lot of that's, some of it's rumor, some of it's not. He's got a very sketchy past. What made him decide to get up on a witness stand, say, I got home at 2:32 when he knew he didn't? What caused that? That I can't get past that. That bothers me. And I promise you, if any other case we were looking at, we get a witness testifying, I did this at a particular time, and then video comes out to say, no, you didn't, people are going to say, oh boy. But in this case, nobody wants to. I mean, well, there are a lot of us that did say, oh boy. But there are people who don't know a lot of this stuff. They see what certain creators put out there. And I'm going to tell you what, I'm done reviewing a lot of creator stuff. I saw so much misinformation come out of one yesterday that I really had to put my phone down, turn it all off, and just walk outside and breathe, because it was so unfair to these girls. Because Betsy Blair, I'm here to tell you guys, I can bring up the court documents, I can show you the sketch. She did not describe Rick Allen at the bridge that day. She described a much younger man. And 2 years after she did that sketch, they never released it. And she got fed up. And she goes to the police. This is all documented. And she says to them, it's been 2 years and you're showing this Bridge Guy video and you're showing this sketch and nobody's been arrested. No one's come forward to tell you they know who that is. Why haven't you released the sketch of the guy I told you I saw? Guess what? They did, finally. And then Doug Carter, the head of the Indiana State Police, wanted to come out on national television and tell all of us that those two photos were going to merge together and be your guy. Like, what? So, old Bridge Guy, young Bridge Guy, and we going to merge them and get a middle-aged man? A 30-something man? It make sense. It can't. Yes, I did, V, the aux cord. Okay, so there was an auxiliary cord plug-in that happened directly after the Bridge Guy video. And I've known about that. V, Joe and I have deep dove this case, but Michelle After Dark, has been doing some fantastic research on her own. She has the same phone that Libby German had. She has refused, it's never been updated. She's refusing to do it. She wants it left just like it is. Some were saying that it would stop recording, like if you plugged in the headphones. She proved that's not true. If you guys want to take if you really want an honest and fair look at the case, I would suggest you go over and take a look at some of Michelle's work and some of the stuff she's put out as well. Don't just take my word for it. I'm just one YouTube streamer. I know a lot of people on YouTube will go watch certain streamers and they're like, okay, well, that's true and that's true. I don't do that with these cases, and I'm a streamer. I guess I get it. I'll watch the ones that I know are bringing facts to the table, not the ones who are. I'm done watching people who are bringing shit to the table. I'm just so over it. From any case I'll look at from now on, I don't even want to see it. There's one lady I'm reviewing for Idaho 4 because she's damn good at what she's doing, and I appreciate what she's doing. But I'm done with all that part. But if you want to not just take my word for it, I would suggest you go over and take a look at Michelle's work as well, because there are going to be those YouTube creators out there. They're only going to bring you one-sided information, and they're going to omit information, kind of like the video I reviewed yesterday. It took me like 2 or 3 hours before I could even get the nerve up to watch it, because I already knew I was probably going to see a lot of misinformation in that video. And boy, did I see a lot of misinformation and that misleading information. And for people who don't know the case that well and didn't follow it and read the first court document, they're going to take that and believe it. Yeah, Betsy Blair saw a bridge guy. Well, she did, but not the bridge guy. But he didn't clarify that in the video. Wouldn't even talk about it. So that's why today I kind of wanted to bring a little bit of the updates. I am working on a much bigger update show with a few people. That's going to be worked on over the weekend. Joe and I are going to be presenting that because there is new stuff coming down, and I do want to talk about some of it because we've deep dove it here, and a lot of you count on us to bring you the latest information. I know you got other places to go watch it, and you probably have been, and that's fine, but I also feel like we need to follow up. Now, I did back off Delphi for a while because it was a lot to take in after the trial was over. I really had to sit with all that for a little bit and watch, them try to start the appellate process. And yeah, there's just a lot more coming out now that we didn't know before, even 2 months ago. So like I said, I am working on getting some more things together with that. Let me take that down because we've seen that, but that right there proves, the video is not a fake. And the prosecution knows it's real. So why would the prosecution not want to come out and correct error when your guy got up there and testified he got home at a certain time, when we already knew there were discrepancies in his story and timeline? And then a video comes out showing, I'm not going to say who it was, V, because I'm done with it. I don't want to do creator wars. There's already tattletales run around, sharing links about who's talking about who and all that. So I know that for a fact. I'm not even going to say how I know that, but I know it. And so I'm not going to get into specific creators here and things of that nature. A lot of you guys can figure it out. They're on YouTube all the time. So it wouldn't be hard to figure out, especially if you watch the video. You're going to go, oh, yeah, okay. But I'd tell you, but I'm just not wanting to go there. Thank you for understanding, V, because I'm not the YouTube police. I don't want to be a call-out channel. I want to discuss cases honestly, openly, share theories, share facts out of court documents, and not what I've heard or seen on somebody else's stream, and take that for solid gold without doing a little bit of my own research with it. Even with Idaho 4, I was doing that, right? I was hearing all kind of stuff about Idaho 4, but instead of just taking their word for it, I'd go do my own research on it. And it became quite obvious after a while these people were full of shit. So with that said, I'm gonna move on, because I ain't trying to get on no rant about people. I'm over it. I can't do nothing about any of them. I can't control YouTube or what they're out there putting out. I can only control what I do over here. And all I can do is what I'm going to do is try to bring you the best and most accurate information as possible, period. Now, there is one more thing I wanted to review. I got a timestamp on this. We're not going to watch the whole thing. We're going to move on to our Kohberger stuff to review. Because we didn't read a ton of one of the documents there, and I do want to go over it a little bit more today, and it's a lengthy document, so I do need to kind of get to it. But let me get to this piece here. Give me 1 second. My mic wouldn't unmute. I'm like, click, 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 and it was like, nope, nope, nope. It's wow. Now, this is a piece from Court TV, and this was done during the trial, and I just wanted to play a little bit of this for you guys.
Police Master Trooper Brian Harshman, and he basically was tasked with surveilling Richard Allen once he went into custody. So he monitored all of his communications, his text messages, his video chats, and his phone calls. There were 700 phone calls, he testified today, and the state introduced 7 of them as evidence. Now, the first phone call was from the 14th of November of 2022. So this was about 2 weeks after Richard Allen was arrested and taken into custody, and then for his safekeeping, housed in solitary confinement in a maximum security prison. And in that phone call that he made to his wife,
Now, could you imagine if Brian Kohberger was being housed in prison in solitary confinement? Because what he's accused of is just as brutal as what Rick Allen was accused of. She is in her car. She was on a break from the trial.
Witness testified.
If you didn't stick close to the courthouse, you wouldn't get in your seat back in that tiny little courthouse they didn't let cameras into.
That Richard Allen said, if this becomes too much for you, meaning his wife, I'll tell them whatever they want to hear. That was his testimony. But then they played that call. And what Richard Allen said to his wife was, if this becomes too much for you, I'll tell them what they want me to say. So a little difference there, and it'll be interesting how much weight the jury decides to give that information. Now, in the other 6 calls, one of the calls that was played today was a mistake. It should not have been on the prosecutor's file. He actually meant to include a different call that we should be hearing this afternoon. But in those 6 calls, or rather 5 calls that we heard, Richard Allen does say repeatedly, I did it. I killed Abby and Libby. And he also tells his wife he feels like he's losing his mind, that he feels like he's in hell, that he doesn't know what's going on. Now, in all of these calls, she tells him not to say those things, that she doesn't believe that he did it. She says, no, you did not, when he says, I did it. And the prosecutor, Bradley Rosie, on cross-examination, referred to all of those admissions as unique, or rather generic. And the one unique call that this officer, this Master Trooper Harshman, said that he noticed happened actually in a confession that Richard Allen gave to his prison psychologist, Dr. Monica Walla. And in her report, she wrote that Richard Allen told her that he was interrupted. He had abducted these girls from that bridge that's on your screen now, intending to take them down near the creek where he intended to rape them. But he says that a van shocked him, surprised him, and interrupted what he was planning. So he marched the girls across the creek and killed them before leaving the area. Now, that van, according to the investigation that this same officer conducted, belonged to Brad Weber, who lives on the south side of that bridge and was working in Lafayette at the time, back in 2017, and was returning home from work sometime around 2:30 was the testimony, between 2:27 and 2:30 p.m. in a white Ford Econovan that he was driving. And
interestingly, he says he came home around the same time that phone stopped moving, but the video we just watched shows that's not true.
And that they believe that is the unique feature. That is the one detail that this officer testified to that only the killer would know. That Brad Weber was returning home at that time and stopped this attack. The defense yesterday had Brad Weber on the stand very briefly. They gave him a subpoena. We do expect him to be back when they present their case in chief, which could begin as early as tomorrow. Matt?
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on there. Okay. There was another, let me see. Oh, let me get this out of the way so I can see the chat. Yeah, the way that courtroom was set up, you just getting in there was that you had to start lining up at 2 a.m. People would put their chairs out there, including media, including anybody who wanted to get in. There was only so many seats available to begin with. And if you weren't there at 2 a.m. and putting your stuff down in line, you were not getting in that courtroom. And if you left for lunch, you may not get your seat when you go back. So nobody was eating. Everybody was sticking really close to the courthouse because the judge just wasn't going to, didn't even allow audio, man. I mean, we would show our ass in any other case, you know, about it. If Idaho refused cameras and audio, could you imagine? Lori Vallow refused cameras in Idaho, but we got audio. We're getting cameras out of her next trial. We are getting cameras in Stearns. I mean, Indiana, no. You can't have any of that. We're supposed to just be okay with that, and I'm not okay with that. I don't care what you tell me. Even if I thought Rick Allen was guilty, and there's a chance he could be, because I don't know, because I didn't get to see anything in that courtroom except what they hand-fed those jurors. All the stuff that the judge said they could not bring in, that they weren't allowed to mention Ron Logan, who was investigated, whose property was searched multiple times, where the girls' bodies were found. They weren't allowed to mention Keegan Klein, the man they know for certain. And I just watched another interview. Sorry, I got distracted by a truck stopping in front of my house. I'm a little confused about all that. Another interview with Holman talking about how they're admitting that they knew that Libby was communicating, which we've all known the whole time. But now he's coming out and admitting that, yes, we knew Libby was communicating with the Anthony Shots account. And that night, the night before and the morning of, and was supposed to meet the girls there. But that was not allowed to bring up in court either. And not to mention the fact that the man was confessing that his dad did something nefarious, that his dad threw the weapon and a phone into the Wabash River and caused the state of Indiana to spend $1 million searching a river that turned up nothing. But yet they didn't want to spend 10 grand on a height analysis. They'd rather have a bunch of YouTubers height analysis bridge guy. And they all come up with different numbers, every single one of them. So, if the state wasn't willing to fork over the money to do a height analysis, what does that even tell you? I think that's a bad investigation. Bad investigation. Multiple recordings of alternate suspects that were, oh poof, we just accidentally recorded over all those and we lost them. Sorry, our bad. You'll never get them now. Ha ha ha. No. Could you imagine if any other case you really started looking at and that was happening, you would be appalled that happened. But we're supposed to accept it in Delphi. I can't. Now, this is going to be the last thing I present, and I'm going to put it up on low speed here because I don't know if how many of you know. Well, a lot of you do. Some of you will not. Hello, Rondi, welcome in. Todd Click was an officer out of Terre Haute, Indiana. He was also part of the FBI task force. Todd Click was one of 3 investigators investigating the Odin angle. Their report, people still can't get their hands on. Even though this case is over and done, man's convicted, we cannot get documents. Go figure. So allegedly, we're still waiting on transcripts from the damn trial the judge promised we could have, but have never been put out there yet because it was going to take them so long to do all that. Anyway, this is a friend of mine and Joe's. Her name is All Eyes on Delphi. This is a little piece that she did a while back. And I just want to play it to give you guys a little backstory on the Todd Click situation and what happened there. Now, also keep in mind that one of the officers that was a member of this task force was an FBI agent who was ambushed at his own office, FBI headquarters there, and killed by an ex-Indiana prison guard. Go figure.
The summary of Todd Click's investigation is based on his affidavit, sworn testimony at the hearing on Richard Allen's motion to dismiss, held on March 18th, 2024, and the 12-page report written by Indiana State Police Detective Kevin Murphy.
My name is Todd Click. I am currently a parole agent with the state of Indiana. Prior to that, I was a police officer with the Rushville Police Department for a little more than 20 years. From February 6th, 2001, then I retired December 31st, 2021. I provided investigative assistance to 2 other detectives assisting the Delphi homicide investigation, Greg Ferenczi, who was both a Terre Haute police officer and an FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force member, and Detective Kevin Murphy, who was both a detective for the Indiana State Police and also an FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force member. In terms of investigative support, I assisted in conducting interviews and trying to gather evidence for roughly 3 years. I began providing assistance approximately June 2018, and I ceased when Detective Ferenczi was shot and killed in the line of duty July 7th, 2021. During our investigation,
July 7th, 2021, that's when that man was killed. And he was investigating this Odinist angle. And remember, we had prison guards guarding Rick Allen who were absolutely backed up in court documents, Odinist, wearing the patches on their uniforms, got court ordered to take those off because that just didn't look right no more. But then they went and got the tattoo on the face and wore that to work instead. And then lo and behold, you got an ex-corrections officer killing one of the FBI agents investigating Odinism.
we learned that on February 14th, 2017, a man in Rushville, Indiana.
Elvis was rambling, hyper, borderline incoherent. He told me someone named Abigail was a troublemaker, so he had to give her horns. Something about being in a gang now and having a brother. He tried to give me a blue jacket, but
Elvis Fields, all but this man is a strange character, and he might be the guy at the mailbox, which we'll bring up on our next show. But Elvis Fields told his sisters what she just told you. He's a brother. He's in a gang now. Then he had the nerve. He was questioned in this case. And when the cop took him home to drop him off, he turns around and he asks the officer, "What if you find my spit on one of the victims, and if I can explain it, will I be in trouble?" Now we know that sticks were thrown on top of those girls. You know what happened to those sticks? Those sticks were taken and tossed to the side and left for 2 solid weeks before the officers ever went back out there and decided we might need those sticks. What kind of DNA could have been on those sticks that got washed away? Spit? Saliva? What are we talking about here?
I told him I already had a jacket. After Elvis made these statements to me, I heard about the Delphi murders and put 2 and 2 together. It was sometime 2 to 3 weeks after the murders, but me and my husband Troy drove to Delphi to talk to law enforcement about the things Elvis told me on February 14th.
Paragraph 5 of the intake report with Delphi double homicide written at the top of the page memorializes Mary's meeting with law enforcement in Delphi. Well, in Delphi, Mary talked to law enforcement about the things Elvis had told her on February 14th. On October 2017, Elvis moved in with his older sister, Joyce Moffett, following the death of her boyfriend. On October 23, 2017, Elvis told her the following.
He said he was in a lot of trouble and was going away for a long time because he was on that trail and that bridge with those girls when they were murdered. He said there were 2 other people with him when it happened and that he spit on one of the girls.
In December 2017, Mary enlisted the help of an old acquaintance named Misty Moore. Since law enforcement had not followed up with Mary from earlier in the year when she drove to Delphi and described what Elvis Fields had told her, Mary was still convinced that Elvis was involved in the murders, but nothing has been done about it. Misty Moore worked for Homeland Security out of Greenfield, and when Mary was hoping Misty could assist in locating someone from law enforcement to become interested in Elvis Fields. Mary talked to Misty Moore, who then passed the information on to the proper law enforcement channels. Mary was brought in to be interviewed in January 2018. On February 1st, 2018, the state police gave Mary Jacobs a polygraph to determine whether Mary was being truthful about what Elvis told her almost a year earlier. On page 3 of Mary's pre-examination interview report, polygraph examiner Stephanie Thompson recorded that Mary Jacobs stated the following.
Elvis told me Abigail was a little troublemaker, that he placed leaves on her, and that he used sticks to give her horns.
Mary passed the polygraph. ISP Trooper Purdy was present, but was not able to watch Thompson administer the examination or hear Mary's answers. Based upon what Mary Jacobs told law enforcement in January 2018, and upon Mary passing the polygraph in February 2018, law enforcement interviewed Elvis on February 27, 2018. This interview was videotaped. ISP Trooper Jerry Holman conducted this interview. ISP Trooper Kevin Murphy was also present. Elvis told Holman and Murphy that he usually kept his phone on him, and that he had proof of witness that he didn't leave Rushville on February 14, 2017. During this interview, Elvis agreed to take a mouth swab that would be used for his DNA. Holman and Murphy explained that the purpose of the mouth swab was so that Elvis was aware that the DNA from his mouth swab would be compared to the DNA from the crime scene. At the conclusion of the interview, Murphy dropped Elvis off at his trailer. After Elvis exited the police vehicle and walked towards his trailer, Elvis turned around before entering his house and walked back to Murphy's vehicle. When Elvis came near the squad car, Elvis posed this question. What would happen if his spit was found on one of the girls? But he has an explanation. Would he still be in trouble? Elvis then walked back to his trailer. Murphy immediately called Unified Command and communicated with Detective Jay Harper. This information was relayed to Unified Command to see if they'd be willing to get a search warrant for Elvis Fields' house. Rod Abrams was interviewed on February 27, 2018. Rod told detectives that Elvis Fields worked for Ned Smith from 2005 to 2017. When detectives asked Rod if they can look at his phone to see any type between him and Elvis, Rod refused, claiming that Elvis no longer has his phone number after Rod changed phones. When Rod is asked if Ned Smith and Elvis Fields will also say they were all in Muncie visiting a sick friend in the hospital February 13, 2017, Rod doesn't answer the question, but after a long pause, he tells a rambling story about how Ned doesn't always remember things. Rod tells detectives that Elvis was communicating with a 12-year-old girl on the internet and was discussing inappropriate things. Elvis used Facebook to communicate with young girls ages 13, 14, and 15. When detectives asked Rod if Elvis ever talked about doing anything to a couple of girls, there's also a long pause, but Rod finally answers, no.
Thank you, V, because I was going to mention that. You're right. Stephanie Thompson, who did the polygraph, was subsequently killed along with her daughter, and lo and behold, a house fire. Right? Just like in Flora, where the 4 little black girls died, 10 minutes from Delphi, that to this day is unsolved. And boy, do we know a lot about that case too, right?
The detective then asks, are you sure? And Rod says that Elvis has never. I mean, he has. The detective then points out, you kind of hesitated when I asked you that. On June 20th, 2018, Detectives Ferenczi and Murphy came to Rushville to conduct a second interview with Elvis Fields. They asked to use our interview room in the Rushville Police Department. They asked me if I would be willing to operate the equipment for them. They asked me if I was familiar with Elvis Fields, to which I was, to which Detectives Ferenczi and Murphy asked if I would watch the interview and give them a hometown opinion. I have had contact with Elvis Fields on numerous occasions. He is not a very smart individual, but he has not been diagnosed with any type of intellectual disability that I'm aware of. He would not be the first person with a low mental capacity to commit a serious crime. Elvis told Ferenczi and Murphy that he remembered being at home in Rushville on February 13, 2017. The spit comment from Elvis to Murphy back on February 27, 2018 was not recorded, but when confronted during this interview, Elvis admitted to Ferenczi and Murphy that he somewhat remembered making those comments. Elvis unequivocally denied knowing Johnny Messer. On June 28, 2018, attorney Jill Gonzalez, who was hired by Ned Smith to represent Elvis Fields, contacted ISB Trooper Jay Harper and informed Harper that Elvis would not be taking a polygraph pursuant to her advice. Harper told the attorney that if Elvis refused to take a polygraph, that Elvis could not be excluded as a witness and would also possibly be under consideration as a person of interest. Harper ended his report by indicating that no further this time would be conducted regarding Elvis Fields. On February 13, 2017, phone records apparently show that Elvis's phone stayed in the same place in Rushville from approximately 10:30 a.m. to approximately 7:30 p.m. Phone records also show that Elvis, for some reason, did not use his phone for roughly 9 hours. On August 22, 2018, Elvis's other sister, Joyce Moffett, was interviewed by Detectives Ferenczi and Murphy. On 2 previous occasions, Joyce had denied that Elvis made incriminating statements to her. However, in the third interview, Joyce reluctantly recounted the Ferenczi and Murphy statements that Elvis Fields had made to her in the fall of 2017. According to Joyce,
Elvis moved in with me after my boyfriend passed away in October.
Joyce recounted the following statements Elvis made to her in the kitchen, October 23, 2017, at a time when they were living together under the same roof.
He said he was in a lot of trouble and was going away for a long time because he was on that trail and that bridge with those girls when they were murdered. He said there were 2 other people with him when it happened and that he spit on one of the girls.
I was told by Detectives Ferenczi and Murphy they were going to try to contact Unified Command again to obtain a search warrant for the residence of Elvis Fields. We ultimately never heard anything from Unified Command, and Detective Ferenczi and Murphy were unable to give me answers to whether or not we were going to get authorization to get a search warrant. However, throughout this time frame, we continued to conduct several other interviews, and we were able to connect Elvis Fields to a gentleman by the name of Josh Chrisman. Josh Chrisman was originally part of a group called the American Guard. There was a Make America Great Again rally that was held in Indianapolis in approximately 2016, where the American Guard and the Vinlanders joined ranks. And after the rally, held a house party at a gentleman's house by the name of Mickey McLinney, who was also a Vinlander. McLinney was also friends with a gentleman by the name of Brian James, who was the head of the American Guard.
And part of that and those activities landed every one of those guys on the Poverty Law Center page and flagged by the FBI.
Josh Chrisman was a semi-truck driver that conducted deliveries for a company called Flynn Livestock that would transport hogs to a different facility, including Weinschmann's Pig Farm in Delphi and the Tyson plant in Logansport. Elvis Fields worked under the table at Flynn Livestock, and he would get paid by the drivers to load and unload the semis, and he would periodically ride with the drivers to make deliveries. In addition to our interviews, we looked at social media and found some pictures of Elvis Fields' Facebook page and Brad Holder's Facebook page that were very similar in nature. The similarities were very odd, and we believe this was another connection between Holder and Elvis. On August 29, 2018, Rod Abrams was interviewed for a second time by Detectives Ferenczi and Murphy. When asked where he and Elvis were on February 13, 2017, Rod said that he, Elvis, and Ned Smith were in Muncie on the day visiting a sick friend at the hospital. In addition to remembering that they were at the hospital in Muncie, Rod also stated that both he and Elvis had their phones with them. When told that law enforcement would check cell phone records to see if Rod was actually at the hospital in Muncie, Rod explained hospitals cut cell receptions on phones because they interfere with hospital equipment, so their phones would probably not show where they were in the hospital in Muncie. According to the phone records, Rod, Elvis, and Ned Smith were not at the hospital in Muncie on February 13, 2017. Elvis was interviewed a third time on October 18, 2018. Ned Smith, who paid an attorney, Jill Gonzalez, to represent Elvis during his June 20, 2018 interview. In doing so, Ned was able to learn what type of questions were being asked of Elvis and give Ned the opportunity to end the interview if Elvis started saying anything which might incriminate them. Ned claimed throughout the interview that he is a father figure to Elvis and Rod, and that he was rarely separated from Elvis. Ned claimed to be around Elvis every single day in 2017. In addition to Elvis Fields, Detective Ferenczi and Murphy were also looking at Brad Holder of Logansport and Patrick Westfall of Delphi. They asked me if I could help them find a connection between Mr. Holder, Mr. Westfall, and Elvis Fields. While reviewing some of the photographs on Brad Holder's Facebook page, I located a photograph with approximately 5 individuals wearing Vinlander t-shirts. In the photos, I identified Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall as the gentleman standing between the two of them that I immediately recognized to be Johnny Messer, an individual from Rushville, Indiana. Messer has been arrested numerous times from Rushville Police Department, so I was very familiar with him. Following the recognition that Messer was hanging out with Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall, and my knowledge derived from the previous incidents that Messer's uncle, Billy Messer, used to live with Elvis Fields, I contacted Detectives Ferenczi and Murphy specifically to tell them to look at the photo, as the individual standing in between Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall was Messer, as I believe this was significant in connecting Holder, Westfall, Messer, and Elvis. On October 23, 2018, Detectives Ferenczi and Murphy came back to Rushville to conduct an interview with Messer. Messer claimed to have never been to Delphi. Although Elvis Fields unequivocally denied knowing Messer in his June 20th, 2018 interview, Messer told me that Elvis lived with his uncle Billy Messer. Messer further stated that he would take firewood over to his Uncle Billy's home during the winter that Elvis was living there. Messer explained that Rob Abrams, Ned Smith, and Elvis Fields were all interested in joining the Vinlanders, but that he did not think the Vinlanders would be interested in them. Messer's comment appears as an attempt to distance himself from being the person that connected Holder with someone like Elvis, in light of the fact that Dougie, a man who was mentally infirm, had been affiliated with the club. We prepared a graphic of information showing the connections between Messer, lower functioning individuals, and some of the background information, including the fact that Messer was on home detention for a January 2018 meth arrest. According to Taylor Hornaday,
Johnny recruited people all the time.
in the summer of 2016, Messer was recruiting men that lived in his Rushville apartment complex to attend Vinlander meetings. Through our investigation, we also realized that Elvis had begun mimicking and recreating Brad Holder's Facebook posts by that same summer. I specifically asked Messer if he had tried to recruit anyone from the Rushville area to be part of the Vinlanders. He denied that he did. However, individuals we later connected to Messer through our investigation advised that despite his denial, Messer had tried to recruit them into the Vinlanders. Brandon Mansfield was one of the individuals we later interviewed who advised that in the summer of 2016, Johnny Messer was recruiting men that lived in his Rushville apartment complex to attend Vinlanders meetings. After conducting our interview with Messer, we also conducted an interview with Taylor Hornaday, a former girlfriend of Messer. She provided information that proved fruitful to our investigation. Taylor was able to provide photographs of Messer, Patrick Westfall, Brad Holder, and several other individuals taken during club meetings or outings that the Vinlanders group conducted. We later conducted a series of interviews with those individuals. Taylor told us
Johnny, Brad, and Patrick were all Vinlanders. They're all Odinists. All Vinlanders are.
Taylor described how Holder and Westfall took advantage of mentally infirmed man by the name of Dougie, asking him to perform menial tasks for them. Based on the information Taylor provided, we prepared a PowerPoint presentation that discusses Dougie being used by Holder and Messer as a gopher. During our interview with Taylor, she indicated that there was a cell phone of hers that contained recordings of a kidnapping that Messer was involved in. So we obtained a search warrant to go get that cell phone and conduct a forensic examination to retrieve those recordings. In 2 of those phone calls, Messer was offering money to other people to find someone so that they could be injured or killed. The 3rd call involves Messer bragging about holding a subject hostage and shooting them at his house. We tried to identify the victims of the kidnapping, but we were unsuccessful. Taylor also told us
Brad and Johnny are 2 of the most violent people I know. They're fully capable of having been involved in the murders.
She further stated that a motive for their involvement in the murders might be
Motive? There's a concept of blood in, blood out. It's a sort of acceptance into their secret circles. Around Valentine's Day, Johnny borrowed my car to go up there to hang out with Finlanders, but when he came back, my car had blood along the side of it, and he had no explanation for it. I had to go to the car wash several times to get it all off.
Through our investigation and interviews, we learned that Patrick Westfall and Brad Holder had been friends prior to the murders of Abby and Libby. Westfall and Holder were found in a photograph together as late as January 21st, 2000.
Joe, if you go look up Vinlanders and you go deep dive the Vinlanders and then go to the Southern Poverty Law Center, they are absolutely Odinism. It's entangled. That's the problem with the Vinlanders. And because I don't want to bring up all that information today because I'll never get to my next subjects. It's going to be a part of our next show because I really want people to understand what these Vinlanders were about and what they were incorporating into their beliefs, right? And it was a mixture of the white supremacy and the Odinism and all this other ritualistic stuff that they were doing. And it's just the kind of like Lori and Chad over there on their little fringe stuff that they did with the LDS. The same thing. There's so much information. There's Facebook groups on the Vinlanders. You are to see all the Odinists post straight off their Vinlanders page on Facebook. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Pretty bad.
2017. Westfall appears 10 times in pictures that Holder posted on Facebook prior to February 13, 2017. However, after February 13, 2017, Westfall did not appear in any of Holder's posted photos. Westfall, Holder, and Messer were all affiliated with the Vinlanders in 2017. Westfall lived within a 7-minute drive of the Monon High.
All right, let's take a little backstory here. In Indiana, the prison gangs is where it started. And so when they got in there, these white supremacists began to incorporate these Odinist beliefs. Now, not all Odinists, it's like pagans. They're not all bad. They're not all out there doing, ritualistic stuff in the woods. I might be a witch. You never know. Does it mean I walk in the dark? Hell no. Certainly do not. Do I own a pendulum like Chad? Maybe I do. Maybe I don't. You choose to walk in the dark, you're in the dark. Now, so with the backstory, a lot of the prison there, it is a real thing in Indiana. They have a huge problem with these gangs in the prison system, and that's when I really got concerned. And then when I found out there were guards in the prison who were also a part of those affiliates, right? So it's Odin is kind of like a white supremacist with a hobby. Well, if you want to call it that, but I think they took it way more seriously than that. And there's just so much information out there about them that I'll present during the big show that I'm trying to work up on right now. I've got 2 people that I'm talking to, and we're going to be putting something together for you guys to kind of more explain this, because I think a lot of people, just kind of who really didn't look at all that deeply kind of blew it off because it didn't, who's going to believe that stuff, right? But it is absolutely a real thing there. Absolutely 110%. And shit, as usual.
High Bridge, where Holder and Messer commonly hung out and around. According to Amber Holder,
Brad talked about Patrick once when he was drunk. Brad said him and Patrick got into a fight, and they don't talk anymore. They were in the woods, near the river by Patrick's house, doing a ritual. One of them said or did something the other didn't agree with, and they stopped talking after that.
early in the investigation, after Detective Ferenczi and Murphy learned that Elvis had confessed to his sisters, and after Elvis posed the spit question to Murphy, we wanted to look at Elvis's Facebook page and ultimately compared it with Holder's Facebook page. Elvis was following Holder on Facebook as evidenced by the multiple posts that Elvis mimicked Holder. Elvis was also emulating Holder by recreating Holder's face.
No, Dolphin, not all Odinists are racist, but the Vinlanders in these particular gangs out of Indiana were. That's the difference. Not all Odinists are racist. No, it's not like their thing. Yeah, you're welcome. It's like they hijacked their stuff, and also you got to remember you can practice certain religions in prison. In Odinism, if there's enough people that practice it, then they get to have their meetings and their worships. And it's like, their constitutional right to practice their religion. We don't want to take away the constitutional rights, but we'll take all of Rick Allen's away. But by God, we're going to give everybody else theirs.
Up to Abby and Libby's murder. We put together a series of 9 side-by-side photographs. On the left side of each photo that Holder posts on his Facebook page, on the right side is a photo that Elvis Fields posts on his Facebook page, highlighting just a few of those side-by-side photographs. On December 12, 2018, Detective Ferenczi emailed Sheriff Tony Liggett concerning Holder's supposed alibi and the investigation into whether Holder dumped his old phone and received a new phone number, and also whether Holder sold his vehicle after February 13, 2017. Detective Ferenczi discussed a ceremony that Holder videotaped in Fort Wayne in 2016. Ferenczi provided the Facebook link so that Liggett could watch the ceremony. Ferenczi commented on Westfall's marking the tree in the email, as we believed it was a significant connection to the photo from Holder's Facebook page depicting an F that Holder.
And I've seen all the pictures. I've seen Westfall marking the trees. There's so much, guys, that, and let's not, Todd Click had to certify. He had to send a certified letter to the prosecutor and say, hey, are you looking at the stuff I've sent you? Why are you ignoring it? And then he was supposed to testify in the trial, and guess what happened? He gets arrested. By Carroll County.
Holder made from sticks from a tree into a rune. While looking through pictures Holder posted, we also found a meme that was later erased from Holder's Facebook page about friends helping move a dead body. In our first interview with Amber Holder, she discussed the fact that Logan Holder was dating Abby Williams at the time of the murders. In 20.
And there's another big thing people miss. Brad Holder and his son Logan. Young bridge guy, old bridge guy. Young bridge guy, old bridge guy. Father, son, possibly. Because we know for a fact Brad Holder was into all of this. He wanted to be so bad a part of that gang with with Westfall. Westfall talks openly about it in all 3 interviews that he did with, what's his name? Sleuth Intuition. all three of the interviews, he talks openly about how Holder just, was like that guy. He wanted to be a part of what they were doing so bad. But his son was dating one of those girls, Abby. And there's a whole lot more there to unpack as well. So let me finish this.
2017, Brad Holder told investigators that he was usually in Delphi every weekend visiting his friend, Patrick Westfall, and attending kindred meetings at Westfall's house, usually on Sundays. When interviewed,
kindred meetings were where they all would meet up and, kinder together, do their thing together. Westfall did not live far from the Monon High Bridge. He knew the woods well. They enjoyed those woods quite well, actually. They taught their children how to make runes out of sticks at a very young age. He openly says that in interviews. Out of
a
his
second
own
time,
mouth.
Amber discussed another conversation she had with Holder.
I went to Brad's to ask him about Patrick. I pretended one of my friends had a date with him. But when the kids were upstairs, Brad got real nervous and said she needed to stay away from Patrick or she'd end up dead. Brad said Patrick told him and his crew were responsible for the murders of the girls in Delphi and a fire that killed 2 girls.
I asked her if she knew of the fires in Florida that killed 4 girls.
I hadn't heard about any fires that killed any kids until Brad said that. He could have been talking about that fire, but maybe got the number that were killed wrong. I'm just not sure. Brad did tell me Patrick and his crew had friends in other states that had no problem killing race traders.
I asked her to clarify. Race trader?
I think it means white people who mix with other races.
Amber said that Holder told her.
Brad said Patrick told him their support club was called 22. And they had powerful friends and a lot of people backing them. Brad was nervous telling me this stuff. He was whispering like he was scared someone was going to hear him. He kept telling me to stay away from Patrick. He said Patrick killed a lot of people, and it didn't matter if they were innocent or not. I think Brad is actually scared of Patrick.
Prior to Amber leaving,
Before I left, Brad told me to stay off Westfall's radar because he can only protect me so much if I keep asking questions. He said if Westfall found out I was married to him, I'd be in danger.
Holder also questioned her on why Westfall would be going on a date, that he was under the impression that Westfall was married or engaged to someone. Detective Murphy said this about Odinism. It seemed to me to border on almost a satanic type of worshiping, sacrificing, but I couldn't really wrap my brain around it. Through our investigation, interviews, and consultations with other members of law enforcement assisting the investigation, we also learned the Behavioral Analysis Unit, or the BAU, of the FBI determined that the individuals responsible for the homicides were involved in Nordic beliefs. It is the belief of Detectives Murphy, Ferenczi, and myself that there is a strong likelihood that Brad Holder, Patrick Westfall, and Elvis Fields had a strong involvement in the murders of the girls. However, our investigation came to an end when Detective Ferenczi was shot and killed in the line of duty, July 7, 2021. After Richard Allen was arrested, I was initially shocked and confused. I read the probable cause affidavit for the arrest, and I felt like investigative information that Detective Ferenczi, Detective Murphy, and myself had compiled was more compelling than what was contained within the probable cause affidavit for Richard Allen's arrest. I reached out to a friend who is a former prosecutor and practicing defense attorney for advice.
Yeah, Amber Holder is a big old nothing. Big old nothing burger. She's a big liar. Dolphin, you're right. Okay, I know someone very well that I studied under. That's a whole other story. She was a professor in mythology and gods, and all the things you worship are her thing. And I've talked to her several times. What Odins do is not what the Vinlanders were doing. They are very separate things, right? And yeah, you're right, Dolphin. They need to educate themselves on mythology. But what they did is they didn't take just regular Odin practices and the worshiping of the Norse gods, but they incorporated it with their white supremacy and their other beliefs and made it their own. Okay, just like Lori and Chad made all their stuff their own. And I seriously, when we were presenting this case on another channel, got a year ago, it literally came to a halt because we had to spend 2 or 3 hours talking about how good pagans were. I have nothing against pagans at all. But the thing is I'm not trying to shed a bad light on anybody who believes in Odin or wants to worship Nordic gods. you have to understand what they were taking from that and incorporating into what they wanted and fucking it all up, right? That's how that works.
Advice on what I should do. We decided that we would draft a letter to Mr. McClelland's office and sent it to him by certified mail on April 28th.
In fact, Sergeant Randy Jones, the prison guard that was wearing the Odinist patches that decided to go out and get one on his face, you ought to take a look at his TikTok and all the Odin stuff he worships. Like he's into this bodybuilding thing that's all about Odin. It's a whole thing that they were all into. Yeah, they bastardized it, exactly. Yeah, a lot of Christian holidays were adopted from pagans. I know what Amber said on the stand, Joe. I completely understand that, but she lied. She was lying.
2023. My reasoning for writing this letter was to ensure Prosecutor McClelland was aware of the investigative work that Detectives Murphy, Ferenczi, and myself had.
And maybe she was frightened because the people that could harm her were still out there if she said the wrong thing.
Conducted and received all the information associated with the investigative efforts and for its use in this cause and for disclosure to opposing counsel as provided by law. Per his advice, any information that was presented to the prosecutor's office should also be discoverable to the defense counsel. I provided a brief summary of our investigation into Brad Holder, Patrick Westfall, Elvis Fields, Johnny Messer, Ned Smith, and Rob Abrams. I did not hear from Mr. McClelland or.
Interesting you say that, V, because I'm going to tell you what, I've evaluated those 3 Westfall interviews like nobody's business. I mean, I've studied every word that man has said, and my conclusion was he wasn't involved. But that don't take away that Brad Holder could have been, his son could have been, or Fields and the rest of these guys. And we can't say that the youngins didn't get out of hand that day in the woods trying to practice what they saw their parents practicing, and I'll leave it at that.
Or his office until mid-August 2023. I was contacted by Mr. Mullen, set up a meeting with me and Detective Holman. I was asked to provide all of my investigative materials, which would include police reports, audio and video recordings of the interviews, and they would sit down with me to go over some of the evidence they had against Mr. Allen and put my.
Yep, Westfall lived in close proximity to the Monon High Bridge and the Flora fires. Not saying the guy ain't capable of doing it. He admits, okay? If y'all want to watch his interviews, go to Sleuth Intuition's channel, and they're there. And you can watch them, and you can see how horrible that guy really was and how he will admit to you all the things he did do. But he's not going to admit certain things, right? I'm not saying he wasn't tied to Flora, but I'm just not so certain he was present the day the girls were killed, based on what I took from those interviews.
Mind at ease. In August of
I'm more inclined to believe something about Holder and his son.
2023, I went to the Indiana State Police Post to meet with Detectives Holman and Vito. I provided them with everything I had, including a thumb drive that contained all the interviews that were conducted, some cell phone extraction data, my audio and video interviews, and then I sat down with Detective Vito for approximately 1 hour to give a brief summary of the investigative work that Detectives Ferenczi, Murphy, and myself have completed. They seem uninterested in our investigative efforts. After this meeting with Detectives Vito and Holman, I left the Indiana State Police Post. As I was walking out, I noticed Brad Holder sitting in the front lobby. Following that meeting, I was never contacted by Unified Command. However, I contacted Detective Holman shortly after the Franks memorandum was released because I was contacted by a friend of mine that stated the female by the name of Alicia Cole, who shared shelter with Johnny Messer, had a cell phone of Messer's that she believed I might be interested in. During our investigation, we had searched for several cell phones belonging to Messer that he would have been using during the time that Abby and Libby were killed. We refer to that cell phone as the Goldilocks cell phone as we believe there might be information contained on that cell phone of significance to the investigation. I contacted Detective Holman to explain the significance that we felt the cell phone provided. Holman said that he would make arrangements to obtain the cell phone. I contacted Alicia Cole, and I told her that Detective Holman from the state police would be contacting her to retrieve that cell phone. After approximately 2 weeks, I contacted Alicia to make sure the cell phone had been recovered by the Indiana State Police, but it was not. At the time, I contacted Brian Albee, an investigator for Bradley Rosie, to advise him of the cell phone, at which point he went and retrieved it from Alicia Cole.
Now, the prosecution wouldn't go get that cell phone, but the defense did. Yeah, liar Holman, right, Joe? Well, it's up to you, dude. It's your video. I mean, You're the one that got struck and got to put it back up. So that's your call when we do that again. But yeah, guys, there's a lot to unpack with Delphi that I think, I mean, not to me, there isn't anymore because I've done unpack so much for the past 5 years. The last 2.5, 3 years have been really heavy with that case. And it really, if you take a look at everything that was done poorly, and I mean poorly, in that investigation, you would have questions too. I'm not just having questions to be having them. And it's not something I picked up off some YouTube stream that made me go, huh. No, it was, I went and looked at the facts myself and deep dove these people and deep dove what they were a part of, because hell, I wanted to know. I'm that person. I got to know the information. And you tell me something, I'm about to go look it all up right now and find out everything I can about it. And boy, did I stumble upon things I didn't think I'd ever have to see or wonder about. Yeah, there's just a lot. But like I said, I am putting together another show for just a Delphi show alone, because there's not always enough time to get to everything in these streams. And I just wanted to bring you the update about the motions to correct and the new Supreme Court ruling. And I'm curious to see how that Supreme Court ruling will affect the case moving forward, as far as that goes. Because Judge Gull's just, why would you deny a motion to correct error if you know there was an error, right? I mean, you just can't. See. Yeah. I agree with that, V. I do, especially after really evaluating those 3 interviews. And I'm sure you've seen them, huh? Have you seen those interviews? Patrick Westphal is pretty open, pretty honest about a lot of things. He tells you a lot of things about Holder and the kids. And they knew Abby and Libby. All of them did. Not all of them. I'm not going to say all of the guys did. But I know that Westphal did. His kids went to school with those girls. We know that Holder's kid knew them. He dated one of them. There's a lot of ties there. Now, the only tie that Westphal does have to any of that is that he was like a leader. And Holman, or I'm sorry, not Holman, possibly, I guess, but Holder actually looked up to Westphal and like wanted to be him and wanted to be a part of his little Vinlander gang, but he was weak. And then Patrick Westphal talks about how when Brad Holder decided that he wasn't so sure if this Odinist stuff was for him anymore, that he might get back into mainstream Christianity. And that's when Westphal's like, you can't do both. If you're going to go be a Christian, you need to get up and get out of my house and take everything that you left here at my house with you. And Holder got up and left, but left a bag of stuff there. Now, these people would go out and make runes and do their rituals. Now, I'm not saying the rituals were all like, bloodbath rituals in the woods, because I can do a ritual right here in my bedroom right now. I can walk outside and do one in a few minutes. I could walk out there tonight and do one. Hell, I could have done one 2 nights ago under the full moon. Yeah, I don't know what I was doing. I could have been charging crystals, releasing everything that no longer serves me. There's all kind of things you can do spirituality-wise that can be also taken and twisted and turned to evil. It all depends on you. And if you're already prone to evil, and then it's just a whole lot there. But if you want to do some research on your own, go look up Vinlanders. Just go Google it. Go to the Southern Poverty Law Center like I've suggested and look at this stuff yourself. All right. I need to take a break and go to the bathroom. But while I do, I'll play this piece here. This is a well, it's not that long. Let me do this one first. I don't even know how long this is.
I was heating up some tea again.
Were you? Yeah, I gotta go to the bathroom. I don't know if the dog's in the house or if she's outside. I can't remember if I left her out or brought her in. I gotta go check real quick. But I'm gonna let this news piece play before we get into this. Now we're gonna move into our Brian Koberger segment, guys.
Which, actually, let me just tell you really quick. I
Go
just
ahead.
checked the case summary. So
New?
there's no new documents, but I checked the case summary last night, 77 pages. Today, 80 pages. There's a ton of stuff.
You saw the new document yesterday, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then I didn't check the case summary. See, you are.
I always check the case summary.
I always do too, but I've got
They
like
sneak stuff in there
yeah.
first.
I didn't check it yesterday or today because I literally have got this really big thing on my plate that I'm working on outside of the Delphi show. I have another big thing I'm working on that I had went down a rabbit hole with yesterday and accidentally found stuff out that I was like, oh my gosh. So yeah, I didn't check the case summary. I'm glad you did. Thank you. We're going to review that one document that did come out. While this plays, I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick, guys.
Okay.
Okay. It would help if I get you guys the screen though, wouldn't it? I'd go away and think y'all were seeing something that you're not. Okay, and this was interesting that came down at Fox 13 News, and this is of course Bryan Kohberger. So here we go, and y'all be nice in the chat, all that good stuff. I'll try to be nice too. Apparently, I got sideways with somebody and didn't mean to. Got a big old nasty email about it, but whatever. Y'all do you. Let's just all be respectful, even if we disagree on things, and don't come in here with your damn number scales, please. Crimes are crimes. They're all bad. I don't care what number's attached to them.
Start tonight with accused killer Bryan Kohberger and his attempts to avoid the death penalty. Attorneys claim he has autism, and now they're trying to use his diagnosis to get the death penalty taken off the table. Thanks for joining us for Fox 13 News at 5. I'm Matthew Smith.
And I'm Hannah Ken. The 30-year-old is charged in the stabbing deaths of 4 University of Idaho students. His trial is set for this summer.
Now, if convicted, Kohberger could face the death penalty, which is why his attorneys are trying to strike it before the trial begins. Fox 13's Shira Matsuzawa is joining us now to talk about what Kohberger's attorneys are arguing.
His attorneys say a doctor has evaluated him, and they say his autism has had significant impact on his daily life. Today, though, I talked with an expert who tells me the fact that the defense is raising this even before the trial starts is unique, and it has potential to set precedent.
In this case, where jurors will be forced to determine whether Bryan Kohberger will live or die, Mr. Kohberger himself is essentially a piece of evidence to be examined and evaluated. Kohberger's attorneys writing that last month as they ask the court to strike the death penalty from his case if he's found guilty. He's accused of murdering University of Idaho students Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogen, Kaylee Gonsalves, and Ethan Chapin in an off-campus home in November of 2022. The defense now arguing Kohberger has autism.
It's been done before.
John Bloom is the Samuel Leibowitz Professor of Trial Techniques and the director of the Cornell Death Penalty Project. He's seen his share of intellectual disabilities used in capital punishment cases.
The Supreme Court of the United States said in a 2002 case, Atkins versus Virginia, that people with intellectual disability, or what we used to call mental retardation, can't be sentenced to death and can't be executed.
But autism is not considered an intellectual disability, rather a developmental disability. And the Supreme Court has not said the same thing about people with autism spectrum disorder. Kohberger's attorneys say people with autism spectrum disorder, like Kohberger, exhibit many of the very same impairments as people with intellectual disabilities.
They're not saying, look, he can't be found guilty of murder. He can, just like somebody with intellectual disability can be found guilty of murder. But because of this severe developmental disorder, he doesn't have sufficient moral culpability to justify putting him to death.
The 28-page motion filed also cites news organizations and online videos calling Kohberger's mannerisms signs of guilt, like his deadpan look and robot-like walk, posting that his facial expressions and body language prove he is a, quote, murderous incel. His atypical eye contact, including an intense gaze, has also been called sinister. But the defense says these are traits of his autism. Bloom says autism has been raised in other cases, but at trial. The fact that Kohberger's attorneys are raising this before his trial doesn't happen often and could have the potential to change the law.
I think there's an opportunity for a court to say, either as a matter of state law, state constitutional law, federal law, that we're not going to allow people with autism to be sentenced to death.
Kohberger's trial is scheduled to start in August. In the newsroom, Shira Matsuzawa, Fox 13 News.
What do you guys think about that? Think they're going to set press? He's been I've said 2 years ago this case is going to set precedents, right? But what kind, we don't know. Would it be the way the FBI is allowed to collect information on us going forward? What's going to come out of this case? This case is going to be cited years from now in other court documents. But I was curious to see what you guys... Uh-oh. 628 changes. You know what, Dolphin? I wonder if they're starting to unseal some of the stuff that had been sealed. If that's some of what you're seeing, we're going to take a look at it. Any dude with an intense gaze creeps me out. I don't never think they're murderers right away, Joe. I don't do the body language. I don't do all that weird body language shit. Because I'm telling y'all, if y'all analyze mine, you might not like what you see. But yeah, I don't do intent. You stare at me intensely with a weird gaze. Guess what? You're getting it right back. I meet energy. I meet energy. I can bring it up when I walk into a room, or I can bring it down, or I can meet you right where you're at. I'm all about some energy vibes. And I can't stand that low vibing energy stuff. All right, let me pull this up and we'll see what Dolphin's talking about here on the case summary. Because like I said, I hadn't taken a look either in 2 days. Oh, I was about to say, it looked like it changed on me, but it didn't. Let me get down here to the bottom. Okay, well, it's too far to the bottom. You know, apparently also that April 9th hearing is going to be a 2-day thing.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Did you see that too?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So let me pull the screen up here. And we'll take a look at what we got. Okay. So we already had all those. Oh, I'm way ahead. Oh, there. Okay, what do we got here? Let's see. Let me get my bearings. Okay, we knew that one. That one came. This is the other stuff you're talking about up here above that one, right? The denying the witness testimony. We're going to read that one in a few minutes because that one is out.
Well, there were 77 pages. Now there's 80. So all that other stuff. 3 pages have been added. I'm still thumbing through them. So far, I'm just seeing timestamp changes. I'm on 66 of 80. Because my Adobe, I have both files up. And it shows, it's highlighting exactly what's been changed. And so far, just on page 68, I'm only seeing timestamps. So, but I was going through. Oh.
I wonder if they're going to actually start unsealing some of the past stuff. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why they wouldn't. It's actually starting to come out now in future filings. But we do have this one document.
Oh, I see a lot of the other little changes they've done. Changes to other file names and descriptions. The comparison report like totally highlights the two. So it's like things that you wouldn't notice when they go back to something older. You wouldn't notice it unless you're doing what I'm doing.
Right. Right. I wonder though that if that's something to do with some of the unsealing, the great unsealing as I call it. So we only have one new document for sure though. Let me pull that up.
That's actually published.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that we can see. And we're going to take a look at that first before we go any further, because we need to look at it before we do. Now, all of you, well, I'm not going to say all of you, but some of you may know who Cy Ray is. He was the defense expert hired, to do the work for them. And he testified in a hearing that they had already. I'm just going to dispute some of the state's evidence in the cell phone realm. So let's see here. And there were some discrepancies I caught a few weeks ago, and I put them in that video this morning. Okay, well, I finished I added something. I added this part of this document to that video. Something was telling me not to release that yet, not to do it yet, just wait. And then this came out. I was like, now I need to do it. Okay, so this is, let me get it up here on the screen and show you guys. All right, this is an order denying witness testimony at the April 9th, 2025 hearing. The court having before it defendant's motion for leave to allow witness testimony at the April 9th hearing has determined that witness testimony beyond declarations is not likely to be necessary for the court's consideration of the issue before it. The information defense seeks to convey can be presented by declarations. Counsel may have the witness available by video streaming during the hearing, and should the court determine it's necessary to hear from the witness, the court may allow such testimony to be live streamed, or video live stream, sorry. It is hereby ordered that defendant's witness, this is spelled wrong, it should be Cy Ray, not Cy Ryan, and David Howell shall not be allowed to testify at the hearing being held on April 9th through the 10th of 2025 unless the court determines at the time of the hearing that such testimony is needed, in which case it may produce by video live stream. So they're allowing their declarations in of what their testimony is, basically what they think about what they're talking about, but they're not going to be allowed to testify unless the court deems it necessary to do so. Joe, I just saw your comment bring on that intense gaze. I'm not the one, dude. If people look at me funky, I'm looking right the hell back. I bet you I can go longer than they can. So anyway, so Cy Ray and David Howell will not be testifying like in person or via video unless the court deems it necessary, which I found very interesting. I don't know what's in the declarations, or we don't know what all exactly will be discussed in the hearings. We have an idea. But I know that they will be discussing the call detail records because it's stated so much they have stated that in court documents. Let me pull this up. And for those of you who went and gave this a view this morning, I appreciate it. If you liked it, I hope you gave it a like because I just appreciate it. And you can go back and review this at any time. It's on the channel. But this is about the court documents and what they... So like I've said in the beginning, or I don't know if I really went over it, but like Cy Ray had said on the witness stand, that during the two AT&T search warrants, he didn't see advanced timing reports. And according to the state, those were not available prior to May of 2023. And the extractions on Kohberger's phones and all of the AT&T stuff was done prior to that date, right? In 2022, those things were done. After May of 2023, that information became available to law enforcement. Now, the state may have that information now, if that's true, right? If that's the way that works. But because according to Cy Ray's testimony, you'll see here that information was already available prior to May, but only to certain law enforcement agencies like the FBI. So I got to thinking, well, did the FBI have it and use that as part of their investigation and not tell Moscow they had it? Or is Cy lying, or is he mistaken? What's actually happening here? Which one's right here? So let me play this for you guys for a second. Oops. First of all, I got to get the screen up, don't I? All right, here we go. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate you. Tinsel, what are you talking about? Let me see what y'all saying over here. Oh, you were surprised, Pencil, that people were talking weird stuff about Kohberger's Indiana stop? Is that the one you're talking about? People talk smack about defendants all the time in every single case. It's not unique to Kohberger. Is it right or wrong? Who knows? I'm not the moral police. She said, I'm reading comments right now. Yeah, I mean, it's standard practice, to try to do all that. At Tinsel, bring that up with Joe. Arrogant, he said. Okay. It's okay. I'm gonna get on with this because I'm gonna get lost in the chat. Now, right here in this document, it states that the state has been advised and will offer documentation that AT&T records are produced by Global Legal Demand Center, which is their legal department. They did not begin producing timing advanced records until May of 2023. All records for defendant's phone were obtained by GLDC in December of 2022. The state intends to supplement this motion with additional information from the FBI and or AT&T prior to the hearing on the motion on April 9th. So were they able to corroborate what they were saying, that no, that didn't exist, going against what Cy Ray's testimony was going to be? I don't know. I have no clue. Oh, hell. What is going on with my internet right now? Shouldn't be anything going on with it. Tell me okay, let me turn this over here off because that might... I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's happening. I got good internet right now. Let me see. Let me try to pull it back up and see what happens because there's something else we got to look at. Or we're going to pull up a document and do a read here in a minute. Oh, no. Wrong thing. The state of Idaho and Cy Ray seem to be in dispute over exactly when AT&T advanced timing reports were available to law enforcement. Now we are learning that Cy Ray is not needed to testify at the April 9th hearing that his declaration should do. I feel like this should be easy enough to prove, don't you?
In that first AT&T report, did you, or request search warrant and affidavit, did you see the request for advanced timing reports?
I did. It's in both search warrants.
Did you get a copy of that in either return?
I have not seen any timing data in this case.
In December of 2022, did AT&T have this advanced timing report?
They absolutely did.
Was it something that they could produce?
It absolutely was.
And in May of 2023, but how is it different to that May of 2023?
Prior to May of 2023, only certain agencies were receiving this timing report, the FBI being one of them. What was referenced earlier about the May 23 date, that is when AT&T started offering the same type of reports. It's a little different, but it's the basic timing report to the state and local law enforcement as well. But prior to that date, state and local law enforcement would have to leverage these reports through federal agencies that had access to them.
Do you think the FBI had them? Because remember, we don't know what all the FBI has and don't have. They don't even got to tell anybody, especially if these records were only available to their agency kind of thing. You would think they'd want to share that if there was something in those reports. So I'm so interested to see how it's going to play out in Cy Ray versus Nick Balance. And let's see, Tinsel, you have a comment. Why would the court need him? You talking about Cy? He's for the defense. And the Moscow PD doesn't have experts. They have Nick Balance that they worked with. They have detectives. And Mowry, and they got their reports straight from Nick Balance. Now, if you guys are interested, go Google Lori and Chad Daybell trials and Google Nick Balance and watch that man testify on the stand. You're going to be super impressed. Way more impressed than I was with Cy Ray. And that's just me, but you may see it differently. You know what I mean? Y'all may see it differently. But he's the go-to guy in that particular area of Idaho for these types of records and all the things, cell phones, and the timing, the drive time, all that. He explains it beautifully in those testimonies over there in those trials. He's going to be a hard guy to go up against, is all I'm saying. I don't know if Cy Ray can cut it. You got to be able to bring more than just, well, they can do this. Because now I have a problem, though. If these reports were available to the FBI prior to May, and these warrants were done in December of 22 on that phone. Now, if it was a basic warrant done by the local police department, they wouldn't have got those advanced timing reports. But if the FBI did, they would have gotten them. There's the difference. And I just don't know which one it is yet. And I'm still looking at documents trying to figure some of that out. Because I've been going, but some of these new documents are coming out, it's triggering memories from older documents. I'm going back now to review. Just like the latest document about the sheath could be planted. That's not the first time we've heard that. Dolphin, I can't remember for the life of me which filing that was that Jay Logston filed. I looked yesterday till I got too tired of looking. But it's a long document, and I forget the name of it, but it's the first time we hear the sheath could have been planted, and that was at least a year ago. And there's been no more talk about that until, again, recently in the latest filings. So it's making me revisit some of the older stuff and triggering memories of what I heard in past hearings and how those will end, contradictions, I guess you could call them. I don't know. Let me catch up on the things here. Yes, Tinsel, I'm aware. Balance, Mowry, Payne, FBI, same team, different agencies. Balance is FBI, Mowry and Payne are Moscow PD, and they were housed together and working quite closely. But that's what you want, right? Everybody in Delphi was pissed because they kicked the FBI out of there. But, people are kind of mad that they're in the Idaho case, and I don't get it. Because the FBI is the FBI. And I just found out recently the FBI just joined an investigation that we've been needing them on for over 12 years in this town. Thank God they're finally here. Sometimes I don't care how they got there as long as they get there. Now, does that make me a bad person? Maybe. I'm just saying. I don't have a problem with IGG because I know that's not the first time it was ever used and things like that. It was a joke that didn't translate. Yeah, I know they're part of the same team, hun. I'm not taking it personal. But when I see y'all's, like I said, it's hard to read the tone of a comment, right? So when I'm answering them, I'm just answering them as I read them. And apparently I pissed somebody off the other day doing that. And I really, that particular person, it doesn't bother me. But some of you, it will bother me. So I don't ever want you to think I'm coming at you just because I'm reading a question and then answering it back or commenting back on it. Because sometimes I don't know what y'all are meaning unless you actually elaborate, right? It's hard. So I'm trying to be better at doing that. I'm not incapable of admitting my own flaws. Trust me. That's called actual spirituality work. I'm sorry, I'm reading comments. Y'all talking about the death penalty argument of with the autism. I'm going to tell you, there's something. I'm sorry. Let me. This. I don't want it to come out wrong, because I live in a death penalty state. I just thought it was normal all my life growing up until I realized it's not everybody's into it. Okay, that do you. I'm not here to argue the death penalty, but you can get life in prison, still have autism. Autism is not an excuse to go out and do what you've done, because you are obviously a very high functioning. This particular person is obviously not a baby who needed to be coddled. Well, maybe he did, because he lived at home until he was 27, 28 years old before he ever moved and went to college, the final college. But he was going to school. He was very smart. And we hear, and not everybody with autism is not incapable of learning. Some of them are very, very, very smart. Depends on where you fall on the spectrum. But I have a hard time believing that this guy didn't know right from wrong because of his autism. I will never buy that. But I will say that some of the things that we see in him, some of his traits, could be explained by the autism stuff, right? Okay, y'all don't argue in the chat. I think most people with a critical thinking brain can understand they're using the autism to remove the death penalty. It's not trying to make up an excuse for what he did, because there is no excuse for what you did, autism or not. It is simply a legal argument, but it comes up later during mitigation. Just like all her survey or wanting to change the venue as early as she did, that usually comes up later as well. And I think not everybody follows a lot of court cases close enough yet. They're just learning as this case progresses, so they may not get a lot of the things that are happening or why, but it's absolutely there to get the death penalty off the table. That's all there is to it. Oh, and I think it's also going to help try to indicate as to why my client might not look remorseful during this trial to the jurors, without accusing him of anything. It's actually in the defense document. I'm quoting from the defense document. Don't come at me. I'm going to pull that document up and show you guys what the defense has actually said. Let's take a look at the time real quick. Man, I ate before we came on, and I'm like already getting hungry again. Like, that's all I want to do anymore is eat. Oh, shit, I pulled up the wrong thing. Wrong screen, rather. Let me make sure I got everything marked off here that we were doing. Okay, let me get to this one document we were going to read. What about Gypsy Rose? Don't be bringing her up in here scaring us all now. Poor little thing. She was a girl mistreated by her mom, and look what all happened to her. Look at Gypsy Rose case and her. Yeah, I got that Gypsy Rose case was something else. If you really were fair about it, her mom did not treat that child right. There's no excuse to what she did. She was at an age and a point where she could have left with that boy and just left her mama and got the hell away from Dee Dee. They chose to go a different route. But her mother was extremely, extremely abusive and unfair to her. I get it, V. I mean, I get it. I understand why they're doing this autism. It also feels like a late diagnosis. Like it's something that just happened. And you will see that in these documents. So all his life and all his struggles, his parents, his sisters being psychologists, nobody ever noticed this guy might be on the spectrum until now. That's another thing in the back of my mind that I'm kicking around, because this was recent evaluations by these doctors. and you'll see it in this document if I can get it to pull up, because I kept hitting the wrong damn button. There we go, the docket, not YouTube. I kept trying to go back to YouTube for some reason. They're using both, Tinsel, GPS, whatever they got. Now remember, when the alibi stuff come out, and Taylor said that the state's own phone data would corroborate her client's alibi. Meaning, she don't got to do anything, because your phone data is going to show my client was driving in the other direction. And I heard another creator say what I've been saying all along too. Did you come out of the apartments and take a right? 7 minutes, you turn around and went back the other direction? I mean, that's all going to come out in court. And you guys, have you ever watched a court proceeding and heard testimony about cell phones? Like, this is a legit question. I'm not trying to say y'all don't know what you're talking about. I'm just trying to gauge where you guys stand on it. If this is like new to you stuff, or have you actually ever watched a trial and testimony on cell phone stuff? You know what I mean? Yes, the Faraday bag, Dolphin. Thank you. Okay, let me pull it up to get down to the document that I wanted to pull up here. Oh, let me make this screen bigger so I can see it, and then I can find it easier. Oh, I should have started. Excuse me. I didn't mean to yawn on y'all. Came out of nowhere. No, it would have helped if I'd have done that. I didn't do that, so, okay. It's so funny when you're not looking for something, boom, it's right in front of your face, and then when you're looking for it, you're like, it's there, and you probably passed it. But I'm getting there. Right here. Okay. Yeah, this is it. Maybe I should go make some damn coffee. My God. Yeah, Dolphin, his mother is a special education teacher, and very compassionate woman from what we've heard. The letters that she wrote about Sandy Hook and other things that she was doing, and both sisters being a psychologist. And sometimes, your child may have some issues, but sometimes you can be in denial about it. You know what I mean? I'm not that parent. I'm like, I'm going to meet this head on. We're going to go to the doctor. We're going to figure this out. We'll do therapy, whatever it takes. We're all in. But I do know that sometimes it's hard for parents to accept their child may be struggling or have some things going on. I don't know how it went down here, but I know this is a recent diagnosis, which is mind-boggling to me. Yes, Z, I went over that thoroughly, honey. I made that clear that they would be able to participate by Zoom if the court deemed necessary. Otherwise, they're going to use their declarations. Yeah, we did clarify that. We made sure we said it. I gotta stop reading comments because they claim, he claims. Well, I don't know who you're talking about. Who claims what? I don't know, so I don't want to comment. You mean experts claim or armchair detectives claim? I got to know the difference before I comment. Okay, let me get to the page I wanted to get to first here. This whole document. Dolphin, did you read this entire document, by the way?
I'm sorry, which document are you looking at?
This is the autism spectrum, or motion to strike death penalty, autism spectrum disorder.
Oh yeah, a while ago.
Yeah, I did too. And we didn't read the whole document here on the live though. We just didn't. We were reading a lot of documents that day, and we did not read this
Yeah, I
entire
think that's where
document.
you stopped or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, and went to
Yeah.
something else.
We're going to get down to this one page real quick, and then we'll go back up, because they say a lot of interesting things in this document about Mr. Koberger, and a lot of it makes sense. I mean, because if you put it on the table that he's innocent, right, and that he has these issues, but he may appear one way in court, and like people saying the blank stare, the this and the that, all the things they were saying about him in the past that we've known. If he's truly innocent, those things could affect how he's seen, right? But I still have a problem with this last hour diagnosis. I just don't. I mean, I expect them to go through some sort of mental health evaluation by his attorneys, but to the point where it came to this, it was like, wow, y'all got there. Like that's kind of nuts. That, and the things they say don't track with what he was doing for the way he was living his life, right? Some of it does, some of it doesn't. Okay.
There are a bunch of new documents on the site now.
Are there?
Yes.
Holy
about
shit.
13 dated the 17th of this month.
That we can actually see.
Yeah, they're all highlighted new.
Okay.
But keep on with the autism document.
Yeah,
We can get to it. I just was like, oh shit.
Girl, we'll be here all day. I'll just like, y'all hold up, like coffee break. Let me go get some coffee. We'll just come back and keep going. I need to get my laptop set up so I can go outside and sit at my table sometimes, because I feel like I'm stuck in this. I got my window open and all that good stuff, but still, I miss my sunshine. Okay, so what I wanted to read out of this is what they went over a few minutes ago in that little piece that we watched. Mr. Koberger's autism, Mr. Koberger's ASD manifests in many of these highly prejudicial but completely involuntary mannerisms. Dr. Orr, and Dr. Orr is the person who was evaluating him. Dr. Orr observed that he subtly rocks his upper torso, especially while engaged in cognitive task or listening to someone. Damn, am I on the spectrum? Which I don't rock. My son will. He'll get in his rocking chair and just rock and rock and rock. But that's the way he soothed him. As a preemie in the NICU, he self-soothed by rolling back and forth. It was kind of weird, but kind of cute. And then as he got home, he continued that rocking. Like, he's not on the spectrum at all, but he likes to rock. And I tease him because it's just, that was his self-soothing mechanism as an infant in the NICU. And he continued that to this day. Like, he doesn't roll back and forth in the bed no more, but boy, you put him in his recliner and that recliner is going to be a rock. And I'm like, dude, stop. You're making me dizzy. All right.
Yeah, I mean, that could be anxiety, anxiousness. Yeah.
Manifests in all kind of ways, right? Exactly. Okay. So Dr. Core, God, I got it. That's Delphi. Sorry. Joe, he's got a podcast coming out. Can you believe it? Okay. Dr. Orr observed that he subtly rocks his upper torso, especially while engaged in a cognitive task or listening to someone else, both of which are almost certain to occur during his trial. So they're going to say he's going to be rocking during the trial. Because have you noticed any of that during the hearings? He seems to sit perfectly still to me, just looks around.
I haven't noticed any rocking.
Me neither. Because I watch him. I'm a people watcher. That's what I do. So of course I watch him. But I've not noticed that. Both of which are almost certain to occur during trial. His range of facial expression is limited. Range of facial expression is limited. His baseline affect is stoic. So is mine. And his expressions are sometimes incongruent with what is happening around him. Like, what does that mean? Like, if there's like excitement going on, he may not show it. If there's fear happening, he may not show it. Like what everybody else is experiencing, he may not.
Yeah, if somebody's
Right.
celebrating something,
Right.
he may not be registering it the
Right.
same way, or whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
Koberger also exhibits a typical eye contact, including an intense gaze. As discussed below in Part B, I'm going to call it Part B, y'all, Mr. Koberger's facial expressions, including his lack of effect, and my southernness will come out when I talk sometimes, including his lack of effect and concentrated stare, are already being assigned sinister meaning by observers. And I always thought his eyes were a little weird, but then again, there's a bunch of people out there with eyes that are a little weird. I never thought Koberger looked, and because I'm like being extremely fair, I never thought he looked like a sinister monster figure. I never got that. I got, looks a little bit weird, but I'm not sure what's going on, right? Was it just the eyes? Are they big? Some people have big eyes, you know, and you know what I mean. I just never, I mean, I heard all the things being said about him, but I never actually saw any of that. Jurors began assessing a case from the moment they step into the courtroom. In this case, where jurors will be forced to determine whether Mr. Koberger will live or die, Mr. Koberger himself is essentially a piece of evidence to be examined and evaluated. Every movement and expression is subject to analysis. Do they think the don't juries probably watch all defendants and are they going to let the jury know ahead of time? Right? I mean, it's not going to do the jury any good unless they know ahead of time he has autism.
But I don't think that they can tell that, like explain that beforehand. That's actually, I was just typing back to Tinsel. That's why they're discussing this now in these hearings, because in the state of Idaho, you can't, I guess, bring in anything else. Like they don't have, you can't use the insanity plea or whatever. So I'm not sure that they can bring this up beforehand, like say in their opening statement, you know, and by the way, you're going to see our client, you know, do this, blah, blah, blah. Well, he has autism, so don't, you know, read too much into that. I don't think that they're going to be allowed to say that. This is for mitigation. If he's convicted, this is supposed to help
when it will
explain
come up.
Things so they don't, you know, give him the death penalty.
Exactly. Yeah, they're not going to be able to walk in there out the gate and tell, because we've seen documents about medical records being sealed and things of that nature. Yes, Salty, I do. V, I'm sorry. I was reading it as if I was I know.
Did you just respond to yourself?
I did. I'm like, yeah, I'm trying to respond to V, my old pal here. Honey, I know Nancy Grace, and I know all the things that were said about his creepy stare and all that, but that's what I meant by saying I never got that. I got that occasionally his eyes looked a little strange, but I didn't know why, right? I didn't put any value in that. I see people all the time when I go out to town that look strange to me, but that don't mean they, you know, are out unaliving people. So I'm pretty good at not taking what mainstream media tells me and going, oh my God, they're right. That's just never been me. I have a friend that I debate social media, mainstream media stuff with all the time on Twitter. And that's one of the first things he said about me. He's like, you are pretty freaking good about not taking that shit to heart that you hear out there. I'm like, no, why should I? Nancy Grace ain't no damn professional. She's a professional news lady. I've watched her for how old are my kids? Like 40 years I've been watching this lady. So I get it. And I get the impact it could have, and they shouldn't do it and all the things. But I think there are a lot more people out there like me than not that can look at that and with their own eyes and go, well, why are y'all are seeing that? Because I'm not, right? And I hope that's what a lot of people can do. We got, you know, we're all adults and I'm not a follower for sure. I get it, V, but what are we going to do about it? Are we going to run out and scream to the world, stop talking about Koberger? Because I'm going to talk about Koberger. I'll talk about all defendants in every case I cover, whether it's Karen Reed, Rick Allen, you know, Koberger, but we can't control what they're all out there saying about him. And y'all also need to remember that the entire jury pool may not even watch the news. I don't watch the news. So I'd probably be the perfect juror. But, you know, what are we going to do about the ones who were out there saying it? That's why Ann's bringing all this up now. So when she's, you know, hey, they were saying this and this, but my client, but this is why he was looking and responding this way. But I never got any of that. Okay. Jurors begin assessing a case from the moment they step into the courtroom. In this case, where jurors will be forced to determine whether, okay, we read that part. Every moment and expression is subject to analysis. Due to his ASD, Mr. Kohberger simply cannot comport himself in a manner that aligns with societal expectations of normalcy. Now, see, is that going to come back to bite her in the ass?
Oh,
I just highlighted it. In a manner
yeah.
that aligns with societal expectations of normalcy.
I mean, bite her in the ass in what way?
Okay, is that an excuse? Okay, say the things that we've heard out of WSU are true, the confrontations with the students, the teachers, the firing, these things. Are those going to be explained away because of his autism? He didn't know how to
She can try.
communicate.
Yeah.
Well, if you have such a hard time communicating, how did you advance so far in school?
It's social interactions.
I
You know
get
what I
that
mean?
part.
That he's
It's
got more
horrible.
of an issue with.
Yeah, and
His
he's
intellectual
right.
functions don't seem to, he doesn't seem to have a problem in that area.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. You're right, and I think that what you said is on point.
Mhm.
It's because of the things we have heard. It's like he did have societal normalcy problems, right?
Right.
Like,
And he was doing his studies online a lot too. Remember, because of
yes,
COVID, the lockdown, yada yada. So
yep. The
he
pencil in
might not
high
have been around people too
yeah,
much for it to be
he
a
did.
problem.
Well, he didn't start going to in-person classes until he got the WSU. A lot of the DeSales stuff was online.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
The high school, once he got kicked out of the program over there,
Mm-hmm.
then he ended up going online school there. When he
Right.
went to Northwest Hampton Community
Yeah,
College,
Northampton Community.
that
Yep.
was online. Almost all of the stuff with DeSales was also online.
Mm-hmm.
Then you moved to WSU, boom, you're full throttle for the first time, full on in person, right?
Right.
That probably had an impact.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like a, like a change. You know, you got to accept new change, and it was probably difficult. If he really does have all this condition, that was probably not an easy thing. A transition. That's the word.
Yeah, I mean, and think about it too. So what you just highlighted, he had issues in high school. He
Mm-hmm.
was around people. Okay.
Yep.
Then he was in this different program, then Northampton Community College, then DeSales. Both of those, if those are online, then problem solved, right? Now he's at WSU, he's around people again, and he's having
Uh-huh.
issues. So the
Yeah.
common thread there is him being around people and him
Yes.
having, difficulties interacting with people,
Right.
in social situations. So, yeah.
And we see how he interacted with the police officer during that pullover
Mm-hmm.
in Pullman.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of us everybody was like, well, that's kind of odd interaction he's got going on there with the questioning. Most of us would have been like, okay, sorry, my bad, I won't do it again, or whatever. But he like really wanted to have a conversation with her about it and try to understand what it was that he did or didn't do.
Right.
Could that be because of the autism and the all the things here?
Yeah, I
I
think a
think so.
combination of
Mhm.
autism and then also the field that he's in, right? Because he's
Yes.
interested in the laws. So,
Right.
and he's a very literal person.
Very.
So it's like this woman, the police officer said, well, you can't do that. He is in his brain, he's like, tell me exactly why I can't do that.
Mhm.
Where's the code? That's what he asked for.
Yep.
I want
My
to
uncle's
know,
that
I
way.
guess for future reference,
Yeah.
because also he strikes me as the type of person who, likes to do his research, likes to constantly learn things.
Right.
It's like if he doesn't know something, he looks it up, because I got all
Exactly.
that from the Tappa Talks,
Yeah.
when he was trying to research his condition,
Hmm.
and the diet and different things that might, help his, his symptoms and things like that. So if you know that this is the type of person that he is, and I mean, I'm kind of that kind of person too. I don't like
Right.
people to give me vague answers. If I've
I
asked
don't
a
either.
specific question, I want a specific answer,
Yeah.
because there's something that I'm trying to get to. So, her saying, "Oh yeah, you're not really supposed to do that." It's like, but why? You're a police officer. You should know the code, right? So
Right.
tell me. You should be able to tell me why.
Yeah.
So yeah, and I didn't find anything wrong with, his interaction with her, but
I
I did
really didn't
notice those
either.
things.
Yeah, I mean, I really didn't have that much of an issue with it either. I thought, at first I was like, what's this guy doing? It's just take your ticket or your warning and go on about your merry way. But it's not that simple for everybody. They need to know, and like you said, that a very literal person, um, I know people like that, and I have to be very literal when I speak to them, and I get it. So,
Right.
um, yeah, this document it was a very interesting document even before we got to this page. This creates an unconscionable risk that he will be executed because of his disability rather than his culpability. Now she's setting that up in case her client's found guilty, because there's some other things and other documents that we're going to take deep dives into soon, um, that kind of shows their hand a little bit, in my opinion. People with ASD make poor witnesses. Concerns about the demeanor of a defendant with ASD apply with greater force when he chooses to take the stand in his own defense. They're not going to put him on that witness stand.
Mm-mm.
Mm-mm.
Unless he's going to be like Jodi Arias, the type of client that won't listen and insist on getting on the witness stand. But
I think he's going to listen, because she's even going to speak about how he is not even helping be effective to his own counsel, because he's so, well, we'll get to it.
he probably gets lost in the minutia of the legal
But
process.
then I have to wonder how, when you are a PhD student and knowing what you've studied, you're able to study all that and keep all that in your mind and organize all that and do all your work and do great at it. But I don't, because it felt like to a lot of us all the way up until this point, he was very active in his defense team. That's what we always felt like. I felt
Yeah,
like.
he probably is, but maybe they've reached a point now that, like I said, he's getting
Yeah.
lost in certain things, right? He's like
True.
sticking on a certain point and like kind of like arguing over something and not letting it go, because they're trying to kind of like do multiple things at once, and
Yeah,
he's
you're
might be
right.
just focused on one small part of
Right. He
this,
might get stuck on one thing when they're
Right,
trying
and he
to,
might be
yeah.
like, distracting them or slowing down the process, because they've only got a finite amount of time now, because it
Yeah.
sounds like Judge Hippler is not trying to change his court date.
Oh,
They
yeah.
can't keep doing what they were doing in the past and getting it moved, so he's probably dragging them down.
Yeah, because there's no reason to be 3 years out before a trial gets underway in any case. There's just really not. Yeah, what the state has wanted him to do under Indiana code, Idaho code, is you can't just walk in there and say, well, I have an alibi, I was out driving around over here. Now, I know the burden of proof's on the prosecution, but if I'm going to walk in there, and this is just my own assumption, if I was going to walk in there and tell the court, hey, I got an alibi, I need to explain in detail my alibi.
Yeah, you need to declare it.
Exactly. And so what they're wanting to do is, if he's going to use that alibi, don't use our own evidence that we got against you to prove your alibi. Get on the witness stand and tell us your alibi. And I don't got a problem with that either, because you can't.
Yeah.
That's like, being able to walk into court and say, oh, well, I was just out driving around. Oh, okay, you were? All right, fine, go home, have a good day. That's not how that works. That's not my DNA. That's transfer. Oh, okay, you're right. We can't prove it. Have a good day. Goodbye. That's not how it works, you know? So, but you guys are having some great questions. And it's, this, in this case, setting precedents, and the different things that are coming out about it now. I feel funny about this late diagnosis, though. It's like, did they never notice his family? Never noticed there was a real problem before or something. Concerns about the demeanor of a defendant with ASD apply with greater force when he chooses to take stand on his own defense. Both verbal and non-verbal communication with the jury is impeded by the deficits experienced by someone with ASD, perhaps to an even greater degree than someone with intellectual disability, who may not experience the same level of social impairment. A person with ASD will struggle on the witness stand in a myriad of ways. And remember, we heard that when he came to WSU and his dad came with him, he was trying to help make friends for Brian. He talked to the neighbors, he talked to the guy that invited Brian over to the pool party. V says Cy Ray can tell it. Cy Ray can't tell it. Cy Ray said he was, Anne never put Cy Ray forward to corroborate the alibi. She wanted to dispute the accuracy of the records the state has, and I don't think Cy's there yet. But Cy can't. She literally said they were going to use the state's own evidence to prove his whereabouts, because their phone data is wrong. That's what Cy is going to come out and say. But I don't know what Cy is going to say and not say, because he did say he reserved the right to change his mind. Now, did he change his mind? I doubt it. He's there. He's got his declaration in. He's going to be ready to go and available on the 9th if possible. So we'll see how it plays out. But you got to have more than just, I was in another place. And I don't know, pretend this is not Idaho. So if it was a different case and a guy walked in accused of a horrific crime and told you, I have an alibi, are you going to want to see more?
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
And, you can't wait, or actually, if you're innocent, you shouldn't be waiting, God, how many months? It was a year or whatever. How long was it before they actually said something?
It took a long time for that alibi to come out. Once Ann offered that they were probably going to offer an alibi, the state's like, you've only got so much time to do that, and now we're giving you that deadline. And then we were all waiting on it. Remember, we were waiting and waiting for that damn alibi to come out, and then it finally did, and we read it and we're like, are you serious? That's all you got? Because you were out driving around and nobody can corroborate it. You never stopped for gas, not for a snack, not for a drink, not to use the bathroom, nothing. I mean, it was a very vague. I think people were expecting a lot more from that alibi, and that we didn't get it. So that was another thing. And that's if you look at it fairly. I mean, when I say fairly, don't single Kohberger out to be the golden boy you're going to run out and save, because that's not how I treat these cases. Like I say, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, you
here's
go ahead.
An example. So forget a court case, right? Imagine you're married, okay, and your husband stays out late all night long, and he comes in and you ask him, where was he, right? Are you going to be okay with not finding out till like a year later where he was that night? Like, kind of equate it to that.
Exactly.
If you have a legit reason or excuse or whatever where you were, you should have been able to say it all along, at the very beginning. And it's just like, from all these different documents, it's kind of like, oh, well, we're still waiting to get information, discovery from the state. Why do you need discovery from the state?
To cooperate. You're right. Exactly. You shouldn't, especially if you are dead set, locked in. This is what I was doing, and I know it was. That should be so easy to prove. Because even if you drove to an area that was out of range, your phone's going to be seen going in that direction, traveling in that direction. So is your car. Now, you just brought up tinsel. We all know about, well, no, not everybody does. But yes, there was an accident out there. But now that you brought that up, did he go the other direction because of that accident and didn't want to take a chance of being seen?
And they had streets blocked off and all that. Plus, that accident had happened a few hours before he left the house,
I
right?
thought so too.
I just saw the interview with the girl who caused the accident. It's on YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
like
don't.
last night.
A lot of people tried to tried to tie that accident into something with Koberger, and I never could get there. I'm like, it was what is that? I never understood how they thought it was tied to something Koberger did or didn't do. She says, "What are you going to do if you don't have a backup on your alibi? On top of that, multiple other questionable DNAs." We discuss all that, Tinsel. We discuss it openly and honestly. So I can, I don't know.
I mean, yeah, not everybody who's convicted of crimes have smoking gun evidence.
No.
You know, there are a lot of people who are sitting in prison right now, because of lots of little things that are circumstantial. And when you actually put it all together and think about it, you're like, yeah, it's very probable that this person is the person that did it, even though they don't have a smoking, gun.
Right. And I don't, and I know there are defense attorneys who don't even agree about that DNA sheath. I'm just going to tell you that right now. I know 2 of them right now. One thinks that's a pretty damaging piece of evidence, and one's like, it's just touch DNA. I'm like, that's really interesting from 2 very well-known defense attorneys, have very different takes on it, right? So, I think people need to keep in mind there's still his DNA on that sheath, and then and if you're gonna go with this planted theory, man, that's a lot of planning. That's a lot of, I gotta get this guy's DNA, I gotta get it onto that sheath, and all these things. It's weird, and there's so many other probable people you could have chose to pin it on. What made this guy the guy to do that to? You know what I mean? That you have to think about, why would they do it? And I've heard, because he was an informant, he was undercover working this and working that, and he knew too much. Nobody's backed that up with a receipt. How do they know that? They don't know that. It's made up. Just like we know for a fact there's creators making stuff up and made video. Caught the guy red-handed saying, I made that up. And laughed and laughed and laughed and laughed about it. And that rumor is still running rampant on the internet today, as of 2 days ago. And it was made up a year and a half ago at least. But there they were, laughing and laughing about how they made up a rumor about Maddie Mogen, which to me is a slap in the face to the victims. Why make up stuff? You don't need to. The answer's been black and white. Either the evidence is there or it's not. Why do we got to make up stuff? It's weird to me. But there, the internet's weird. I can't help all these weirdos. That's why I stay to myself at home all the time. Like, there's too many weird people out there. Aside from atypical social behaviors, individuals with ASD may exhibit uncommon verbal or speaking patterns. Sometimes their phrasing is unusual, nonsensical, and exceedingly formal. That's interesting. That kind of reminds me of the stop. They may have to take a long time to answer questions. They may appear evasive. They may also let out sudden and unexpected verbal utterances, which might come across as rude. But we can't say those roommates were scared and utter. Yeah, okay, I see you. They may also misinterpret or nitpick questions asked of them during questioning or cross-exam. They may also misinterpret or nitpick questions asked of them. I wonder if he's nitpicking questions she's asked him.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. I think
Yeah.
he's bogging down their process.
Yeah, I think you're right. And maybe that's part of her frustration, that
That's
dealing
why I
with.
think he has Asperger's.
I think you're right. We discussed that a while back. Remember, when we looked into some of the things from his past, like a year ago, we were wondering way back then, did he have it? And especially with that look on his face sometimes, even because I didn't think it was super strange or like, oh my God, he's a serial killer type guy, but there was just something about it different. And that's when we were wondering back then if that could be the case. Yeah. Think of OJ, Casey Anthony, and Rick Allen. You can lop him in there as well. For instance, defendants may fail to pick up on cues which signal the end of a line of a questioning. That's interesting. Or attempt to shift the
So
conversation
he
to a
doesn't know when to shut up, basically.
right. We're done with the conversation, dude. Hush it.
Yep.
Okay. He's going to keep on. Or attempt to shift the conversation to a topic of their interest. I can see that. Such behavior may be misunderstood as defendant being cagey. Well, that's her words, or or her doctor's words. I'm not sure, but that's their words. Or unwilling to discuss a particular area or questions. Oh, did you just give us some insight into your dude? He's cagey and he's unwilling to discuss a particular area or answer questions. I bet she's experienced that with him, or it wouldn't be in there.
Oh, yeah.
As another example, when questioned in his jury trial, a defendant with ASD instigated arguments with the prosecutor over comparatively trivial detail while failing unless redirected to confront the underlying critical question. So they apparently have put people on the stand with ASD, and they instigated an argument with the prosecution. I could see that. I might be that person too. If I'm on a witness stand and then if you're a prosecutor or defense and you're coming at me, I might come back at you and we both might get contempt. I don't know. It'd be hard. We saw that in the Delphi case. Riley Voorhees was very combative on the witness stand. She was very combative with the defense and the prosecution, actually. Okay. And she was a witness in the Delphi case. But there she was, living large in charge up there, being all combative. Due to the deficits associated with ASD, a defendant like Mr. Kohberger is just as likely as someone with intellectual disability to make a poor witness. Mr. Kohberger's speech is awkward, both in its content and delivery. As Dr. Orr observed, his tone and cadence are abnormal. His interactions lack fluidity, and his language often over-inclusive, disorganized, highly repetitive, and oddly formal.
She hit every nail on the head.
Yes, she did. He is highly distracted by sounds or activity occurring around him. My sister and I call that sensory overload.
That was in the Indiana stop. You saw how he kept looking around?
Yes.
Down the road, whatever. That car window was down. He's hearing all the sounds of the traffic going by and everything.
What, Tinsel, your man is saying I'm schooling you. What, I might be wrong and you might be right. What y'all talking about? Who y'all calling the cyber police on? Okay, I'm lost. I'll have to go back and get caught up. Y'all catch me up. Okay. Now look, y'all done made me lose where I was at. Okay, we got through that part. He is highly distracted by sounds or activity occurring around him, and he frequently looks from side to side to monitor his periphery. Well, I can get that. As a result of his high distractibility, he He often needs questions or instructions repeated. Now, I understand that, but I always got to go back to you're a PhD student. But then again, you just did.
He was like a couple of months into,
Yeah.
that portion
Well,
of it,
that
though.
part of it, but the other,
Yeah.
he had already taken criminology in the past. It just everything at DeSales, right?
Mhm.
Because the psychology was at the community college. He took very serious courses at DeSales and passed them all, and they recommended him for this course at WSU. That's how he got the teaching assistant job. It's not,
Well, yeah, he got
in
that as part of the
grades.
PhD program.
Yeah, but you have to have you got to make the grade to get in there. Not everybody could be a part of it.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Yeah, I'm just saying so the intellectual, I do get all that. It's just like it seemed like he just started really having the problems once he got into the social setting like that, with a lot of people. Okay. As a result of his high distractibility, he often needs questions or instructions repeated. Now that may affect you. If you're trying to be a teacher's assistant, that's going to be a problem. No wonder he may have had issues with that. Because you're not going to be communicating with if you got autism, you should be a teacher's assistant if you can't communicate well with your students, and to the point where it's going to escalate and have problems and get you in trouble. He frequently shifts the topic back to himself, even when it's inappropriate. Wow. He uses abrupt, matter-of-fact phrases that would be considered rude. Damn, Anne. He carries on about topics in a circular manner and preservates about specific non-essential details. This is a hard client.
Yeah, and basically he talks about what he wants to talk about.
Yeah.
And it's generally himself.
Have you, Tinsel, I'm not going to, honey, you do you over there. I'm not even going to, I don't know who all's getting scholarships out there lately. Y'all saying all of America's dumb and all these young people are dumb and they just go out there just getting shit handed to them. I don't know. Is that what you mean? Because you very well could be right. I don't know. All right, he carries on about topics in a circular manner and preserves about specific. Okay, we read that part. These symptoms of Mr. Kohberger's ASD will alienate him from the jury and significantly hamper his ability to make a persuasive showing of innocence or of mitigation. Well, he didn't have to testify to begin with. That's his prerogative, right? That's his right. So I guess she's going to say, well, we're not going to put him on the stand because of this, when honestly, you didn't even have to get there to begin with. But they did want him to come up and talk about his alibi. She's like, no. We can't do that because it's not going to come out right. Evidence of a defendant's ASD will likely be perceived by the jurors as aggravating instead of mitigating. It is well recognized by courts and scholars alike that evidence of ASD, like intellectual disability and youth, is a two-edged sword. And she cites a case there that increases the likelihood that a defendant will be seen as dangerous and, as a result, sentenced to death. Trial counsel not effective for failing to present evidence of defendant's ASD. So she's talking about being an effective trial attorney by bringing this up. The risk that the jury would perceive him as mentally ill monster could not control his impulses to sexually abuse children. And she's talking about the case she was citing. Okay. The risk of the juror's fear about the defendant's future dangerousness will overshadow the mitigating force of defense evidence, especially pronounced in cases of ASD. ASD is beyond the comprehension of most jurors, and it's chronic, permanent, and untreatable. Untreatable. Because thought that children with autism start going to school very early on. I know one right now who's not even 3 and is in school. So it is treatable, but to what extent depends on the person, right? Research has found that neurotypical adults demonstrate negative implicit bias against adults with ASD. I take that to be offensive because I don't. I'm trying to give this dude some grace right now, Miss Ann Taylor. I don't look at people with a disability and think of them in a certain way. That's rude. I was raised better. But I guess everybody wasn't. She cites this author and this book she wrote about autism and adulthood. I mean, if you don't know someone's autistic, people might get the wrong idea, but what are they supposed to do? Wear a sign, I'm autistic? Am I supposed to wear a sign, I got PTSD, get away from me? Am I supposed to, I didn't get enough sleep last night, leave me alone, feeling grouchy? I mean, people need to be more sensitive and aware, because I can almost tell when I approach adults if there's something not quite right. You know what I mean? No, it's not the right word, right, guys? Not treatable. There's just something weird about that. Moreover, and particularly relevant to Mr. Kohberger's case and the media frenzy surrounding it, heightened media attention on ASD-associated crimes has raised public's alarm over the possible link between an autism diagnosis and violent behavior. Well, lady, there's a bunch of violent-ass criminals out here who do not have autism. They're just straight-up evil people. Although there is little research on juror receptivity to ASD as mitigation evidence. I think it would matter at mitigation, I guess. I mean, honestly, I'd consider it. Studies have repeatedly found that, I wouldn't consider it as whether I convict you or not, but I may consider it during mitigation of your death penalty. Because I don't think any of this stuff I've read so far excuses what you may have done inside that home. Because you still knew right from wrong. Whether you communicate well or not, you knew right from wrong. You obviously had a damn brain because you were in college. PhD programs on top of that. Although there is little research, have repeatedly found that jurors view evidence of serious mental illness as aggravating rather than mitigating. And I can see that. They think, because they have mental illness, that was an aggravating circumstance that caused this. Several analyses demonstrate that although jurors believe in the abstract, sorry guys, I had to yawn again. It came out of nowhere. Okay. I may have to take a break and go make coffee, then come back and go over documents again later because I've got nothing else to do today. Several analyses demonstrate that although jurors believe in the abstract that mental health evidence will make them less likely to impose the death penalty, in reality, the evidence is often presented and discounted, presented and ignored, or presented, rejected, and treated as an aggravator. I don't think autism caused him to do what he is accused of doing.
No, I don't think so either. And I think what they haven't addressed is the guy is probably a psychopath too.
Yeah.
Like, let's just, call a spade a spade.
Ma'am, I'm down for that conversation too.
Because you know what? Besides the fact that I thought that he had Asperger's, that first hearing that we saw on TV where he was brought in and he sat down next to Anne, the way that he looked at her and gave her that tight, quick, fake smile and then dropped it right away.
Yes.
I was like, you did that because you knew, hey, I'm supposed to do this. I'm supposed to smile and greet somebody, and then you dropped it really quick.
Right.
That's a psychopath.
Utensil, you trying to encourage me, girlfriend, but I had a rough night last night. I did not sleep worth a shit. I don't even know why. I always suffer from insomnia, but lately I've been sleeping pretty good. Last night, and I don't know if it was just, I had an unsettled feeling. I don't know what it was, but I couldn't sleep. I even took my sleep medicine and it still didn't work. I was a little pissed off about that. I'd lay there and like catch a 30-minute nap, and the next thing I know, I'm awake. And that's what I used to go through all the time. And I got so tired of it. But yeah, reading is not helping. You're right. You're reading all this is not helping. So I may have to get some coffee.
Do you want me to read while you?
If you want to read a minute, I'm going to go put on a pot of coffee if you don't
Yeah,
mind.
let's see.
Let's
We
see
are
where
on
we
page
at. Where are
23.
we?
Let me
Mhm.
just share my screen before you dip.
Okay, let me pull
so I
mine
can
down
read
and
it.
you can pull yours up. That way you can control what's going on.
Hold on a second. I got two different things here.
I appreciate this, Dolphin. Thank you for helping out.
Here we go. Because I've got it open in Adobe.
Okay.
So that
Awesome. Let me get her up there. There she is.
And tell me where you stopped.
We were at, let me make my screen much bigger here.
What, page 23?
Yes. And we had just read where, actually, this is where you need to start. Oh, that's page 22. We already went through page 22, didn't we?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I started at 22. We were on 23.
Okay, so just at the top?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Is this large enough for everyone to see?
You guys good in chat? Can you see her screen well? Let us know. Give us your feedback. I think they can. Okay. If you guys have any issues, let us know there in chat. All right, I'm going to go start coffee. I'll be right back.
Okay. I'll just start at the first paragraph. Although there is little research on juror receptivity to ASD as mitigation evidence, studies have repeatedly found that jurors view evidence of serious mental illness as aggravating rather than mitigating. That makes sense. Several analyses demonstrate that although jurors believe in the abstract that mental health evidence will make them less likely to impose death, I hate they don't proofread. Um, in reality, that evidence is often presented and discounted, presented and ignored, or presented, rejected, and treated as an aggravator. Okay, capital jurors' mental illness and the unreliability principle. Can capital jurors comprehend and account for evidence of mental illness? So this is looks like, I don't know if that's from a journal or whatever, but yeah, okay, it's a study. One study of capital jurors who voted for death in cases where mental illness was a factor found that nearly half of jurors either treated it as an aggravating factor or reported that it had no impact on their decision at all. The same study also revealed that evidence of mental illness became irrelevant to some jurors if the facts of the crimes were particularly brutal. That jurors often express concern about mentally ill defendants' future dangerousness, especially where there appeared to be less potential. Sorry, I'm laughing because my dog is snoring like crazy behind me. I'm trying to talk louder to drown her out. Sorry. Less potential for rehabilitation. That jurors often perceived a defendant's lack of emotion at trial as a lack of remorse rather than a symptom of mental illness, and that jurors were highly skeptical of defendants' claims of mental illness, often believing the defendant was malingering to manipulate the system and escape punishment. Okay. That real capital juries are routinely transmogrifying mitigating evidence into evidence warranting execution demonstrates the ability to address this problem through jury selection or instructions. A capital sentencer must be able to give meaningful consideration and effect to all mitigating evidence that might provide a basis for refusing to impose a death penalty on a particular individual, notwithstanding the severity of his crime or his potential to commit similar offenses in the future. Wake up. Sorry. She is ridiculous. Okay. I'll go down to the next page. However, experience shows that reality is different. Despite their impairments, these defendants are more likely to be sentenced to death. Oh, sorry, I was just looking at this in parentheses. Okay. This court addressed the reality that evidence of mental illness is often a double-edged sword in its November 20th, 2024 memorandum decision and order on death penalty motions, hereinafter order on death penalty motions. Citing Penry, this one case, the court denied Mr. Koberger's motion to strike the propensity aggravator on the grounds that double-edged evidence is dealt with through instructions on the mitigation side, not through striking an aggravator. Order on death penalty motions at 19. However, the United States Supreme Court overruled Penry in Atkins and explicitly held that the double-edged nature of intellectual disability evidence is one reason why defendants with intellectual disabilities cannot be sentenced to death in accordance with the 8th and the 14th Amendments reliability requirement. That was in this court case Atkins. The Supreme Court reiterated this principle when it categorically barred execution of juvenile offenders in Roper. Noting that the prosecution had argued that the defendant's youth was aggravating rather than mitigating, the court specifically rejected anything less than a categorical exclusion to address the problem. And they said, while this sort of overreaching could be corrected by a particular rule to ensure that the mitigating force of youth is not overlooked, that would not address our larger concerns. Thus, the Supreme Court has clearly established that where mitigating disability evidence may be mutated into an aggravator, the remedy is not a mere jury instruction, but exclusion of death as a sentencing outcome. So that goes back to what, I don't remember if it was Tinsel or V had asked, that this is why they wouldn't bring this up during the trial and it would be brought up afterwards. So they couldn't give it as a jury instruction in the beginning, in the actual trial. They only would bring it up as an exclusion of death as a sentencing outcome. So, Section 5. Even if this court rejects a categorical approach, it should remove the death penalty because case-specific factors create an unacceptable risk that a death sentence will be imposed in spite of factors requiring a lesser sentence, including a pervasive media narrative that assigns sinister meaning to symptoms of Mr. Koberger's disability. Even if the court does not find that a categorical exclusion is warranted, the lack of reliability inherent to any death sentence imposed on Mr. Koberger provides independent grounds to strike death in this case. There is no need to speculate about what impact Mr. Koberger's ASD might have on his ability to present a meaningful defense. The prejudice is already clear. In its decision transferring the venue of Mr. Koberger's case, the Latah County Court acknowledged the extraordinary media attention received by this case. Much of that attention focuses on Mr. Koberger himself, in particular on his disability. Outlets ranging from the New York Times to true crime video bloggers have assigned nefarious meaning to symptoms of Mr. Koberger's ASD. Multiple news sources have, for example, focused on Mr. Koberger's social deficits, particularly as they relate to his interactions with women. NBC News accused Mr. Koberger of making creepy comments to female staff at a brewery. In Minyavon Burke and Dion J. Hampton, suspect in Idaho killings, had made creepy comments to brewery staff. Customer's owner says, okay, this is the NBC News piece, and they've got a link in there. The New York Times ran an article alleging that Mr. Koberger made female students at Washington State University feel uncomfortable, though an investigation by the university cleared Mr. Koberger of any wrongdoing. And described how he lost his job as a teaching assistant due to his failure to meet the norms of professional behavior in his interactions with the faculty. So, and then they cite where that came from. If true, these allegations can easily be explained by Mr. Koberger's ASD. Given their difficulty interpreting social cues, people with ASD may misconstrue social niceties as romantic interest. It is also no surprise that Mr. Koberger came across as socially awkward or that he struggled to adapt to professional norms. These impairments are hallmarks of his disability. Oh, you're welcome. Yeah. Lack of facial expressions and abnormalities in eye contact and body language are so emblematic of ASD that they are explicitly listed in the diagnostic criteria for the disorder. That's the citing from the CDC. But to the online commentators who have developed a cottage industry devoted to parsing Mr. Koberger's every movement, these symptoms of his disability are sure signs of his guilt. One video, quote, analyzing Mr. Koberger's body language, which has received over 1 million views, infers guilt from his deadpan look and robot-like walk, positing that his facial expressions and body language prove he is a murderous incel. And then they tell you where they got that from. Live now from Fox. A similar video, viewed over 350,000 times, lambasts Mr. Koberger for his glare and blank empty stare, his cold iciness, his intense expression, and his lack of facial affect. That came from Law and Crime Network. Noting the rigidity of his posture and his apparent lack of emotion, the New York Post described Mr. Koberger as showing a level of calm most comparable to infamous assassin Lee Harvey Oswald. He did come to mind for me when I was thinking about something regarding Brian. That's interesting. A headline from the U.S. Sun says it's all look of a killer. Idaho suspect Brian Koberger's psychopathic stare entering court hides chilling emotions, says body language expert G.P. Rodriguez. I think they're talking about what I just mentioned, that very first time that he came in through that side door. These widely viewed and highly prejudicial media reports, draped in the language of quote, expertise and, quote, analysis, demonize Mr. Koberger for his disability. In an environment so tainted by rampant and vitriolic conjecture, it is impossible for Mr. Koberger to receive the individualized sentencing determination, including full and careful consideration of mitigation evidence that the Constitution demands whenever the state seeks to extinguish a human life. The sustained national media attention on this case also repeatedly emphasizes that the alleged crime is brutal and shocking in nature. Well, it was. So, yeah. These types of cases were of particular concern to the U.S. Supreme Court and underpinned the categorical approach in Atkins and Roper. And this is a quote from those cases. An unacceptable likelihood exists that the brutality or cold-blooded nature of any particular crime would overpower mitigating arguments based on youth as a matter of course, even where the juvenile offender's objective immaturity, vulnerability, and lack of true depravity should require a sentence less severe than death. That was from Roper, and they say also see Atkins. Likewise, a jury in this case will be emotionally overwhelmed by the factual allegations and simultaneously looking at a defendant who appears to be emotionally uninvested and unmoved and who cannot persuasively testify in his own defense. There is little doubt that this reality will overpower any mitigating arguments based on ASD as a matter of course, amounting to an unconstitutional risk that Mr. Koberger, on account of his disability, will be unreliably convicted and sentenced to death. The conclusion of this is, for all of the reasons set forth above, Mr. Koberger's ASD prevents him from being sentenced to death in a manner that accords with the constitutional requirements of proportionality and reliability. Like juveniles and people with disability, he is insufficiently culpable to be sentenced to death. The aims of deterrence and retribution will not be satisfied by his execution, and he faces an unacceptable risk that the death penalty will be imposed in spite of factors which may call for a less severe penalty. She cites Lockett. As such, the death penalty must be struck as a possible penalty in this case. And it's dated February 24th this year. Certificates of delivery, and that's it. Oh, Tinsel says, I realize she wants an anti-death penalty jury, but this all just seems too much too soon, but that's just my uneducated opinion. Too much too soon, like in her mentioning it, because these pre-trial hearings is exactly where she's supposed to be trying to get rid of the death penalty. Oh, you're back?
Yeah, I'm back. And I've been listening to your read as well. Some very interesting stuff in there, and it will matter at mitigation, but it's almost like Anne's, she's conceded a couple of times, whether we want to admit it or not, that that is his DNA on that sheet. They didn't dispute that the other day in their document. And now she's preparing, so if he is convicted, she sees all the evidence against her client. Now, obviously, it's her job to poke holes in all of it and try to tear it apart if she can. But what if she can't? What if she knows she can't? This is her only, real way to help the guy. Not saying he did it because I don't know yet. But it was a very interesting document with all the things that they said in it. And I still just find it. But I saw a comment a second ago that you agreed with Dolphin about him being on the very lower end of the spectrum. I agree with that as well. I do. I don't think he was obviously he wasn't so. It's like in Sebastian Rogers' case, we kept hearing, it came out that he had autism, and people wanted to act like he was this baby who couldn't function on his own, and that's really the opposite of Sebastian Rogers, right? Yes, he may have had autism and may have had some struggles, but he was very capable and he was very functionable and he could take care of himself and do things. He also suffered from a chromosomal depletion disorder on top of his autism. So,
He had some other things going on.
Yeah, he had other issues going on as well. Just because one does have autism, sorry, my neighbor coming in early and she just caught my eye out the window. She has to, we have a shared driveway. Well, she's grandfathered into our driveway because she has to use it to get to her house, and we're not rude and going to tell her she can't use it. She's a really nice lady. It'd be rude to say you can't use our driveway. She has another option, but that is grandfathered in. But sorry, I'm like Koberger. I got distracted for a moment. Maybe I'm on the fucking spectrum. Maybe we all are to some extent. Who knows? So you said there were some more documents that came down as well. I got my coffee now.
Oh yeah, I think I counted 13 a little while ago.
Oh heck.
Yeah, they're all dated March 17th.
Yeah, V, there is right? It's a spectrum. There are a trillion varieties. This is so true. And you have the children who are very nonverbal. We see that a lot. We see those that are very high functioning. So it really depends on where you fall on the spectrum, But I do agree, even if it's a late diagnosis and if it's accurate, this will be an issue during mitigation. And honestly, does it matter if I know it matters to some people, what death versus life in prison. It's the same thing. You're still going to die in prison. Life in prison doesn't mean now without the possibility of parole, right? I don't think that if he was sentenced to life in prison, he would be up for parole at any time because of the circumstances of what was done. Yeah, I get you, flip-flops. I'm right there with you. I think a lot of us are.
They're adding more documents to this. Now I count at 22.
Shit.
Yeah.
How long we gonna be here, Dolphin? Are you good?
Oh, I'm always good. Yeah, but this is what I was saying. That case summary, they added 3 more pages to it because the last time I looked at it was about 5 o'clock yesterday, and then I looked at it again. What was it? Maybe like an hour ago, or whatever, and 3 pages worth of documents had been added. So I don't know if you want to just look at. Did you look at? You've already looked at the 3 pages, right?
I did, but if
Yeah.
we can go ahead and start bringing up some of those new documents if you'd like.
Okay.
Let's see. Oh, you got your screen up. You want to bring them up? You want to start reading, or you want me to take over and read one, and we switch off?
Let me grab a bottle of water really quick. I can read for you if you want. I just need to grab water. And I think this
Go
thing
right
behind me is awake because she
Uh-oh.
was snoring like crazy.
Pipsqueak.
Yeah, and making me laugh.
Pipsqueak is our mascot, guys.
Yeah, cutest beagle ever.
Beagle. She's Dolphin's little beagle. She's been around for quite a while. We love her. We love some Pipsqueak. We do.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go grab this really quick. I'll be right back.
Go right ahead. I'll just sit here and chat it up with our chatters. Again, thank you guys for being here. I really do super appreciate each and every single one of you, as always. If you guys don't mind, I hate even saying it. I'm gonna try to remember, hit the like button. Just some more people. If you guys like what because you're always in here, and if you didn't like us, you wouldn't be in here. So if you hit the like button, it helps get us exposed to more people, and then we can maybe get some more like-minded people in here who want to get to good discussions, read the documents, and have discussions based around those documents. You know what I mean? I think that's fair. That's fair game. What are you getting away with, V? Oh, the not guilty or undecided? That's fine. Is that what you're talking about, hon? I don't want to take it out of context. I'll get lost in this chat. I got to scroll way back up here to start at the beginning to see what y'all are talking about.
Okay.
I
brought Carmex and a bottle of water. I'm good.
Girl, I got my Carmex, and now I got coffee. So yeah, I get you. We are so much alike in so many ways.
Yeah, I finished my tea while I was reading, and I just was like, oh.
Yeah, I had a Coke earlier, and I finished that thing a long time ago. Then all that yawning came. So yeah, it was time to go for the real caffeine and get the coffee. And I made me a good cup with my strawberry chocolate. It's chocolate strawberry creamer that I found. I call it Love Day. That Valentine's Day everybody fucking celebrates. I call it the Love Day. Anyway,
okay.
I guess they made it during Love Day, and it's chocolate. It's called chocolate strawberry something, but it's creamer for my coffee. And then I bought an Italian cream cold foam to go on top, and oh my god, it's heavenly.
Wait, what brand do you use of creamer?
This one is an international coffee.
Okay, because I did just see something a few days ago about a recall on creamers, but I was like, I don't drink coffee, so.
Oh, I haven't seen any recalls. If it's too late, I guess all up in my system.
Yeah, but I don't remember the name of it, and I don't think that was it.
Yeah, normally I just use regular creamer, like non-dairy creamer, blonde coffee, no sugar. I'm almost to the point where I would drink black coffee, but I got to have a little bit of creamer in it. But occasionally I want a little more, and I don't put sugar in my coffee. I can't do sweet. It'll make me feel sick. So, but if I put a little bit of, I love to go to this one coffee shop that I go to in town, and she has a great mocha latte, but it's never so sweet I can't drink it. This reminds me of that when I make it at home, and I live too far from a coffee house to go get a good coffee. So I had to come up with ways to get my own.
Makes sense.
Yeah. I drink coffee I can make coffee at night and still end up going to sleep. My son's like, you're not going to go to sleep if you make coffee. I'm like, baby, watch, mama. There's nights I won't even drink coffee at all, but maybe a couple of cups in the morning, like yesterday, and I couldn't sleep at all last night. Like, it doesn't matter. Giving bologna sandwiches. They get peanut butter. You know what they do here at our local jail? For their lunches, I think they get some kind of mystery meat sandwich. But what they do, my aunt used to work at the jail in the kitchen. So they would take peanut butter and mix it with Karo syrup.
Ooh, that stuff is thick.
Yeah, and just slap it on some white bread, and there's your lunch, baby. It's like, I remember when our sheriff made this big announcement that they were going to start doing that. They're doing away with lunches. You're just getting this damn peanut butter sandwich and a mystery meat sandwich, and you're just going to be happy with it. 3 hots in a cot, baby. Okay.
Oh boy.
Let me see here. Or do you want to pull up the documents?
I
Paige?
need to switch one setting because
Okay, you're
my my Adobe, like in my Edge browser, I changed it so when I click on these links for the Adobe documents that it'll just automatically download them. So it's like they're not opening up in a window anymore
Oh,
for
yeah.
me. So I just was gonna say if I'm sharing, I should probably turn that off so it won't switch out to the Adobe window or whatever. But oh, yep.
Are
Sorry.
you wait, V, are you serious? Bologna has been determined to be cruel and unusual punishment? A lot of folks like bologna in the South. You ever had a fried bologna sandwich?
Ooh, yeah, that's too much for me.
Yeah, I can't eat bologna all the time either. I'm such a weirdo when it comes to my meats. I like good deli meats, you know what I mean? Fresh sliced off the, my boar's head up there at Publix. I'm like into that, me and my kid. But I don't know. I think the bologna and Cairo's, I mean the syrup and Cairo or shit, peanut butter and Cairo's, this is bad. But the vegans got their, I don't know what they serve vegans in jail. Yeah, it doesn't matter what you get, right? It's prison food, it's jail food, it's going to be what it is. And come on, let's face it. Most people in the jail are in there because they did what they're accused of doing. Are we going to go serving them up, 5-course meals at night? No.
Okay, there
No.
we go. I fixed it.
They got to get up at 4 a.m. and get that breakfast, or they're not getting it at all. Well, thank you there, Flip Flops. Thank you. We appreciate it. That's what we want. We want to have good, intelligent talks in here, and you guys always help support that. So thank you for being here. That was a disinfo. I'm mildly sorry. What'd you say, V? Oh, about the bologna? Okay. You're good, girl. You're good. My dad does not like bologna. He ate we were kids, and I remember this so well. My mom loved bologna, and she would eat it, plain, fried, it didn't matter. But my dad ate one time, and he got really sick, and never, ever again would he even touch that stuff. My kid likes it. He'll buy a pack, and then he'll eat like 1 or 2 pieces, and I'm like, dude, why are you doing that? You're wasting food. Yeah, you're right. I got so not overwhelmed is the wrong word, aggravated with some of the stuff that I was sent to review from people outside of this community. And I'm like, no, stop it. You just stop sending me stuff. I don't want to see it anymore because it's so ridiculous, right? And they can't read a document and just have a discussion based around it. But they got to go off on some weird stuff, and unfortunately. I'm just amazed at how many people fall for it, though. I was looking at the views on one of those videos yesterday I was looking at, and I was like, man, they got nearly 2,000 views and all these likes on this trash video that had nothing to do with nothing, and there was no receipts to back up any of it. It's like, but whatever.
I'm surprised.
I know, I'll take my 200 views any day over 1,500 of because I'm putting out trash. I'm not going to do it. I could easily do that tomorrow. I could switch up tomorrow and become the Pro Burger and by God get all the views I want, but I'm not doing it. I'm not compromising myself in that way. I don't know if the guy's, guilty or innocent. I lean toward guilt because I do think they got a pretty decent amount of probable cause, but we got to see how that probable cause outside that sheath DNA plays out in court. Because I still am not going to sit here and tell you discount that sheath. I don't care about the touch transfer stuff. That stuff was in a snap, very hard to transfer, or plant for that matter. I watched that Tony Bruschi a lot. I like his content, so I watch him a lot because he's got very good views on cases. And there was an expert on there talking about that touch or about the possibility of the planting situation that came up in the document from the defense, and how hard that would actually be to pull off, right? And how orchestrated it would have to be with the where it was found and everything. But I'm not here to explain to people, because you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Really, and we could sit here and put proof in their face all day long, and they could still do it. And it's so true that two people can read the same thing or watch the same thing and get very different takeaways from it, right? Were you laughing at me because me and you do that?
No, well, yeah, but V, I just looked down at my second monitor and I saw what she said. She said every time that I go, she laughs.
Me
She's
too.
like, I don't know why, it's just funny.
It is, because she's thinking something.
Yeah.
And you can tell. You can tell.
And I thought I was muted. Sorry. Oh boy. Yeah. Oh, I got the page and everything fixed.
Oh, okay.
So it'll open in the browser.
Oh, there. I was like, "Where's my button? Where's my button?" Here it is. Okay, now we got her up there, guys. Whoa, mama.
Yeah. Let me just refresh one more time to see.
What will we learn in these docs, guys?
Oh, let me
And if you have to go at any time, guys, catch us. Come back on the replay and finish it out if you need to. But we do appreciate you being here again.
Yeah, that made it larger. Do I need to go up some more?
I think you're okay. Can you guys see? Well, she hasn't pulled a doc up yet, but she's got the summary page up, or the docket page up.
Yeah, the text on this docket page just looked really small.
Yeah.
On the other screen. Okay, so defendant's second supplemental response to discovery. Going to that one first, and let's see. Gotta go.
Yeah, don't read them backwards like I did that one day.
What?
And you
like
were trying to
top
tell
bottom?
me. Yeah, you were trying to tell me. She was trying to tell me.
Okay, so this, now that I have the document open, is that wide enough? Like, big enough?
We don't see the document yet.
You don't? Oh, share this tab instead. Okay.
There, yes, ma'am. We got you.
And, yep, okay, perfect. So what is that? The percentage I just missed. Oh, why can't I see the percentage in here? Oh, well, whatever. So this,
I'm sorry. These girls are cracking me up. Yeah. Well, part of it was Tinsel, part of it was him, and part of it was somebody else I reviewed, and I about had a never mind. But yes, y'all know what I'm talking. Y'all know what we're talking about without us saying it.
yeah. Let's see. Okay, so this is defendant's second supplemental response to discovery. So Brian, oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to see where to pick up.
Oh, you're good.
Because I don't like sitting here reading out all the,
Yeah.
legalese. Oh, is that it? Oh, this is 2 pages.
Yeah.
So, okay, I guess I will read it. Comes now, Brian C. Koberger, by and through his attorneys of record, and hereby submits the defendant's second supplemental response to discovery to include additional documents as required by Idaho Criminal Rule 16. Exhibit B, which is an index of discovery provided to the state, will be filed under seal pursuant to ICAR 32. Should additional information become available, Mr. Koberger will timely supplement his discovery response. So this is basically saying their Exhibit B is an index of discovery that they provided to the state.
Right. I wonder what's in that.
Oh yeah, I would love to know.
I know.
So
Come on
that's
with the
that.
unsealing, Judge Hippler.
So then the next thing is just a motion for permission to exceed page limit, but I will open it, share this tab.
He usually grants those, a little bit.
Filed on the 13th of March. comes now the state of Idaho by and through the Latah County prosecuting attorney and respectfully moves the court pursuant to Rule 8 of the 4th Judicial District local rules for leave to exceed the page limit for the state's responses to defendant's motion to strike death penalty regarding autism spectrum disorder and defendant's motion to preclude the death penalty and adopt other necessary procedures due to the state's numerous disclosure violations due to the fact that each of the defendant's motions are close to 30 pages in length, not including attachments. That was all one sentence. Okay, Bill. Yeah.
Okay, Bill.
Bill,
That one is
yeah.
kind of like Bill, isn't it?
So, yeah, they're asking for permission to exceed the page limit to
Well-
respond to this autism one motion.
Yeah,
to,
the defense has asked for the same motion a couple
Mhm.
times and was granted. So they're like, these are 30 pages in length. The judge knows the defense is going to come with a book, right? He already knows that. We found that out during the Frank stuff. Yeah. I wonder how, if you're the state, how are you going to justify going against the mitigation stuff with the autism, right? You know what I'm saying? You're gonna be like, we don't care.
Sorry,
It doesn't matter. You know, it'd be so it's gonna be curious to see what their response to that will be.
What? Oh, Tinsel, I just saw. Wait, yeah, okay, that's the most outrageous thing you've seen. I hadn't even heard that one.
Oh wait, yeah, I was just reading the video that was removed claiming SG. Oh, no, I have never heard that ever. Wow. I could start naming off a handful of channels where you probably heard it from, but I won't. Y'all just be careful out there on them YouTube streets. Y'all know I keep telling y'all that. So if you choose to venture off into those channels, take it with a grain of salt. You know where you know what you're going to get when you go in them.
Jeez. Okay. Yeah, that's definitely new. I haven't heard that at all. So, wow. Okay.
People are willing to make up all kind of stuff with this case, and I don't understand the need to do it. You know, I accidentally, this is wild. Last night when I couldn't sleep, I dozed off for a few minutes. I wake back up. So I pick up my phone and I get on there and I run across this channel I've never heard of. And it said something about Idaho 4, Kaylee Speak, or Kaylee Clarifies. I'm like, what did Katie,
I saw that.
It was a psych or tarot card reading lady.
Yes, I saw
Did you-
that. I didn't watch it, but
I tried.
it was in the side recommendations.
Yeah. She got black hair pulled up in a bun. Dude, I tried to watch it and I'm like, are you freaking kidding? The things that she said floored me. And I'm like, there's no way. I hope people aren't. Yeah, but you know they're taking that in. You know, there were over 800 comments agreeing with her.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that Kaylee is just appearing in this lady's house and talking to her
To clear
and telling
things
her
up.
what happened that night.
Okay.
Yeah. No, okay. Not saying Kaylee can't appear. I'm just saying I'm not believing what that lady said. Because it was pretty freaking wild. I'll tell you that much.
Alrighty. So the next document, can you guys see this? Stipulated motion to seal Exhibit B to defendant's second supplemental response to discovery. Okay, so this is another short one. Brian Koberger comes now. Brian C. Koberger, by and through his attorneys of record, and with a no objection from Latah County Prosecuting Attorney's Office, and hereby moves the court for an order to seal Exhibit B to defendant's second supplemental response to discovery. So that is the exhibit we just talked about. Their list, their index of what the defense provided to the state for discovery.
And the
So-
state had no objection to it. I wonder what's in that index, though. Is it more stuff about his medical, you wonder?
Yeah, probably.
Because you know it's not alibi stuff.
Yeah, really.
He got change. A got change. Welcome in. Welcome in. Oh, you're welcome. You got your free membership. Yay. I got some more to give out. Joe gifted more the other day when we were in here, you guys, and I am working on some more content for members only live. And like I said, keep an eye on the community tab, guys, for the public, for all you subscribers, and for the members. I'm posting stuff in each one, so if you guys can get in the habit of going by, I don't know if those show up on notifications like the lives do. It may just show up on your feed, but if there's a particular creator that I like, I usually will go check out their tabs and see what they post, because they post side stuff there all the time. So I've been doing that, and I've been trying to set things to where my members and subscribers, get first looks at things. So appreciate you all for being here.
Okay, so the fourth thing, state's motion to seal exhibits to amended supplemental response to requests for discovery regarding expert testimony.
Oh,
God, these things are tongue twisters. Let's see. Share this tab. Okay. So,
Tinsel, I do. I see your comment there, and I love her. I absolutely freaking love Vivian.
oh yeah, Viviana.
We need to drop her link, because if y'all want to see some major debunking, that's her game, and I'm here for it. I'll go pull up the channel while Dolphin's getting this ready or reading this, and I'll drop the link.
Okay. Okay, so motion to seal exhibits to state's amended supplemental response to requests for discovery regarding expert testimony. This is 3 pages. Comes now the state of Idaho by and through the Latah County prosecuting attorney, and hereby moves the court pursuant to Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32 and Idaho Code 74-124 for an order sealing the exhibits, state's exhibit 1 through 4, attached to state's amended supplemental response to requests for discovery regarding expert testimony. This motion is in line with previous sealing requests based on the fact that release or disclosure would disclose information not known to the public, which could interfere with the court's ability to select a fair and impartial jury. The undersigned has contacted the defense, and they have no objection to this motion. The state respectfully requests that the court seal from public disclosure the exhibits attached to state's amended supplemental response to requests for discovery regarding expert testimony under the provisions of Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32, I-36, I-2E, and Idaho Code 74-124A and B. Signed the 14th day of March.
Interesting. Tinsel says, how many docs is there, please? Do you mean overall or just today?
Yeah, at first count it was 13, and then I went back, I saw 22, and it seems like they're adding like right now, like throughout the day. So
Yeah.
Could have gone up.
And the judge hasn't, we haven't gotten there yet, but I wonder if he's made any rulings on some of those motions in limine yet, or if they're waiting on the April hearings for all that.
Well, here, let me go back and share this tab.
Excuse me.
Down a little bit.
I'm gonna go run grab a second cup of coffee. Be right back.
Okay, so what do you call it? 1, 2, 3, 4. Right here about expert testimony dated March 14th. That's what I just read. So I'm going bottom to the top. So we've gotten through these 4 documents, but they also have where is it? Defendant's motions to file defendant's objections under seal. Some other things about the motion in limine under seal. Leave to allow witness testimony at the April 9th hearing. They're addressing, looks like all of the motion in limines, the defendant's objection to the state's motion in limine. So they're talking about, there's stuff in here for the neuropsychological and psychiatric, improper death penalty comments, immediate family members in court, the motion in limine to exclude the IGG, the text messages and the testimony, the demonstrative aids, the AT&T timing advance records, alternative perpetrator evidence, the alibi, the self-authentication of records, which were all those warrants for all those different stores, those businesses that we looked at, and body cam footage, bank records, and all that. Statistical analysis, inconclusive data, the 404B evidence, which has to do with that seatbelt ticket, that traffic stop that happened before the murders, the 911 call. And then finally, an order granting leave to exceed page limit. And let me see, I keep refreshing it, but so far nothing new has popped up since the last time I refreshed it. That right there is like 20 something documents. So, and yes, they are adding so many. What I did yesterday was I looked at the case summary page at about 5 o'clock yesterday, and then I looked at it again I don't know, a few hours ago in this stream, and I used Adobe Acrobat to compare the documents. And I was like, well, one, it had 77 pages yesterday. Today it has 80 pages. So I knew they added 3 pages worth of documents. And in the case summary, before these start hitting the website, you could see what the names of the documents were. So that's why we're starting to go through these now. So where was I? I did the fourth one, this one. Defendant's motion to file defendant's objections under seal. So share this tab. This is 2 pages. This is a motion to file defendant's objections under seal. Comes now, Brian C. Koberger, by and through his attorneys of record, and hereby moves the court for an order to seal the defendant's objection to the state's motion in limine regarding the 911 call and an objection to the state's notice of intent to use IRE 404B evidence. So this is saying that the defense wants to seal their objection to what the state tried to say in this 911 call and about the 404B evidence. The motion is made pursuant to ICAR 32I and this other Idaho Code 74-124 1B and C because they are either previously already sealed or are redacted. For the purposes of this motion, the court will need to see the full document, and therefore the defense will file an unredacted copy for the court and a redacted copy for public view due to the objections containing information regarding the grand jury. So
it, wow. And this is about the 911 call?
This is the 911 call and that seatbelt ticket, the 404B evidence.
404B evidence. Gotcha. Okay, yeah, I can see. I'm seeing it now. Sorry, I got distracted.
No, okay.
Moves the court to seal the defendant's objection. I can understand they're not wanting the 404B evidence in because we really don't know what that is. I mean, if I'm a defense attorney, the 911 call is coming in regardless. But how does that 911 call hurt Brian Koberger other than them saying or trying to say, we saw a man? They didn't say we saw Brian Koberger. They said we saw a man. So I don't understand how the defense thinks that will hurt them, or help them, or either side. Honestly, that's why I couldn't figure out everybody's big issue with the call being released. Like, it didn't help either side, in my opinion. It's going to not hurt the prosecution, but it's going to give the defense an avenue to go after their roommates, right? And their credibility type thing.
Yeah, but I mean, at a very basic level, it does prove that they tried to tell people that, early on that there was a man, that they saw a man.
Yes, and I just saw a little tiny news clip last night, sometime this morning, and I didn't play it because it's like literally seconds long. But apparently some locals in the area or whatnot, people had issues with the 911 caller, the operator. About she seemed insensitive, she didn't but they were trying to, and the piece was explaining how they're trained. Like, we need to know what's happening right here, right now. You can tell the cops what happened at 4 a.m. They'll be there in just a minute, right? What happened at 4 a.m. I need to know right now about these victims, how they're doing. So, yeah. I don't guess people hear a lot of 911 calls. I don't know.
Or they don't call 911 a lot, Yeah.
Well, I don't call 911. I've never called 911. I've never had a reason to. Well, I did one time because my grandfather. Yeah, you with your mother. I did have to call with my grandfather, but I've heard a lot of 911 calls. I'm in true crime, right? I've heard tons of them. And you get very chaotic callers that you really have to calm down, and get the information out of them. So I understand, as an adult, people should understand why the caller or the operator was like she was.
Yeah, you know what? I look at it this way. So this one 911 dispatch center handles Pullman and Moscow, right? They're both small towns, and before this they said, oh, their last murder was in 2015. I mean, to me this town seems like, it's petty, drug stuff or domestic violence or whatever. Nothing, major is really going on in this town. So maybe this 911 operator doesn't have that much experience
Right.
dealing with emotional calls,
Right.
like highly emotional calls.
Yeah.
Because if it were somewhere else, like if it were here, they know how to
Mhm.
deal with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
A much
yeah.
larger city with a lot of things
Mhm.
going on constantly, you're going to be more trained and have more experience. Not training, but experience, I guess, is the correct word.
Mhm.
Yeah, Z, I get you. They want, but the judge is tired of sealed and redacted, and we're all tired of sealed and redacted. So I get why some things are still redacted and sealed for now, but they're going to come out. And this whole entire call, all of it will be out in trial. I don't think it's going to be able to keep it out. I don't think they will succeed.
Okay, let's see. The next one is defendant's motion to file exhibits to defendant's objections to state motion in limine under seal. I think this is different, isn't it? Yeah, let me share this. Sounds similar to what I just read, but motion to file defendant's exhibits in support of their objections to the state's motions in limine under seal. Brian, again, and his attorneys hereby move the court for an order to seal the defendant's exhibits in support of their objections to the state's motions in limine. The motion is made for the same rules, and because they are either previously already sealed or are redacted. For the purposes of this motion, the court will need to see the full document, and therefore non-redacted copies are being filed under seal. Yeah, that's a different one. Let me go back. Okay. Defendant's motion for leave to allow witness testimony at April 9th hearing. This is different. Let's see, share this tab. Oh, 7 pages. Okay.
This is the one about the hearing. Okay.
But this is a new one about the hearing.
Right.
Defendant's motion for leave to allow witness testimony at April 9th, 2025 hearing. Comes now, Brian C. Kohberger, by and through his attorneys of record, and hereby moves the court for leave to allow the defense to call the following witnesses to testify at the motions in limine hearing scheduled for April 9th through 10th. This request is based in the United States Constitution through the 6th and 14th Amendments. Is this the same? No, this is more. This is longer,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I was going to say, didn't we see something that looked just like this? Because this is where we found out that it was April 9th through the 10th. Okay. This request is based in the United States Constitution through the 6th and 14th Amendments and the Idaho Constitution, Article 1, Section 13. Mr. Kohberger faces the death penalty and must raise every possible issue and have a full record of such. Attorneys representing a person facing capital punishment have a heightened responsibility because of potential consequences. Mr. Kohberger has a right to effective assistance of counsel. As such, counsel is guided by the American Bar Association, the ABA, guidelines in capital cases. Given these obligations, pretrial motions practice differs significantly from non-capital cases. Capital cases routinely involve the litigation of several dozen and often hundreds of pretrial motions. Consistent with the constitutionally required heightened need for reliability, the obligations of counsel, and the ABA guidelines, Mr. Kohberger requests counsel be permitted to present evidence in support of motions. Such a practice is necessary to ensure that all appellate issues are preserved to the maximum extent possible and that Mr. Koberger's state and federal constitutional rights are effectuated and protected. In addition, because expert testimony is necessary to inform the finder of fact, who at this stage is the court, is what they mean to say, it is most efficient to address these matters now rather than in the middle of trial. Bryan Kohberger will support some of his motions with affidavit, but seeks leave of the court to call 2 witnesses. The 2 witnesses that Mr. Kohberger seeks to present are experts whose testimony will involve complex technical questions that cannot be adequately addressed by affidavit and argument. No affidavit can encompass all possible questions and areas of inquiry given the complex and technical nature of the issues before the court. The presence of live witnesses will allow any questions that will certainly arise for the court to be addressed directly and in a timely manner. The witness's testimony is complex, the intricacies of which are necessary for Mr. Kohberger's defense and the protection of his rights guaranteed by the United States and the state of Idaho constitutions. Witness Cy Ray. Cy Ray will provide testimony regarding his expertise with cell tower data and with AT&T records. His testimony encompasses Mr. Kohberger's motion in limine to exclude experts, rebuttal of state's motions in limine regarding AT&T timing advanced data, alibi, and self-authentication of documents.
Now we just found out on that other document his declaration will be there, and he'll be there via video if necessary. Okay.
So AT&T timing records, cell tower, alibi, and the self-authentication. Those other, all those other warrants or whatever.
Yeah.
For the stores and everything.
Yeah.
Okay. In support of motion to exclude expert special agent Balance, Mr. Kohberger has filed a motion to exclude expert special agent Balance because the state did not file a proper expert disclosure. The state has since filed additional information in its rebuttal to defense experts Cy Ray and Tom Slavinsky, and even later, the state filed not an expert opinion, but a more full description of the areas of testimony. Mr. Kohberger's position is that this disclosure is late, incomplete, and inconsistent with previous disclosures.
How can it be inconsistent when they got his reports a long time ago? That's weird.
If I remember correctly, I think they were saying that it was vague. What they got before was vague, and now they're coming in with more detail.
Yeah, she said in one of the hearings that she had gotten the reports, but she wanted the side notes, the email communications, all the things to go with it. And so I don't really know. It's hard to believe that they wouldn't give Nick Balance's information up from the beginning, since he's actually the guy in that part of the area that testifies in court. You know what I mean? So it's
both sides play games with each other when they
yeah,
hand over information.
Exactly.
So
yeah, I know. So I don't know if I totally buy that.
Yeah. Okay. The state has relied on Special Agent Balance to track the movements of Bryan Kohberger's cellular device. The reliance has been averred in every affidavit for records relating to Mr. Kohberger, as well as the supporting his arrest. The state claimed that Mr. Kohberger's phone stopped reporting to the network at 2:47 a.m. on November 13th, 2022. The state has produced records from AT&T and drive test data relating to their anticipated expert testimony, but no actual report was produced. Instead, the state has produced PowerPoint pages. Oh, that's her argument. Okay. These pages depict a lack of analysis and a false picture. The state has conceded, contrary to their probable cause affidavits, that the phone continued to report to the network for an additional 7 minutes, but claim it is of no significance. Oh God, these people don't proofread. She didn't even put a period at the end there. Sorry, I'm a grammar and punctuation Nazi, but yeah, anyway. The state relies on Special Agent Balance as its expert for cell site location information. Special Agent Balance was heavily involved in the warrant process for records for Mr. Koberger's phone and conducting an analysis on the same. Special Agent Balance reviewed a variety of records and did drive testing to collect data. Some maps were produced. The state has not explained how those were produced, and SA Balance has not done so through police report or expert analysis. He has produced PowerPoint depictions that lack explanation. There's some tone there.
Tone, and I'm sorry, I about choked on my coffee reading chat. Yeah. You guys, Linda Lane is real.
Oh, that was Maury that didn't save. Yeah, his cast thing. We're talking about Balance.
Yeah. They said Maury didn't save it, and he actually went off the work that Nick provided to him, which was the PowerPoint stuff. So,
Oh boy. Okay. Defense expert Cy Ray analyzed the handoffs during the 7 minutes that the state previously claimed the phone was off, and found that the state's claims about Mr. Koberger's direction of movement is false. When a phone is utilizing services of several different towers, experts triangulate the interaction between the cell towers and cell phone. They can determine the phone location. The state's reliance on a white Elantra in WSU videos is not supported by the cellular tower handoff data. Understanding what these 7 minutes of handoffs mean is best explained in testimony of expert Cy Ray. Once the workings of cell phones with towers and handoffs to determine travel paths is understood, the impact of what the state has failed to disclose is better understood. The state has hidden exculpatory evidence.
There's that word, hidden.
Yeah, not in those 7 minutes.
Not in.
Didn't happen in those 7
I'm trying
minutes.
to get behind their 7-minute issue, but it's like we said. Did he turn around? Did he go one direction, put the phone in the Faraday bag, and then turn around and go back the other way?
In my opinion, I think if she were going to try to make a point of this 7 minutes or whatever, she should be saying instead, wow, well, if they could, mess up here in this section,
Right.
of the data, how can you trust the rest of the accuracy of the rest of it later down the line? You know what I mean?
Right. And if he's traveling in the wrong direction than what the state claims, that would put him going out toward, say, for instance, Wawawi Park.
Right. Yeah. So.
Y'all want me to tell y'all how Linda Lane got leaked and who paid for it? Because I'll tell y'all. In the Grub Truck video, so Kara has analyzed, you know what? People have been analyzing that damn video for 2.5 years. I've watched people say that they're all sitting there watching the deaths occur on their cell phones.
Oh, yeah.
Pay-per-view. We've heard it. Xana's at the Grub Truck. Hannah
Somebody's screaming Xana or something.
Y'all can't tell me in Dolphin. Yeah, we know it all.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got poor Hannah Cleary is there, and the poor girl was deceased already. She's not there. Grub Truck is you look at it and it is what it is. There's nothing else crazy going on there, but a bunch of college kids getting
Doing what you do after a bar closes at night.
Yep.
I've done it
Bunch
like
of
hundreds
college.
of times.
Yep. And Maddie does turn around to Vito and says, "Fuck you," because he said something smart to her about being drunk.
Yep.
And you can actually see her mouth move when she says it, and you can tell exactly what she says.
Oh, yeah. Okay. In rebuttal of state's motion regarding the AT&T timing advanced data, Cy Ray has a background with AT&T records and understands records that exist and how they are distributed. He will provide testimony about AT&T timing advance records. He will testify that timing advance records existed through AT&T prior to June 2023. He will testify about what the records are and what they show. He has personally seen these records used in other cases prior to June 2023. In June of 2023, timing advance records were produced through GLDC for regular law enforcement.
Hold up. Okay, so June after May.
Yeah.
For that's what my video was saying earlier. That's what
Yeah.
those documents said. Okay.
Prior to that time, the FBI had means to receive timing advance reports. Cy will testify that timing advance records exist in Mr. Kohberger's case. Specifically, the state has produced timing advance records through the cell tower reports on over 3,800 people and individual records for 2 of the deceased and 1 person of interest.
Hold up. What now?
Um,
Looks like I gotta let me focus on
Want me
that.
to go back and read that?
No, I'm reading it. I just need to soak that in for me. I need to understand what that's saying. So 3,800 people. Was that in a geofence warrant?
It sounds like it to me.
Yeah.
Timing advance records through the cell tower reports on over 3,800 people and individual records for 2 of the deceased and 1 person of interest.
1 person of interest. Outside of Kohberger? Was that cigarette butt guy?
The state has not produced these records for Mr. Kohberger. Okay. Wait a minute.
So Ann's under the impression that they do have these timing advance reports. The state's saying, no, we didn't have them prior to May, but they probably have them now if they went back. Were there any warrants issued after May for AT&T? Do you know what I mean?
AT&T?
Yeah.
I don't
Because
remember.
it reads to me like maybe the FBI had the information. If what Cy is saying is true, and FBI could have obtained those records prior to May, they probably would have when they did the grand jury subpoenas, right? I got to close my door, guys. The family just hold on. I'll be right back.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I mean, from what it sounds like, these timing advance records were always available to the FBI, before June of 2023. So if the FBI, they were on this case pretty much from day one. So yeah, and they were doing their own warrants right after they arrested him. So yes, they probably did actually have access to it. Yeah, I know it says the state. So she said, Cy will testify that timing advance records exist in Mr. Kohberger's case. Specifically, the state has produced timing advance records through the cell tower reports on over 3,800 people and individual records for 2 of the deceased and 1 person of interest. Now then, she says, the state has not produced these records for Mr. Kohberger. So she's saying Cy is going to testify that the state has produced timing advance records. But then she says the state has not produced these records for Mr. Kohberger. She's saying that they've got it for 3,800 people, 2 deceased, 1 person, but they haven't done it for Kohberger or turned them over for him. This is our case, MPD. Yeah, and I also think too that the FBI was doing their own thing. You know what I mean? They have way more experience. They, knew what they needed to get, knew what they needed to look for, or whatever, had access to way more than MPD. So yeah, the FBI had them. Now, when, they turn them over to MPD, that's a completely different situation. I don't know. So yeah, that's interesting.
There haven't been nobody here for 24 hours with me, and as soon as the grandbaby come in, he was making monkey noises. I was like, what in the world?
Yeah. Okay. In rebuttal of state's motion regarding the alibi, Mr. Kohberger relies on partial corroboration for his alibi that he was driving alone west and south of Moscow on 11/13/22. Partial corroboration, disclosed as required, is in the form of AT&T records and mapping the same. The specific focus is on cellular device interaction between cell towers and drive testing data during the last 7 minutes before the phone stopped reporting to the network. For the first time on March 3rd, 2025, The state disclosed Special Agent Balance mapped handoffs for the last 7 minutes. Mr. Ray will provide testimony that mapping of those handoffs partially corroborate Mr. Koberger's alibi and are exculpatory.
Partially corroborate. This is going to be a good debate between Cy and Nick when they know each other. Cy Ray has said he's got respect for Nick Balance. He knows the guy knows his shit. So it's going to be very interesting to see the two of them go back and forth. Because I'm telling you, when I watched, I've watched Cy's testimony in the hearing, and it was a little like, you need to do a little better, dude, to get me there. But then when I watched Nick Balance's testimony, I was like super impressed with that guy. And the way that they were able to pinpoint Alex Cox in the backyard of Chad's house, right where the bodies were found. I mean, they had that phone down to, I was surprised at how accurate it got, right? Within feet.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a very interesting argument, is to see who, it's going to come down to the experts for sure.
Need some Z's. I want to say that AT&T warrant, she's asking about the area of coverage. Wasn't it like half a mile around the house? Like the geofence?
I don't remember
about the 3,800 people. Isn't that many people in a city?
Yeah, well, we don't have a geofence warrant, do we?
There is, for the cell tower dump. It's mentioned in there.
Usually there's
the
a
distance from the
separate
house.
right, because normally, like, say for instance in the Delphi case, they wouldn't even let the prosecution didn't want the geofencing to come into play. Now, as of today, some states are not allowing geofencing anymore because it's such a broad spectrum search, right? You got 3,800 people. Now all 3,800 can be looked into without them even knowing it. So I don't know if they did like the whole encompass the area, around the home and well, I don't know. That's a lot of people. But there's a lot of people in the town, and the college is right there close to the home.
Yeah.
So if it was within the radius of the geofence, that would explain all the people that showed up in there, or a large number of people in there. I don't know where Joe went, V. He didn't say bye, heads up, nothing. He just bailed. I'll message him, make sure he's okay. We need to make sure I got 2 messages. Oh, that was earlier. Okay, I'll message you, make sure he's all right. Okay. All right, done.
So, I'm trying to get through this so we can get on to some other documents.
There would be no records. If Brian's phone was off, needs some Z's, he wouldn't show up in a geofence warrant. If his phone was in a Faraday bag and he was literally, because we know it was off for those 2 hours, right? Allegedly off for 2 hours while right there near the home where the car was seen all around Linda Lane and stuff. But if that phone was turned off and in a protective Faraday bag, it would not show up in the geofence warrant. $3,800 to me is a lot if you were just geofencing a 1 mile radius, say for instance. You know what I mean? But it appears that's a lot. They did more than a 1 mile. Go ahead, Dolphin, continue.
Okay. In rebuttal of state's motion regarding self-authenticating documents, the state has listed AT&T records as part of its request for admission by certification. Mr. Ray will testify about the content of this request. Moving on to witness David Howell. He's the Amazon guy. In support of motion to exclude experts and motion to exclude Amazon click history, David Howell is an expert in the branding industry to include Amazon records, data retention, algorithm-driven recommendation systems, cross-platform tracking, user accounts, and buy box system.
He has I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I deep dove him yesterday. He's with a company called Expert Guild.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Did you read up all on him as well?
I didn't click it, but I saw what you put in the Discord.
Did I link it in there? Okay. Cool. Okay. Go ahead. Carry on.
Clickstream tracking systems and the need for complete data for informed opinions. The state has disclosed 2 potential witnesses as experts on Amazon records, but did not disclose opinion of either witness. Forensic analysis of Amazon records are complicated. The defense seeks to exclude and opposes testimony. Many records requested in warrants have not been produced to the defense beyond bare purchase history that fails to consider critical analysis as listed above. Mr. Howell's testimony relates to 2 motions: motion to exclude experts based on lack of disclosure, and motion to exclude Amazon click records. Mr. Howell's testimony is necessary to present the full scope of both motions. Specifically, the testimony will show that without the disclosure of expert opinions, the defense has no ability to prepare to confront the undisclosed testimony. Oh boy. This creates a danger of allowing vague experts and topics to present either misleading or false testimony. Without Mr. Howell's testimony, Mr. Kohberger could not effectively describe how Amazon works. This testimony includes Amazon's use of artificial intelligence, AI, and how it is used to increase sales. He will explain the how machine learning, I guess the way or the manner, how machine learning works and impacts what has been described as clicks. He will explain how clicks work and what they mean and what they do not mean. Mr. Howell will discuss how algorithms work and the influence of advertisers. Amazon searches and clicks are not the same as searching in Google. Testimony rather than affidavit is necessary because this is a technical and specific area. Mr. Kohberger has moved for exclusion of expert testimony as well as all Amazon history.
Oh, hell. Oh, we don't want that in there.
Oh boy.
That may not look good. Now, why would you, if you wouldn't be arguing to keep it out if it wasn't, anything there, right?
Yeah. For the first time on March 14th, 2025, the state disclosed opinions and testimony it seeks to elicit through its experts Shane Cox and federal agent Michael Douglas related to Amazon records. Mr. Howell will testify to the significance of this late disclosure and the implications to being able to fully confront these expert opinions. Testimony is necessary to develop and explain the scope and context of this information and to best protect Mr. Kohberger's constitutional rights. Good luck with that, Ann. That's all I got to say. Because I have still been keeping an eye on my Amazon search history and clicks and what they're suggesting, and I still to this day have not seen anything suggested to me that I didn't already look for, wasn't related to something that I had looked for.
Right. And that's we all know that's how that works if we're Amazon shoppers, right?
Oh yeah.
I think once you start clicking, and even with your phone, anything, you start clicking on certain things, the next thing you know, that's what you're being fed. So yeah. And I gifted 5 memberships. I had 5 left for this month. So welcome aboard, everyone. And then I don't have any control over who gets the memberships. Once I gift them out, YouTube decides who gets them. So welcome in. Welcome to Lead Investigators. I'll have more to give out next month. So don't let creators fool you. We are all can give 10 a month away. So if you got a creator you love and they're not gifting memberships, well, that's on them. I'm just letting y'all know they're there.
Okay. You guys can see this one about the neuropsychological and psychiatric evidence.
Yes.
Okay. This one is 33 pages.
Wow.
So, honestly, I'm going to just kind of
you do your thing, girl.
Through it because
You're
good.
good.
This is from the defense, and they're responding to the state's motion in limine regarding neuropsychological and psychiatric evidence. filed on February 21st, 2025. Hold on, they've got a footnote here. Mr. Koberger has filed several related motions that will be argued concurrently with this motion. See motion to strike death penalty regarding autism spectrum disorder, filed February 24th, 2025, and motion in limine number 4 regarding using the terms of psychopath or sociopath, also filed same date. And number 13, motion in limine number 13 regarding conditions as an aggravator. So, this is the defense again. The state objects to the proposed testimony of Rachel L. Orr and Eileen P. Ryan, Defendants Exhibit D13, arguing that the proposed testimony is outside of the mental condition evidence allowable under Idaho Code 18207-3. This response is made pursuant to due process, IRE 106, for a complete defense and a fair trial guaranteed by the 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendments to the United States Constitution and Article 1 of Section 13 of the Idaho Constitution. Okay. The minute the jury selection begins, jurors will begin to study and analyze Mr. Koberger's physical presence. They will watch his every move and pass judgment on him every minute of the jury trial simply based on how he looks and reacts to the presentation of certain evidence and comments about him. I think
So
make
are
comments
they?
about him.
Or I wonder if they are like if when crime scene photos and stuff like that are shown in court, they always look at, like, not us, but like jurors, they say, well, look at the defendant and see how they react.
I do when I'm watching trials.
Don't we? Exactly. That's part of what we do. So I understand that, and they're really trying to send it home that if you look at him and he's got this unempathetic look or whatever, that's because of his autism.
Okay. Mr. Koberger must be able to present testimony to the jury that he has certain physical disorders. It will assist the trier of fact to know his physical presentation, including nonverbal reactions to the courtroom, is explained by his physical condition. To exclude this evidence will result in unfair bias that could cause a wrongful conviction. This objection is supported by the declaration of Dr. Jeffrey Lewin, an expert in neuroscience and neuroimaging. And that was in an attached Defense Exhibit D1. Mr. Koberger in no way suggests that expert testimony related to his autism spectrum disorder, obsessive compulsive disorder, and developmental coordination disorder are for the purpose of showing that he does not know right from wrong. Oh, they got a little laundry list here. He has at all times and continues to assert his actual innocence in this case. Okay. The state correctly noted in its motion, Mr. Koberger's disclosure states that Dr. Orr's testimony and Dr. Ryan's testimony is not intended to be a mental element defense pursuant to Idaho Code 18207, but rather this testimony about state of mind as well as factual defense testimony to anticipated testimony elicited by the state. Something was missing from that. I really do wish that they would proofread their documents.
I get you, girl.
Idaho Code 18207 is not limited to the admission of either direct or rebuttal expert testimony to elements of the crime, and that's from State versus Samuel. Because of the statute's broad application, the Idaho Supreme Court has determined that Idaho Code 18207 applies to legal proceedings before trial, including pretrial motions. V.
We love you, V.
Oh, that's so funny. The threshold test for the admission of expert testimony is whether the scientific or other specialized knowledge of the expert will assist the trier of fact to understand the evidence or determine a fact in issue. The function of the expert is to provide testimony that is beyond the common sense, experience, and education of the average juror. Alrighty. Average juror
Are we calling
can't get
jurors
there.
dumb?
basically what she said. And you don't have common sense.
Well, you better get and you
The
sent out
average
all those
juror.
surveys. Oh, come on, hold up,
Yep.
hold up. You sent out all those surveys, made a big deal about it, had these major hearings on all these surveys. You had your experts. You should know what questions to ask those jurors to help make sure they're smart.
Yep.
But I get it. I'm just being salty.
Where the normal experience and qualifications of lay jurors permit them to draw proper conclusions from given facts and circumstances, then expert conclusions or opinions are inadmissible. In this case, it is not the normal experience and qualifications of lay jurors to understand ASD, OCD, or developmental coordination disorder. Expert testimony is necessary. Okay, autism spectrum disorder. The anticipated testimony of Dr. Orr and Dr. Ryan is relevant to explain that Mr. Koberger's ASD diagnosis is a physical condition and how it presents in his demeanor. Mr. Koberger has met the criteria for this diagnosis since childhood, and that it is not a convenient diagnosis given his current legal situation and jeopardy.
So this document's trying to tell us that he's been diagnosed since childhood.
It says he's met the criteria for this diagnosis
met the
since
criteria.
childhood.
Gotcha. Thank you for clarifying.
So that
They've
could just be
talked to their
saying that, you know,
parents.
he's had these symptoms and
They've
been
talked-
displaying these since childhood.
Yeah, they've probably heavily interviewed the parents about Brian, his demeanor growing up. Yeah, all the things. Because if I want to believe that Koberger had issues, I believe they started young. Because there's kids I know that have issues start young, and they will display certain behaviors. So if his mother and father were like, well, yes, this and this and this is what he was like as a child, then I could see that. I could see that totally. Oh, you're welcome, V.
Oh, okay. The anticipated testimony of Dr. Orr and Dr. Ryan is relevant to explaining how the behaviors and mannerisms presented by Mr. Koberger are consistent with an individual having ASD. In addition to the opinions of Dr. Orr and Dr. Ryan, the declaration of Dr. Lewin explains that neuroimaging of Mr. Koberger's brain supports the ASD diagnosis. ASD is a neurological disorder that is physical. While most people ordinarily think of ASD as a mental health condition, it is a neurological and developmental disorder that affects how people interact with others, communicate, learn, and behave. According to the United States government National Institute of Mental Health, autism spectrum disorder is a neurological and developmental disorder that affects how people interact with others, communicate, learn, and behave.
I'm taking a bathroom break. I'll be right back.
Okay. As a neurological disorder, ASD is associated with structural and functional, i.e., physical defects in the tissues of the brain that can't be seen when you look at a person, but it can be observed with proper microscopic examination, and in some individuals through the use of quantitative analyses and magnetic resonance imaging, an MRI, of the brain, such as the case with Mr. Koberger. See attached declaration of Dr. Jeffrey Lewin. Research on large groups of persons with ASD has indicated the presence of structural differences in the brains of these groups versus those of individuals with typical neurobiological development, which also supports the conclusions of the NIM and others, that's the National Institute of Mental Health, and others, that ASD is a neurological disorder. Imaging of Mr. Koberger's brain, as reported in Dr. Lewin's attached declaration, shows findings of structural differences in the physical makeup of his brain in areas commonly associated with the control and expression of behaviors commonly seen in ASD, and listed below as taken from the NIM website. Symptoms of and actual behaviors commonly associated with obsessive compulsive disorder, OCD, are common in people with ASD. They've got some footnotes here. Footnote number 2. Several Idaho statutes list conditions that fall within the meaning of serious mental health illness. The third footnote, in Idaho, developmental disability has been defined as a chronic disability of an individual which appears before the age of 22, which is attributable to impairment such as autism, unimpairment such as autism. So those are those footnotes, and moving on. As a physical condition, ASD may not be as noticeable as some physical conditions like a missing arm. If Mr. Koberger had the physical disability of missing an arm, the jury would not require explanation about how such a physical condition may impact the case. ASD is visible in some ways that will be apparent to a jury, but requires explanation. Without explanation, the way that the public perceives the behaviors and mannerisms of someone with ASD is not always favorable and may be prejudicial. While Mr. Koberger's presentation is highly consistent with ASD, without explanation, others may misinterpret and misidentify Mr. Koberger's behaviors and cast them in a more sinister light. For example, he does not show emotion on his face. He has a flat affect. He sits very still and holds his hands in the same position. He has a piercing stare. He does not show expected reactions. Facial expressions do not reflect what he is feeling. He is stiff in body posture. He has prosody in speech, uses repetitive.
Stiff in body. That's what he appears to be like in court, and not the rocking. So the rocking must come into play at certain times. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And versus, because when he's in court, he's very stoic to me. Just kind of sits there. And there's been a few pictures of him out there with his hands a certain way that I've noticed. And not thinking that means he's a killer, guys. Don't take me wrong, but I
know he was doing steepling in court.
Exactly.
In the early days.
If I'm gonna, I don't pretend to be no body analyst, but I study people. I am a people watcher.
Same.
Exactly. And I don't care for these so-called professional body analyst people, because I don't think they're right half the time. I just don't, because I don't think they fairly evaluate things. They give a blanket statement for a lot of people. But if you look at, you got to look at them you have to look at them as individuals, right? And so every time he's in court, I watch some of the things he does to look for consistencies. We were, you could review something and say, oh, well, they're doing something weird. Well, maybe you don't know that person, and you don't know their habits and their mood. You know what I mean? You just don't know someone's habits. But we've seen enough of him in court where I pay attention to that stuff, because I wanted to see, was there anything wrong with this guy? Because it does matter in the end. I mean, not that it's going to take away from what he did, don't get me wrong, but I meant mitigation wise and things like that.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good.
Okay. Uses repetitive phrases and large words and has developmental dexterity problems. Many of his behavioral characteristics are known to be commonly associated with the presence of ASD and are clearly relevant to the interpretation of his behavior in the courtroom by the jury, and may also be relevant evidence regarding the rebuttal of evidence as to the commission of the crime itself. Further explanation about ASD by the United States Government National Institute of Mental Health, that's NIM, is helpful. The NIM provides the following on its website. So they give you a list of examples of different types of behaviors that are common with people with ASD. Social communication and social interaction behaviors may include making little or inconsistent eye contact, appearing not to look at or listen to people who are talking, infrequently sharing interest, emotion, or enjoyment of objects or activities, including infrequently pointing at or showing things to others, not responding or being slow to respond to one's name or other verbal bids for attention, Having difficulties with back and forth conversation.
So these are things that may include behaviors that may include, because I don't think he has all of those. You know what I mean?
Right.
As you were reading them out, I'm thinking, does that sound like what I've seen of him so far? And that's kind of like a blanket statement for what could be with autism. I get that.
Okay. Having difficulties with the back and forth of conversation. Okay, on to the next page. Often talking at length about a subject of interest without considering social cues or conversational give and take. Displaying facial expressions, movements, and gestures that do not match what is being said. Having an unusual tone of voice that may sound flat, lacking emotion or tonal variation. Having trouble understanding another person's point of view or being unable to predict or understand other people's actions. Oh God,
Inside joke.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Boy. Difficulties adjusting behavior
We
to
weren't laughing
different
at Koberger,
social
guys. That was totally something.
situations. Yeah, we weren't.
Totally something different. Promise.
Oh God. Okay. Difficulty sharing in imaginative play or in making friends. Restrictive/repetitive behaviors may include repeating certain behaviors or having unusual behaviors, such as repeating words or phrases, a behavior called echolalia. Oh, that's interesting. Having a lasting, intense interest in specific topics such as numbers, details, or facts. Oh, yeah, that's him spot on. I'm definitely sure of that. Showing overly focused interest, such as with moving objects or with parts of objects. Becoming upset by slight changes in a routine and having difficulty with transitions. Autistic people often have sensory differences, such as being more sensitive or less sensitive than other people to sensory input, such as light, sound, clothing, or temperature. People with ASD also may experience sleep problems and irritability. Based upon a reasoned analysis of discovery provided by the state to date, Mr. Koberger's behaviors that are attributable to his ASD and on this list of common behaviors of persons with ASD as provided by the NIM, along with other behaviors attributable to his neurological condition, must be presented to the jury to confront and rebut certain evidence to be proffered by the state. Let's see. Obsessive compulsive disorder, OCD. OCD can be an independent diagnosis, but it is also a set of symptomatic behaviors that are often comorbid in ASD, as with Mr. Koberger's ASD. Notable, for example, on the above NIM list of behavioral issues commonly associated with ASD, Mr. Koberger has sleep difficulties and subsequently developed a habit of night driving or running to decompress, such behaviors being present most of his life. He also engages in frequent compulsive hand washing, wears gloves to avoid germs, has a fear of things getting into his eyes, changes his shower curtain frequently to avoid exposure to mold, and avoids anything he views as contaminating. Okay, woman. Hold on, let me pause. She better be coming to trial saying that this man is like Howie Mandel and has been like in his classes wearing gloves and all that based on the level of, quote unquote germophobia that she's trying to, you know, like relay in this paragraph here. Oh my goodness. If the state elicits testimony at trial related to these types of facts that are used to build circumstantially the elements of the crime or show Mr. Koberger's actions as reflecting his state of mind or other elements of the crime, he will refute that evidence through expert testimony as behaviors related to his OCD and his ASD.
Wow. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. I had my phone in the other room as
Mhm.
you were reading that about the shower curtain and stuff
Yeah.
and the obsessive hand washing, and I'm
And how
like,
he likes to wear gloves.
Okay, do you guys remember? I don't know how many of you know this, but in the search warrant return for his apartment,
Mhm.
there was no shower curtain in that apartment. And that's been made a big deal about on those YouTube streets. Like, did he use it to line the car with? Did he get blood on it when he showered once he got home? Well, why is there no shower curtain? She's trying to explain it now.
He also better have many, many purchases of shower curtains too.
Many,
You
many.
know,
Was that what
in
he was
his
doing down
financial
there at the Winco
transactions.
thingies, down there at the shopping center, getting some new shower curtains? If you notice, though, in the body cam stop at WSU or in Pullman, no gloves.
Mhm.
The 2 Indiana stops with his dad on the way back to Pennsylvania, he was not wearing gloves. I'm a hand washer, so I get that, but does that mean you may not leave as much DNA behind because you're constantly washing your hands? Because I got to that point where I was saying where everybody kept with that transfer DNA grocery store bullshit. I'm like, well, so did America stop washing their hands? Like, is it that easy for me to transfer your DNA to an object and leave it at a crime scene? Because I didn't wash my hands all day. Some people don't wash their hands, unfortunately. And I know that. That's why I do. I don't got a problem with the hand washing, but she says, by way of specific example, the state has continued to claim that Kohberger was wearing gloves on the night of his arrest. Is that a claim, or can we actually see that on the body cam footage, Anne, in placing his trash in baggies? Is that?
Oh, I haven't gotten to that yet. I was like,
Oh,
wait, what are
sorry.
you
That's what's
reading?
on my screen. That's what's
Yeah,
up.
no, I stopped
Oh,
right there at the very top about the
go
shower
ahead.
curtain.
You go right
Yeah.
ahead. Go
Yeah.
finish. You go finish, Dolphin.
That's
I'm
okay.
jumping in.
I
I
scrolled
got it.
up a little bit
When
because
you
I was,
after
yeah.
shower curtain, I was like, wait a minute. I got to get to my microphone real quick. Okay, I'll
Mm,
shush up now.
yeah, no, that's okay. I got down to here about how he'll refute that evidence through expert testimony. Okay. By way of specific example, the state has continued to claim that Mr. Kohberger was wearing gloves on the night of his arrest and placing trash in baggies. They've continued to claim it. I mean, it's going to be in the body cam footage or whatever, right? But okay. And, whatever. The state asserts that this demonstrates that he has consciousness of guilt and was trying either to hide his DNA or engage in the cleaning of his car. This is highly prejudicial and misleading. Mr. Kohberger frequently wears gloves to avoid germs on surfaces. He was not cleaning his car on the night of his arrest. He was awake at night, as is typical for him, and he was cleaning his bathroom. Hmm. Is his bathroom located in the garage?
This is back. Okay, because we've heard that one document we read states something completely different.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
So,
While
cleaning his bathroom.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. While testimony related to these topics may not be relevant until the state opens the door by eliciting testimony on these issues, once it does, Mr. Kohberger must be allowed to provide expert testimony refuting the state's witnesses. Such relevant evidence can assist the trier of fact in evaluating circumstantial evidence the state may put forward, and since all such testimony would be subject to vigorous cross-examination, it would clarify and not confuse jurors. Developmental coordination disorder. Mr. Kohberger suffers from deficits in fine motor dexterity and visual motor function. Clearly, these are physical issues. He has experienced these physical impairments all of his life. The state has disclosed evidence that law enforcement will testify that they did test runs at 1122 King Road and that it is possible to commit 4 homicides in a time frame of only minutes, including walking to and from a car and removing clothing that would be covered in blood. Additionally, the state has disclosed a forensic pathologist who will testify regarding manner of death, injuries, and specific wounds on the deceased. Mr. Kohberger has disclosed a forensic pathologist who has some differing opinions, including injury and specific wounds on the deceased. It will be relevant for the jury to know that Mr. Kohberger has a developmental coordination disorder that impacts his fine motor dexterity and visual motor function. Such speed and coordination are not possible for him. Conclusion. Mr. Koberger has a right to confront the witnesses and evidence presented by the state and due process under the 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendments.
V and her toe
What'd she
touch.
say? Oh.
Her last comment, we were talking about
Oh.
DNA, wearing gloves and all the things, and she says,
Mhm.
I don't touch, let me highlight it there. I don't touch certain things. I have never in my life touched a toilet flusher handle. I always use my toe, even in my own house. You go, girl.
Oh boy. Oh God. Okay. Okay. Oh, so the amendments: 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendments to the United States Constitution and Article 1, Section 13 of the Idaho Constitution. This includes presenting evidence to rebut the case against him. The court should deny the state's motion to limine to exclude neuropsychological and psychiatric evidence. More specifically, the court should allow Dr. Orr and Dr. Ryan to testify. The physical disorder of ASD should be allowed at the outset of trial. Issues related to his OCD symptoms that are an outgrowth of his neurological disorder, also known as ASD, see NIM quotes above, and developmental coordination disorder may depend on the evidence the state elicits at the trial as the trial proceeds. And that was dated March 17th. There's more to this though. 9 pages. Oh. This is the declaration of Jeffrey David Lewin, Neuroscience Expert Consulting Services of America. This is his affidavit. He swears. His name is Jeffrey David Lewin, PhD.
So these physical impairments that she's speaking of, is she saying that he's not coordinated enough to pull off a crime with that little bit
To
of a
get
matter?
through this house, murder 4 people, to quickly get out to his car, and all of that. He has coordination issues and dexterity issues. But here's the thing: we've seen him walking, and
I was gonna say,
looks like he's okay there. We've seen him with his hands on the table and reaching for paper and all that. When he's
we've
sitting
seen him
at
in
the defense
handcuffs
table.
walking from airplane to, when they brought him back from Pennsylvania. So we've seen a little bit. We haven't seen enough, of course. But yeah, that's they're going to really try to bring all of that in to say that is all that going to be enough to dispute what the state may have, I don't know. Welcome back, Joe. Everybody was got worried about you.
Oh yeah, welcome back. Okay, so this declaration, he has a BS, MS, and PhD degrees in neuroscience from the University of Rochester, plus postdoctoral training in biophysics and neuroscience as a director's fellow at Los Alamos National Laboratory. Over my career, I have held academic appointments in multiple university departments, including appointments in neurology at the University of Kansas, University of New Mexico, radiology at the University of New Mexico, University of Utah, and psychiatry and behavioral sciences at the University of Kansas. He presently holds multiple academic and business related titles. I'm not going to go through those. You guys see those on the screen.
You guys out there using them public bathrooms, be careful. I try to avoid it at all cost.
He's a director of research for Beyond Barriers Therapeutics, a virtual pharmaceutical company developing novel treatments for TBI, which is traumatic brain injury, alpha virus exposure, and organophosphate poisoning. Okay.
What? And all that's got to do with, okay.
Well, these are his credentials.
I get it.
So, yeah, 30
Well,
plus
there's-
years in this field.
But he's, okay, maybe there's more
Received
to
more
it.
than 10 million in funding. Yep, it's coming.
She's like, calm down.
Yeah, Here we go. 8. I have been asked by defense counsel in the matter of the state of Idaho versus Brian C. Koberger to perform quantitative volumetric analyses of Mr. Koberger's brain and to comment on the neurobiological nature of his various diagnoses. In formulating my opinions in matters like this, I routinely rely upon my training and experience, the scientific literature, and client-related data and reports collected directly by myself or other professionals, including radiologists, neurologists, psychiatrists, and psychologists. Here we go. Number 9. It is my understanding that Mr. Koberger has received several diagnoses from appropriate and qualified doctors. For purposes of this declaration for this motion, I am addressing only 3. Oh God, he had more than 3. A. Autism spectrum disorder level 1 without
Level 1.
accompanying intellectual or language impairment.
Okay,
There
well,
we go.
I was about to say, doesn't that
Asperger's
contradict
is a
every-
level 1. Mhm.
Right. That kind of contradicts some of the stuff we read earlier.
B. Developmental coordination disorder, DCD, and C. Obsessive compulsive disorder, OCD, with absent insight.
With absent insight, I mean, I have OCD. I've gotten way better at it over the years, but what is absent insight?
Maybe he'll explain further on. Let's see. Oh, okay. 10. It is also my understanding that the state of Idaho has requested that the court issue an order in limine prohibiting defendant from offering testimony regarding neuropsychological evaluation and psychiatric evaluation of the defendant in the guilt/innocence phase of the trial. The stated argument relates to Idaho Code 18-2071, which provides that mental condition shall not be a defense to any charge of criminal conduct, except expert evidence on the issues of any state of mind, which is an element of the defense. Idaho Code 18-2071 and 3. 11. In considering this, it therefore becomes relevant to distinguish diagnoses and evaluations related to mental versus physical conditions. I have therefore been asked to discuss the relevant scientific evidence with respect to ACD, DCD, and OCD. 12. As an expert neuroscientist, I recognize 3 general categories of conditions that can impact a person's functional abilities and state of mind. Almost all conditions associated with psychological dysfunction have some neurobiological correlates that impart vulnerabilities, but in most instances, these are not immediate causative factors. For example, consider a person who experiences substantive depressive symptoms following a divorce. Unlike major depressive disorder, which has strong neurobiological underpinning, the most likely appropriate diagnosis in this situation would be an adjustment disorder. Adjustment disorders can be associated with some biological dysregulation, but few would argue that adjustment disorder is not a mental condition. In contrast, some state of mind changes clearly reflect physical/biological factors. For example, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, ALS, sometimes leads to mental health impairments such as violence and disinhibition. These are most commonly a direct consequence of structural and functional disruption of frontal lobe brain circuits as induced by the ALS. Here, the psychological disturbance should not be considered a mental condition, as it has a clear neurobiological basis separate from external psychological factors.
Right.
Finally, there are some conditions in the gray area with strong neurobiological and psychological underpinning. This is me. For example, arachnophobia, fear of spiders, has both biological and psychological underpinnings. It is clearly triggered in relationship to external factors, but it reflects an abnormal biological response in the amygdala of the brain. I have serious arachnophobia.
See, spiders don't bother me, but don't let me see a snake.
So I'm the opposite. Snakes don't bother me.
Oh my gosh.
Spiders, I just lose my shit.
Yeah.
Okay. 13. As outlined by Dr. Orr in Exhibit D7B, Mr. Koberger has multiple diagnostic conditions identified by qualified doctors. In my opinion, these conditions span the range from neurodevelopmental to mental conditions. Herein, I will discuss a subset of 3 conditions: autism spectrum disorder, developmental coordination disorder, and obsessive compulsive disorder, which are predominantly neurobiological rather than mental in etiology and relevant to the guilt/innocence phase of the trial, as argued by counsel. References are provided in Exhibit 2. The other conditions may be relevant to a sentencing phase of the trial if this case proceeds that far, and therefore will be discussed in a separate report. Okay. 14.
Yeah, I need some Z's. I already looked up. I mean, I understood the gist of the meaning when she read it, but I wanted to clarify, so I looked it up. Yeah, I think we got the gist of it, and we know that you say you believe there's evidence to back it up, and I agree. I have people that are close to me that have conditions, so I think we all understand that they do exist, but it's how far or how far does his conditions actually go, right? That's what the question is here.
I'm glad that we're finally seeing a document that says he's level 1.
Yes,
on the
thank
spectrum,
you. That
so
he's
people
not
can stop with the other far
poor
end,
guy.
of
Yeah,
it, and
attitude.
ooh, how could he do this?
Yeah, and a lot of us have OCD. A lot of us will develop things out of trauma. Okay, I
I'm
did.
OCD about locking doors.
Yes, me
I
too.
do it without even knowing I do
Me
it, and
too.
check,
It drive my son crazy. He's like, "Mom, why are you locking the doors?" I'm like, "Dude, I lock doors. I cannot help it. I'm going around checking. I'm doing the things." And I used to be so bad. I'd go to get in the car to leave and have to come back in the house to make sure I did certain things that I already knew I did. Like turn the coffee pot off. Did I turn the dryer off? Did I turn the stove off? Did I do, all these things? And all of that came out of some trauma after my daughter passed, but I've learned to work through a lot of that, right?
Right.
And just kind of get into a way better place about it. I still have some OCD habits, but not to the extent that I used to. So, that doesn't make us, crazy or killers or anything.
Yeah, that's for sure. 14. Autism spectrum disorder level 1 without accompanying intellectual or language impairment. For the people in the back seats, in the cheap seats, right? A. Mr. Koberger has a current diagnosis of an autism spectrum disorder. On the one hand, his overall level of intellectual function and his general language skills have been adequate to allow him to complete a master's degree, but neuropsychological evaluation reveals deficits in several subdomains, including motor skills, processing speed, and executive function. Perhaps most importantly, he demonstrates substantive impairments in social cognition that date back to early childhood. As noted by Dr. Orr, he demonstrates anomalies in nonverbal communication, e.g., poor integration of verbalizations and eye contact, limited use of descriptive gestures, restricted range of affect, atypical tone, poor social emotional reciprocity. For example, he's self-focused conversation, awkward interaction, limited perspective taking, limited sharing of affect/emotions of others, and impaired relationships. For example, superficial and logical descriptions of relationships, poor insight into his role in relationships, all consistent with autistic patterns. Yep. definitely.
Yeah, I don't know if the jurors are going to be able to hear any of this before trial.
Yeah, we don't know yet because we haven't gotten to a decision.
Hmm. He may
Let's
not.
see.
The judge may be like, nope, this is a mitigation issue only.
B. Whereas most patients with an autism spectrum disorder demonstrate intellectual and language impairments, it is well established that there is a significant minority of patients, like Brian, where the dominant dysfunction is selectively seen with respect to social cognition. In part, this likely reflects the neurobiological reality of relatively distinct brain networks for language versus social skills. And I think that 1 and 2 might be ASD level 1 and 2, fall in within that category there. C. Whereas there was a brief period of history where autism was thought to be a psychological response to environmental factors, examples, refrigerator parents, for more than half a century, it has been almost universally recognized to have a strong biological basis. Indeed, although ASD diagnostic criteria are most formally described within the DSM-V, Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, the DSM clearly indicates the ASD to be a neurodevelopmental disorder. D. Evidence that the ASDs are of a neurodevelopmental and physical biological origin and not a mental condition caused by external psychological factors or events comes from several sources, including timeline of development, with typical onset prior to 3 years of age, with many parents recognizing signs as early as 6 months of age. 3 or 4. What? I am not sure. Hold on a second. Wait, let me see one thing. Nope. Okay. Very strong heritability. Estimated concordance in identical twins greater than 60%, with some chromosomal abnormalities leading to a very high incidence of comorbid autism, Fragile X tuberous sclerosis complex. Okay. High comorbidity with other clearly neurobiological conditions, including epilepsy. More than 30% of persons with an ASD experience seizures by adolescence, and upwards of 60% show epileptiform activity on EEG. There's also another source is strong evidence of brain abnormalities through autopsy, imaging, electrophysiology, and neurochemical assessments. Okay. And then here it says for Brian specifically, there is objective evidence of disrupted brain structure in several nodes of the social network. As outlined in detail in Exhibit 3, volumetric analyses of magnetic resonance imaging, MRI data, for Brian's brain reveal several brain areas to demonstrate volume within the lowest 10th percentile as compared to all sex and age range plus or minus 5 years. Matched neurotypical control subjects drawn from a normative database of over 10,000 subjects. Of particular relevance is evidence of reduced volume to the left and right fusiform gyri, I'm not sure how to pronounce that, the left and right orbital frontal area, the left temporal pole, and the right anterior cingulate area, all regions within the brain's social network. The fusiform, especially of the right, is especially important for the recognition and evaluation of the emotional characteristics of faces. The orbital frontal cortex plays a key role in the emotional regulation of behavior. The temporal pole plays a crucial role in social and emotional processing, especially with respect to the integration of complex perceptual inputs with visceral emotional responses. The anterior cingulate is critical for social decision making and supporting empathy, pro-social behavior, and processing information about others' motivations.
You know what? I wonder, they couldn't have conducted all these tests in the jail. with the brain waves. I mean, how you can't study the brain without looking at the brain.
Yeah, and an MRI of his brain. I've had a brain MRI from my
Mhm.
car accident. You have to lie down for that, and they slide you into the tube
Yep. My
for
daughter had
that. So they had to take him somewhere.
yeah, he had to have left the jail and went for extensive testing
Mm-hmm.
because you have to do okay, people, I'm not so like totally uneducated on all this stuff. I mean, I understand all they're saying. I'm just not sure how much of it actually applies to Kohberger. Let me make that clear. But I know you can't do these tests just by sitting in the jail talking to someone. And they don't have the equipment at the jail to conduct all these lengthy tests. They've let him go for all this testing. Interesting.
Okay. So now they're talking about his DCD, his developmental coordination disorder. Ooh, y'all, this is page 13 of 33.
You want me to take over for a little bit? If you get tired, let me know.
Yeah, no, I'm okay. I'm just like, yeah,
There's
I
a lot
don't,
of information in there that I don't know that it's all going to pertain. Is there?
yeah.
I mean, I get it that they need to get the backstory to what all this means out there, but if it doesn't actually pertain to him and his level 1 condition, why is it all there?
Well, I
Or
mean, he's talking about his results. So
Mhm.
I think we can agree that, this doctor came in, he did tests, he was looking at his brain, he's studying what his brain looks like on, all of these different, tests or whatever. I'm trying to basically get to the parts where they say what it affects to him. Here we
Yeah.
go. B. It is noteworthy that Brian continues to show evidence of significant motor and coordination issues as revealed through formal testing with Dr. Orr. So that
So,
was his DCD was just A and B. That's it.
but they're
Oh,
saying his motor skills are off and coordination, so therefore he didn't have.
I will read this.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, okay, because this is his developmental coordination disorder.
Okay.
DCD is a neurodevelopmental condition that can occur with, but which is distinct from the ASDs. Also known as dyspraxia, DCD is characterized by impairments in the development of motor coordination, including dexterity, limb speed, and gross and fine motor skills. Like the ASDs, dyspraxia has high heritability on the order of 70%, a strong indication of a biological etiology. DCD is associated with structural and functioning disruption of motor control and coordination networks with minimal modulation by psychological factors. I think they're going to have a hard time trying to show he has motor skill issues.
I think so too, and I wonder if the state's gonna bring in some experts that have taken a look at this results, and will have their own opinion based on these results because it really seems like she's reaching a
We're
little bit
saying
here.
significant motor and coordination
Yeah.
issues.
Yeah.
Yeah, because even let me tell you, I had like I said with this car accident, I had tests, all sorts of MRIs done, nerve conduction studies. I had a neurologist like look at me, and they made me watched me walk to look at my coordination and how my injuries were like changing
Right.
it and everything because we were going to court. So all of this stuff was, going to be used, but
Mhm.
the corporation that I was suing, they ended up settling. So they didn't want to take it to trial because they knew that they were going to lose. But
Right.
yeah, so I'm familiar with some of the testing that they would have done for
Yeah.
that, for the motor skills and whatnot. So that's interesting. And he doesn't seem like he's, you know,
Too impaired.
significantly impaired.
Exactly. And I think,
Um,
because because you think about they already mentioned the timeline of the crimes
mhm.
and how quickly, somebody getting in there proficiently, and they even said something about earlier moving of the limbs, so they're saying he couldn't move fast enough to do all that. He wasn't
Mhm.
coordinated enough to do all that. Um, but I'm not sure I'm buying that. I can get behind the autism stuff and the facial expressions and the societal cues and things of that nature.
Oh yeah.
This stuff here, I'm having a hard time getting behind.
Yeah, that's going to be a bit of a reach.
Mhm.
So, okay, 16, obsessive compulsive disorder with absent insight. Brian reportedly developed compulsive hand washing behaviors as a young child, a fear of getting things in his eyes, and avoidance of germs. There is substantial evidence that OCD is primarily a neurobiological disorder, although it is not necessarily a neurodevelopmental disorder. Evidence in support for its biological basis.
I'm sorry, Dolphin.
Mhm,
Hold on.
go
And
ahead.
these, we're having a conversation, hun. Yo, we've seen him walk around. We've seen him sit in the courtrooms. We're not. So please don't come at us just for having a conversation that we're not totally buying it. You know, you can't get there either from watching him sit in a courtroom. It goes both ways, baby. So we're just
Yeah,
having a conversation.
there's several examples of him being walked in
Yeah.
and out of rooms, down halls,
Mm-hmm.
to that
We've
plane,
we've seen him in video or the wedding that he went
into
to.
that courthouse in Pennsylvania.
You know, the Handmaid's Tale reading with all the ladies he was attending. We've seen things out there. We're not being unfair. I don't feel like we're being unfair. But, you know, none of us can tell for certain, not even, you know, none of us can. We're just having a conversation based around what we're reading.
Yeah, those hands, wrist, and fingers, that's dexterity.
Yeah,
They're
that's,
also
yeah.
saying coordination issues.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yes.
when we're talking about walking and,
Mm-hmm.
you know,
Yes, big
whatnot. He's not
difference.
like falling over, stumbling,
Right.
you know, or
Look,
whatever. That's
I've
what
got a
we're talking about.
33-year-old who was a premature baby. They told me he would have cerebral palsy, all kind of stuff. He doesn't have any of it. But let me tell you what, he's clumsy as hell. The kid will fall down. He will fall out of the car. Like, open the door to get out and just fall out. Me and his son will laugh at him. My own grandson knows how clumsy his dad can be. That's his motor skills are off. Some things are off with my son. But that's just the way it is. But that doesn't mean he's out there cutting grass right now. This boy works his tail off. He's very, very capable of doing a lot of things, but he might trip over his own feet sometimes. Just saying.
Oh, you in a general sense. Okay. Alrighty, let me get back to this.
Oh, I didn't think you meant anything by it. I'm just like I was just replying to your comment where you said you can't tell that from him sitting in a courtroom. We weren't basing it just on that. I'm just letting you know we were just having a conversation. That's what we do here. So you're good, Z's. You're good.
Okay. There is substantial evidence that OCD is primarily a neurobiological disorder, although it is not necessarily a neurodevelopmental order. Evidence in support for its biological basis includes a large study of over 15,000 twin pairs, indicates the heritability of OCD to be about 47% is what that's supposed to be. OCD can actually be caused by certain viral infections, including streptococcal infection, which can lead to the autoimmune condition PANDAS.
Oh,
Imaging.
stop right there.
Oh, go ahead. Hmm.
What autoimmune disease they say? Because in his Tappa Talks, he talked, I have autoimmune disease, right? My son does, my mother did.
Oh,
We all three
PANDAS.
have.
Yeah, can lead to the autoimmune condition PANDAS.
My mom and my mom and my son, all three have the same exact autoimmune condition. It's a thyroid condition, though. But in some of his Tappa Talks, he talked about being treated for hypothyroidism.
Yep, I remember that.
And so a lot of times they think that autoimmune can be brought on by trauma or by infections. And there's like a trigger that brings them on. But I've never heard of that condition before. And I know I mean, my son just had to go through extensive testing to figure out which autoimmune he had, with me telling him the whole time I knew what it was. That's one I've not heard of. Okay. Go ahead. Sorry.
So what PANDAS is, really quick, it says it stands for Pediatric Autoimmune Neuropsychiatric Disorders Associated with Streptococcal Infections, PANDAS. Oh, I thought they were going to spell
Did he
it
have
out.
strep throat as a child and it went untreated?
It said, yeah, because we're a childhood disorder where children with OCD or tic disorders suddenly develop symptoms or have symptoms worsen after being infected with streptococcal bacteria.
Joe, you've missed a big portion of these documents and the conversation. No, none of this excuses what he is accused of doing. at all. This is all going to be mitigation purposes, and he couldn't have done it because he's not coordinated enough.
Okay.
That's interesting though, that diagnosis. And then, I mean, because you have to have, like, you would have had to have gone with untreated strep throat for a long time.
Imaging studies also demonstrate a clear neurobiology for OCD, with disruption of the cortico-striato-thalamocortical loop. Importantly, this loop includes the anterior cingulate and orbital frontal cortices, regions that overlap with the neurobiology of ASDs and which were found to be disrupted on Brian's MRI. That's going to be in Appendix 2. The severity and timing of OCD behaviors is admittedly partly influenced by psychological factors, including stress. Also, the specific nature of each person's obsessions and compulsions probably relate to learned factors rather than core neurobiology. I'm sorry, I laughed because of stress, because I was like, yeah, I bet he was stressed if, he's actually the one who did this.
Yeah.
In general, OCD is not considered to be a neurodevelopmental condition per se, but it is biological in nature, and in Brian's case manifested early in development.
Be nice to Joe. You're not being mean. I'm teasing you.
In summary, based on my training, experience, review of the scientific literature, and the available data and reports on Mr. Kohberger, I believe that the conditions discussed above are of a clear neurobiological and physical etiology. Brian's developmental coordination disorder and autism spectrum disorder are specifically neurodevelopmental conditions with physical origins in his brain's structure and functions. His OCD also has a predominantly neurobiological basis, although it is modulated by psychological factors. And that's dated March 16th.
Yeah. Well, Joe, you can look at it a couple different ways. Joe says, if you're making mitigation arguments, though, aren't you admitting to the underlying crime? You could be, but also you need effective counsel. So is she being effective counsel by getting this out there? So when if he's found guilty, they can come in at mitigation and use this, right? I know you're being nice to Joe B. I was teasing you. So
this was just signed on the 16th. Sorry.
Was it? Okay. Okay. Yeah. This is all like going to be. There was some document readings that you did miss, Joe. Is interesting stuff here. A lot of interesting stuff. But
yeah, we're about like a third of the way through these documents.
Yeah, there was a big doc drop while we were live, so we started going through those. But I did a lot of this is for mitigation. But now that they're alluding to the physical problems he may have had, they talked about the timing of the crimes, how long it took, or how little time it took, and he wouldn't have been able to do that because he's got physical impairments now along with his autism and his OCD.
Okay, here's the doctor's CV, and you guys can go look at that. And actually, that might be what the rest of these pages are. Let's see.
Maybe. Good Lord, he's got a lot, don't he?
Honors. Yep. Scientific review boards. Scientific organizer for scientific meetings, workshops, publications. 1 book. Peer reviewed. Book chapters. Okay. Conference proceedings and other publications. Invited scientific presentations, national meetings.
I wonder how much this guy cost the defense.
Oh, a lot. International meetings. These people, get like $50,000 for this kind of stuff. Local and regional meetings. Universities and medical centers.
I missed my calling. I should have became an expert witness for something.
Oh yeah. Here's his teaching and mentoring activities. Okay, yeah. Ooh, thank you. The rest of this document is just about him. Okay. His CV is like half of this document. References. Okay.
Yeah. So Joe, they pretty much admitted that's his DNA on the sheet. They're just going to say it was planted. So it is what it is. We're just taking it all in.
Oh,
Yeah.
great. 2 pages.
Dang.
Okay. Defendant's response to state's motion in limine regarding the improper death penalty comments.
Okay.
Basically, this is Brian coming by and through his attorneys of record hereby responds to the state's motion in limine regarding improper death penalty comments. Mr. Kohberger faces 4 counts of first-degree murder. The charges began with an arrest warrant and complaint. This is 2 pages, right? Yeah. The state chose the grand jury process rather than preliminary hearing, and the grand jury returned the indictment. Therefore, the state chose to file its notice of intent to seek death. The jury selected to try Mr. Kohberger's case will be aware that the state is seeking the death penalty. They will be informed at the outset for a variety of reasons. Mr. Kohberger must have a way of conducting voir dire with prospective jurors. He must be able to examine witnesses and present arguments in this trial. Mr. Kohberger suggests he uses phrases that comport with existing language in statute and jury instruction. Okay. Okay. That's it. Any comments? Salty? Oh, maybe she went somewhere. Okay, so that was the death penalty, improper death penalty comments. Then we have the one about family members. That's 4 pages. This is defendant's response and objection to state's motion in limine regarding immediate family members in the courtroom. Taking a bad habit break. Okay, now that's cool. Comes now Brian C. Kohberger by and through his attorneys of record and hereby responds to and objects to the state's motion in limine regarding immediate family members in courtroom filed on February 24th, 2025. Specifically, the state asked the court for guidance on which immediate family members are allowed in the courtroom for the entirety of the trial. Mr. Kohberger objects to this request on the basis that it is too narrow in scope and that the court's guidance should be broadened to address related topics discussed below. Oh, yeah. Okay. The argument. First, the individuals identified by the state as family members of the victims include mothers, fathers, a stepmother, a stepfather, brothers, sisters, a stepsister, and grandmothers. Acknowledging the term immediate families is undefined in Idaho Code 195306-3. The state's motion asks the court for guidance on what immediate families means. That was in the state in motion in limine regarding immediate family members in courtroom, page 2. The term immediate family is susceptible to varying interpretations. In this case, they cite State versus McNeil. Idaho case law has looked to Idaho's statutes and Black's Law Dictionary to determine what an intermediate family is. Why does it say intermediate family when they're talking about immediate families? Hold on. Let me go down to this footnote. 1. Black's Law Dictionary defines immediate family member, must be a typo, as 1. A person's parents, spouse, children, and siblings. 2. A person's parents, spouse, children, and siblings, as well as those of the person's spouse. More recently, Black's Law Dictionary noted in its definition of immediate family members that stepchildren and adopted children are usually immediate family members. Well, yeah, they are. Okay. And then let me see, footnote 2. So they're in this case. Sorry, I lost my place. Black's Law Dictionary and relevant definitions in the Idaho Code clearly include parents and siblings as immediate family members. Whether stepfather, stepmother, stepsister, or grandmother are included within the definition of immediate family is less clear. For the purpose of giving victim impact statements, relatives related by marriage, such as in laws, are immediate family members. In State versus Payne. Using the logic set out in Payne. Actually, do you guys want me to read this longer footnote? I will. Just okay. For the purposes of guardian ad litem statutes, Idaho Code 155315 states that immediate family includes, but is not limited to, spouse, parents, siblings, children, and next of kin. For prison furlough purposes, this next code, Idaho Code 20101C, defines immediate family as a mother or father, brothers or sisters of the whole or half blood, a wife or husband, or lawful issue. For certain insurance fraud regulations in this next code, it establishes that the term immediate family member means a parent, mother-in-law, father-in-law, husband, wife, sister, brother, brother-in-law, sister-in-law, son-in-law, daughter-in-law, or a son or daughter. For the purpose of farm labor contractor licenses, this next code states that immediate family members mean spouse, children, brother, sister, mother, or father. Okay. Okay, here we go. Back to where I was. Black's Law Dictionary and relevant definitions in the Idaho Code clearly include parents and siblings as immediate family members. Whether stepfather, stepmother, stepsister, or grandmother are included, oh yeah, it's less clear. For the purpose of giving victim impact statements, relatives related by marriage, such as in-laws, are immediate family members. Okay. Sorry, I guess I got down to this. Using the logic set out in Payne, this case named Payne, State versus Payne, step siblings, siblings related by marriage of the victim, have been recognized as immediate family members. State versus Abdullah. Following this logic, it is likely that step parents are relatives related by marriage that would be included in the immediate family. In the recent Vallow and Daybell trials held in Ada County, grandparents of the victims remained in the courtroom throughout the trial. Statutory definitions, dictionary definitions, case law, and local practice combined would allow all the family members identified by the state to be considered part of the immediate family. Thus, Mr. Kohberger stipulates to the individuals listed on Exhibit S1 as being considered immediate family. Oh, God.
For his immediate family?
Well, no, immediate family in their definition.
Right. Gotcha.
Second, Mr. Kohberger respectfully requests that the court's guidance outline proper courtroom decorum, which discourages spectators from wearing T-shirts. Example, T-shirts with a picture of the victim on them and the words "in memory of," or T-shirts about shooting Mr. Kohberger or about the passage of Idaho's firing squad legislation. Buttons or other apparel with words, photos, or artwork that can be observed by the jurors, since such conduct poses a coercive threat to the jury's ability to remain impartial. In court proceedings in Latah County, a family member of victim, KG, Kaylee Gonzalez, wore a T-shirt, it was her aunt, wore a T-shirt to court related to the passage of Idaho's firing squad legislation. And then they've got,
remember that?
Yep, I sure do. That's why I laughed, because I knew where they were going with this.
Yep.
So they link a website that shows the article. The T-shirt read "Justice for K," and then Idaho House Bill 186 shots fired. Bill 186 shots fired.
It actually said "Justice for Kaylee."
Yeah. This must not be allowed in any future courtroom proceedings. Trials must be free from a coercive or intimidating atmosphere. Carey versus Musladin.
I can agree with that.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with this one.
No.
Totally fair. Case law from other states have noted that it would seem that the wearing of such buttons or T-shirts is not a good idea because of the possibility of prejudice which might result. In Nebraska, in this other case, State versus Speed, the trial court instructed deputies to exclude persons wearing memorial t-shirts and buttons. Yeah, I don't know how they let them in the courtroom like that. So, yeah. In
Yeah.
State versus Haney, State versus Haney, just a case law there. Third, Mr. Koberger requests the court's guidance to include his family members' presence in the courtroom. His immediate family consists of his mother, father, and 2 sisters. Mr. Koberger's Sixth Amendment right to a public trial would be violated if his family is excluded. The values of a public trial are 1. To ensure a fair trial, 2. To remind the prosecutor and judge of their responsibility to the accused and the importance of their functions, 3. To encourage witnesses to come forward, and 4. To discourage perjury.
See, wearing it on TV, hun, is their prerogative. I don't have a problem with them wearing it on TV, but I have a problem with them wearing it into court, right? You have to sometimes we have to really compartmentalize stuff, and you have to imagine if it was your child and you weren't sure and you think they got the right guy. What's wrong with it? Doesn't say Koberger killed my daughter. It says justice for Kaylee. So, I mean, I don't have a problem with them wearing it outside the courtroom. Delphi, they did the same thing. They made shirts, sweatshirts, all kinds of things to wear. I'm not going to tell a family of a dead child you can't wear that in public, but wearing it to court is very, very different.
Yeah, that's for sure. Conclusion. The scope of the court's guidance as requested by the state's motion in limine regarding immediate family members should be broadened to include 1. Those members stipulated to in State's Exhibit S1, 2. Outlining courtroom decorum of the spectators in the courtroom during the entirety of courtroom proceedings, including the trial, to prevent an intimidating or coercive atmosphere, and 3. Inclusion of Mr. Koberger's family.
His family should be included. I mean,
Yeah,
I would
where did
assume
they ever try to exclude his family?
I hadn't seen anything about them excluding his family from the courtroom. That's ridiculous. They have every right to be there, just like the other family members have a right to be there. They do. We're like,
Yeah. Okay. So this was the family members. Okay. Moving along. Where are we? Oh, IGG. Damn.
Your favorite kind of document.
It's 2 pages. Thank God.
Okay, thank God. She's like,
Because I thought if they're going to rehash this all over again,
we're not reading it right. Go back and review our older streams. We cover it there.
So, okay, this is defendant's reply to state's opposition to motion in limine 11 regarding exclude IGG evidence. Comes now, Brian C. Koberger, by and through his attorneys of record, and hereby replies to the state's opposition to Mr. Koberger's motion in limine number 11 regarding exclude IGG evidence. The state agrees with the outcome of the motion and has agreed to not present any evidence of the IGG process. In its papers, the state says that it can present evidence of a generic tip without revealing the source or substance of the tip. Mr. Koberger welcomes this agreement and asks the state to identify the specific witness who will testify and the testimony that will be given. Since this testimony will be sanitized for presentation to the jury to avoid the IGG process, it must also not falsely suggest that there was any other evidence or tip that led the state to Mr. Koberger.
Mr. Koberger welcomes this agreement and asks the state to identify the specific witness. So they want them to say, we got it from IGG. Right?
Well, they want them to say, the state says, we're going to, just say we got a tip, right?
Right.
But now the defense is saying, okay, if you're going to do that, now then tell us which one of your witnesses is going to say that and what are they going to say?
Then I'd like, well, tell me how you're going to corroborate your alibi, dude.
Well, right. I'll tell you that if you first tell me about your alibi, right? Yeah. That's funny. So that's.
I don't think even if they did say it came from an IGG tip, I don't see how that would change the outcome of the trial based on evidence gathered after that or during the process because they were gathering evidence while IGG was coming down. Like I just don't see it being an issue. Like, oh, you only got him as a tip from IGG. What are we doing here? You know, let's just leave it, forget it all now. No, I don't see that.
Okay, let's see. Here we go with
Welcome
text
in, Sirius
messages.
Black.
8 pages.
Oh, goodbye. Got to change. You got to go. Well, thanks for coming in. Have a good evening.
Oh, see you later. Okay, so this one's 8 pages. And this is defendant's objection to state's motion in limine regarding text messages and testimony. Hope there's something new in here.
I think there might be, from what I saw, rumblings.
Okay. Comes now, Brian C. Koberger, buying through his attorneys, the usual. He objects to the state's motion in limine to admit text messaging as requested in its motion. Mr. Koberger's objection is grounded in his constitutional rights of a fair trial, due process, and confrontation of evidence as guaranteed to him in the 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendments to the United States Constitution and Article 1, Section 13 of the Idaho Constitution.
So he doesn't want those text messages coming in.
He doesn't want them in.
All the nefarious messages, the girls are doing all kind of bizarre shit and all this. He don't want that in there. Okay.
Hey, Sirius. I just looked over and saw that. Okay. The state is seeking a broad scope of cell phone records for 2 stated purposes. One is to establish a timeline, and the other is for the truth of the statements contained in the record. The span of time the state seeks to encompass is about a 10-hour time frame. The state indicates the initial text is the beginning of the time frame is at 2:10 a.m. and that text is not offered for the truth of the matter.
Yeah,
well,
you know
they
what
said
that was?
To show that was the driver.
Where
Eric
Dylan,
Gower
the
was
driver, Eric.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But it showed that she was awake. Though.
Yes, exactly. That's what it does show.
Similarly, at the end of the time frame is a text from the University of Idaho at 1:04 p.m. The state grounds its request in the rules of evidence and a previous decision by Judge. Law of the case. The state relies on Judge's conclusion in Mr. Koberger's challenge to the grand jury indictment. However, that decision does not bind this court. Okay. The law of the case doctrine applies where an appellate court pronounces a principle of law necessary to the decision. And she cites State versus Garcia and quotes
Not Garcia.
Yeah, Reagan versus Owen. Yeah, really, not Garcia. When considering whether or not the text messaging is either an excited utterance or a present sense impression, this court will have the benefit of additional information than was available previously. Even if the court determined Judge's decision was the law of the case, this court has discretion to hear and decide the issues presented before the court. Okay. The trial court discretion to change its own pretrial rulings, especially evidentiary rulings. That's case law from a different case. The state seeks admission of certain texts for the truth of the matter asserted as exceptions to the rule against hearsay. Excited utterance. They go back into explaining that. We've already seen that. Okay. Present sense impression. Although the rule does not expressly state, factors of trustworthiness and necessity play a large role in a trial court's decision whether to admit a declarant's expression of his state of mind or whether to exclude it under IRE 403, as well as in the decision whether to admit or exclude the content of additional statements accompanying that expression. Okay. Both exceptions require the statements to be contemporaneous with an event and be spontaneous without time for reflection. In this case, the rule of completeness is critical both to analyze the claim of an excited utterance and to understand the context of what was occurring. Mr. Koberger has maintained his innocence, thus the time frame the state alleges is very much at issue. The rule of completeness is about fairness in proceedings. This rule recognizes that context is key in understanding evidence. Idaho has captured the common law rule of completeness in Idaho Rule of Evidence 106, which we have already seen. Okay. The state is seeking a select portion of phone records to come in at trial under exceptions to the rule against hearsay. First, the court must be aware of the excluded portions of the phone records. And second, Mr. Koberger asserts the full record must be made available.
Well,
I don't disagree with
I
her
don't
on that one.
disagree either. I think
Yeah.
Neeson Z's is right there with us. Why can't the whole text come in, right, instead of just pieces of it? Because that's not cool. That's not cool at all.
Yeah.
What are you not wanting to bring in is the problem, right?
Yeah.
What
And
portions
so
you
the
want to?
case law, I will read this. The case
Okay.
law says for this section, when one party has made use of a portion of a document such that misunderstanding or distortion can be averted only through presentation of another portion, the material required for completeness is ipso facto relevant and therefore admissible under Rules 401 and 402. And that's Beach Aircraft Corp versus Rainey. Okay, Mr. Koberger herein provides a more complete but not exhaustive view of DM and BF's communications and interactions with social media during the hours established by the state. Oh, snap. Hold on. Let me sip. Hold on. Objection to state's MIL is motion in limine. Text exhibits 1 and 2 and Dylan and Bethany phone record for phone activity during the state's timeline. Okay. November 13th, 2022 at 2:10:29 a.m. Dylan texts Eric Gower, the private driver, inquiring if he was driving. At 2:13 a.m., Eric Gower texts Dylan confirming he was driving. At 2:53 a.m., MM calls Bethany. Madison? Maddie Mogan? MM?
I'm sorry. I
Bethany?
had to step away for a minute. What are you asking? What are we doing here?
This line right here, 2:53. MM calls BF.
Who's
Maddie Mogan, right?
Maddie Mogan?
Because the phone calls.
What time did the stops? What time did the
ended
calls?
at what, about 2:56 or something? 2:52? Because the calls to Jack DeCour, remember?
Right. That's what I'm asking. Yeah, you and I are on the same page right there.
Yeah.
We know Maddie was awake during that at that time.
So, okay.
Okay.
2:53 a.m. I guess this is Maddie, calls Bethany. 3:51:03 a.m. Dylan creates a new contact in her phone. I thought she was asleep.
Oh, Sirius has a good comment there. Salty Sleuth, do we know if Dylan's phone was quiet from after the time she texted Eric until the time of the murder?
Yeah, it does seem that would be important.
It does, yeah. From what we've gathered so far, it appears that from what we've seen, she texted him at the 2:10 mark, and I think she texts the roommates a little bit. Yeah, she didn't start.
Needs.
Yeah,
we have says 2:52.
Yeah.
So
was the Jack calls the end of the Jack calls?
I think so. 2:52.
Now, it's odd that after calling Jack over and over, Maddie calls BF. I'm going to take into consideration what that dumbass psychic said.
So, hold on. Dylan creates a new contact in her phone at 3:51:03 a.m.
What?
That means she was awake. This right here.
Yeah, I'm just trying to soak that in.
Because PCA said, oh, she was awakened because she thought she heard this. She thought she heard that. She was creating a new contact in her phone.
What
at 3:51
the hell?
a.m.
See, don't make me side eye you again, Dylan. I've been trying not to.
Okay.
That's odd. Who would you create a new contact for at that time of the morning?
I don't know, but I would want to know.
Well, okay, so this is an hour after Maddie calls her. After
This
Maddie
is,
calls
yeah,
B.
just about an
Okay.
hour after Maddie calls Bethany.
Yeah. And
Because
then
she's the only
Dylan.
MM that I can think of in this
Yeah,
case.
she
So,
is the only one. It is
okay.
definitely MM.
So 41907, Bethany calls DM. And remember, the block that we've seen was 419 something, but this call, I think, is what came before what we already saw.
And remember, the car is allegedly speeding away at a high rate of speed at 420.
So 41907, Bethany calls Dylan. Okay. Bethany calls Dylan.
Mm-hmm. Was she
Could
calling
that be
her
because
back?
she saw
We're,
her?
we're going to have to get the other text block out, and compare with
Oh, I can
these.
pull it up.
Because I know that they
Let
were
me find
texting
it.
each other, yeah, right before the 419 mark. So was Dylan texting her and then BF call her and then was like, well, yeah, because they're trying to figure out what's going on. This is a lot of, I'm gonna close my door. The kids are making
Where
noise.
is the... Oh, I'm still in the search results. Sorry. Let me go back here. Text. Oh, where is the original? Give me 1 second, you guys. My file explorer doesn't want to search for what I'm trying to get it to search for. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Let me
You're good.
go here. Where's the... Not 317.
I have to find my ibuprofen.
224. Here we go. 224. Okay. I found the original document where we first saw. Okay. Let me share this tab really quick. So, you guys can see this
Yes, ma'am.
old doc, right? So from 422 to 424, okay? This is after this call, because remember we were like, yeah, something has happened before this, right?
Yes. Yep.
And there is a mention. Here we go. How they say from right here, 41907 to 421. Dylan attempts to call Bethany, Xana, Kaylee, Madison, all go unanswered, right?
And now we're learning that Bethany also would call Dylan.
Right. Let me switch back to the other tab. I'm going to switch back to this. So now, keeping that in mind, 422 to 424 is that original block of text that we saw. Okay. Maddie calls Bethany at 2:53. 3:51:03. Dylan creates a new contact in her phone. 4:19. Bethany calls Dylan. So is that when Bethany saw a man go past her window
Or
something?
here's a car outside, maybe, or
Because this is before those text messages.
yeah. Yeah.
Or are there some more text messages? See,
I
I always thought that maybe it
probably
happened, the extra details were in a phone call. So Bethany called Dylan.
Yep.
4:20, Dylan calls Xana. 4:20:20, Dylan calls Kaylee. 4:20:28, Dylan calls Bethany for 41 seconds. All of this is still before those text messages that we see. All here that I've highlighted is before those text messages that we see. Dylan calls Bethany for 41 seconds. This must be when she, tells her, I saw a guy in black, there's, whatever. 4:21, Bethany calls Xana. 4:21:50, Dylan calls Maddie again. 4:22, Bethany calls Maddie. 4:22, Bethany calls Ethan.
Why are they just calling them and
So they're
accepting?
both calling them.
And they're just like, oh, they're not. I understand if y'all think they're asleep, but go knock on the damn door and find out.
I guess because they were afraid, because they saw them, because Dylan said she
Well,
saw
that's
this
when you
man
call
in the
911, right?
house. Yeah. Now we get to this section, which these are those text messages, right? Dylan to Bethany, no one's answering. Dylan to Bethany, I'm really confused right now. Dylan to Kaylee. Kaylee saying, yeah, Kaylee, what's going on? What's going on? Bethany at 4:23, outgoing message in Snapchat.
Oh, to who?
It doesn't say.
Uh-huh. Damn it, man.
Oh, this is good. This is interesting.
Dolphin and I are like yelling at him.
I'm sorry, y'all. Let me,
You're
while
good.
I've got this open,
You're good.
let me
I'm
highlight
right there
something
with
here
you.
really quick.
Yeah.
This that we didn't know. This that we didn't know. And this. Oops, wait, will it do it? To the calls. Actually, all of this. So these text messages we've already seen. 4:23, Bethany, outgoing message on Snapchat. 4:23 and 15, Bethany to Dylan. Yeah, dude, what the fuck, right? 4:23:28, Bethany to Dylan. Xana was wearing all black. So again, this is what I thought. They already had a phone call, okay? Dylan told her, I saw somebody wearing black, and Bethany is like, Xana was wearing black, like she's confused, or she thinks, Dylan is confused, and she's trying to tell her, well, Xana was wearing black. 4:23:33, Dylan to Bethany, I'm freaking out right now. 4:23:42, Dylan to Bethany, no, it's like ski mask almost. Bethany to Dylan, shut the fuck up, right? Actually, 4:23:52, Dylan to Bethany, like he had something over his forehead and a little bit of his mouth, I guess, is what she's trying to say. What is that? ND? Yeah, okay. 4:24, Dylan to Bethany. Bethany, I'm not kidding. I'm so freaked out. Bethany back to Dylan. So am I. 4:24:11, Dylan to Bethany. Phone is going to die. Fuck. 4:24:14. BR to DM. I guess R and F, yeah, they just mistyped. They're close. So this is Bethany to Dylan. Come to my room. Bethany to Dylan. Run. Bethany to Dylan. Down here. So Dylan didn't move. We knew that. She didn't move right away. Dylan calls Ethan. Dylan calls Bethany. Bethany to Dylan. Oh wait, are these text messages? What is this?
It doesn't, I guess it would
say it's a call. Yeah.
Right. I noticed that too.
So Dylan calls Ethan, and then there's something else between Dylan and Bethany. Immediately after that, Dylan outgoing call. They don't say who
to who at 4:27.
Outgoing messages on Snapchat.
I wonder if she tried to call like Jack or or Hunter or one of the neighbors. Or were they sending snaps to their friends like, hey, something's going on? But that's talking. Red flags. Talk to your kids. Don't call all your buddies. Call the cops.
Yeah. 4:27:47. Actually, hold on. Let me go back in this. Hold on a second. In what we saw, that short block of text was 4:22 to 4:24. Okay. And then the next thing that they mentioned, they said that she tried to call Ethan, and they said that they continue. Oh, with the I'm scared. 4:24:58. I'm screwed though, which is I'm scared. 4:27, 4:32. So keep in mind, 4:32 is when the last thing that they said before the 10 something a.m. Right? Keep that in mind.
Got it.
So, and the I'm scared stuff is in here, but for some reason they didn't put it in there.
Yeah.
It's in the middle of that. It's at 4:24:58, and Bethany responds, "Yeah, I know, but it's better than being alone." At 4:25:16. So okay, so you've got Dylan Snapchatting, outgoing call where they don't say who it's to. Bethany and Dylan, they don't show you what it is if it's a text message, and they don't say that it's a call. Then you've got 4:27:47. Dylan calls Kaylee. 4:28:44. Dylan calls Xana. 4:29. Bethany calls Maddie. Bethany calls Maddie. Bethany calls Kaylee. Bethany calls Kaylee. So she called twice, back to back. Each one.
And this is now we're talking 4:30 in the morning, a
Mhm.
good 10 minutes for after car speeds away, and the person is allegedly gone.
4:32:57. She texted her. Hold on a second. 4:32. 4:32:57 is the text where Dylan said to Kaylee, "Please answer." That's the last one that we got in that original document. This
Yeah.
right here is
Yeah.
the last one we got in that original document. Now, 4:34, Bethany has accessed Snapchat.
God, are we giving credence to damn WSU Mom Kim?
Bethany has accessed Instagram.
Oh,
Do you see this?
yes.
This is what did I say the other day?
So, okay.
Bethany, it's 4:37 in the morning.
If you're that
Bethany
scared,
is
why are you
Snapchat,
snapping and Instagramming?
Instagram. Hmm?
If you're afraid, why are you Instagramming and Snapchatting? What are they gonna do?
7:30. Bethany calls Dad.
Wow.
8
It-
o'clock. These girls weren't asleep.
No.
Wait a minute. Hold on, hold on.
Dolphin.
8 o'clock. Bethany calls Dad.
I'm gonna need to go outside again and
8.
have me another cigarette. Good
Bethany
Lord.
calls another number. 8:01. Bethany calls home. 8:02. Bethany calls mom. 8:09. Dad calls Bethany. 8:05:43 to 10 a.m. Dylan is on Instagram.
For 2 fucking hours, she's on Instagram.
8:41 to 8:42. Bethany is taking photos. What in the hell is she taking photos of?
Each other or selfies?
Because
They're so
now,
concerned about what happened last
hold
night.
on,
now
hold
they're
on.
not.
Because at this time of the morning, you got to think too that Dylan had eventually run down to the first floor.
Yeah, she's
Right?
down there with her.
Okay. Because you see, there's no more text or calls between the two of them because they're in the same room, right?
They're in the yeah.
Oh.
This is a lot to take in because we've been trying so hard to be
I
behind
have been
these
trying
girls.
not to say something.
I know. Yeah, I know.
9:04. Mom
You
texts
let it roll,
Bethany.
girlfriend. Let it roll.
9:04. Mom texts Bethany.
Wow.
10 a.m. and 56 seconds to 10:01:40. Dylan messages incoming and outgoing Snapchat.
Damn it.
10:01:53 to 10:03:05. Dylan on Instagram.
Remember what's his name?
10:03 what?
Remember Dave
Mm-hmm.
saying that there were snaps going out around that time of the morning?
Yeah.
Yep.
10:03:30 to 10:04:02. Dylan on Indeed.
On what?
The hell? Indeed. The
Mm.
recruiting site or whatever. Or
Oh yeah,
like
yeah.
employment site, right?
She looking for a job, but she was also worried about her
No,
friends.
she's
to
got
be
a
out
contact
today.
or somebody in there that she must have known or something that
Yeah.
she was trying to get in touch with. 10:04:54. Maybe somebody told her call this lawyer. You know,
These,
and was
but we
trying to
don't know.
get to her through
Yeah.
Indeed. 10:04:54 to 10:23:02. Dylan messages incoming and outgoing Snapchat. I'm done. 10 I'm done. That's
Yeah.
18 right here. 18 minutes of Snapchats, right? And this, by the way, is right before Dylan. We thought that, oh, okay, they've woken up at 10:23
Yes.
or whatever,
Yes.
and messaged Maddie and Kaylee to say, are you okay or whatever, right? 10:23:23. Dylan texts Maddie. 10:24:01 to 10:25:04. Dylan on Instagram. Because then it's like, wait, what's the extra hour or so
Okay,
about?
so what did they convince themselves by 8 a.m. or 4:30? Nothing horrible had happened. We're just gonna sit here and chill and do our
Girl.
thing. No, I can't.
10:24:01 to 10:25. She's on Instagram. 10:30 to 10:45. Dylan messages incoming and outgoing Snapchats.
All these poor girls just asked to get eaten alive on YouTube.
Oh, yes. 11:21:53. JM text BF. JM.
JM. Jack, no, that's Decor.
What's Jake's last name?
I don't know what was Jake's last
Anybody in chat? Maddie's boyfriend Jake?
Maddie's,
I can't
right. Let me
think of his last name right now.
I can't either. Let me try to look it
Need
up.
some Z's. Indeed is an employment, like a job listing website or whatever. And I haven't been on Indeed in a while, so I don't know if you've got a profile there, if you've got, connections or whatever. Maybe she went on to Indeed to look up an attorney or something.
Jake, what was that initial again, Dolphin?
It was JM.
Okay, Jake Schreiger was Maddie.
I thought it was an S. Okay.
Yep.
So what is this?
And we've never heard it.
Somebody
We've
from
heard
the
of
Snapchats?
Well, we've heard of a lot of people in this case over the 2.5 years, but I can't place a JM.
I can't either right now, but I'm just excited right now.
I know, right? And I know.
So it's probably somebody from the Snapchats or
Mhm.
the Instagram, or since this is somebody who texted Bethany, and Bethany was she was talking to her mom, she was talking to her dad, she called another number, she called home, she called her dad several times, her mom, she was on Instagram. Snapchat is somebody in her orbit that responded to her finally.
Because it's not Showalter, that's a JS also. There's two JSs.
Wait a minute. Who is her attorney? Who was her attorney when they were trying to get her back here for the,
She already called her
so-called
attorney?
the exculpatory information.
Yes.
Remember, Batanti, and it was before the grand jury indictment, and they were trying so hard to get her back here. Does anybody in chat know who her attorney was?
I'm trying to look it up right now.
Because I'm wondering if those are the initials. Because I'm sorry, all these phone calls
Why would you
to
be calling
mom and
your
dad?
lawyer, right? Now, Dylan's stepmom, is an attorney.
Right.
Let's see. The New York Times, attorney for Bethany Grace. Oh, I just found a motion.
Oh, okay, neat. I see it.
Kelly Ann Valoria.
Okay, no.
Attorney for Bethany. I need to save this right here.
Put a pin in JM. So wait a minute. 10:56:49 till 11:29:08. Dylan is on Instagram and messages on Snapchat.
Wow. Damn it.
This
This is making.
because you know what? Her call to her dad or text to her dad is coming up too.
Yes.
It was like 11:39. Here we go. 11:29:27. Dylan texts Kaylee again. 11:29:41. 11:32 to 11:32:45. Dylan on Instagram and messaging on Snapchat. 11:35. Dylan on Yik Yak. 11:36. Dylan on TikTok. Wait a minute. What?
What? Yeah.
Y'all. 11:37:36, and there's Yik Yak and TikTok warrants too.
Yes, there are.
11:37:36, Dylan messages Snapchat again, right? And 11:39:09 to 11:40:14, Dylan and her dad are texting. 11:49, Bethany calls JM. So here's the JM again. And this is before Hunter and Emily, that we saw something about Hunter and
Could
Emily.
JM be her boyfriend, maybe?
I don't remember who her boyfriend is.
I've never heard that she had one, so I don't know.
11:50:55, JM text DM. You know what?
Wait.
They messed this up.
Yeah.
I think it's JM is actually supposed to be HJ, Hunter Johnson. Because right here, JM 11:50:55, JM text DM. In the other document, it was literally like, here is the bro, right here is the bro. Dylan got the text that said bro. 3 seconds after that, Dylan calls Emily. That's what's this, right? And 3 seconds after that,
Yep.
Hunter texted something to Dylan, and they didn't tell us what the text was. They just
Jane,
said
that was
another text came in.
something. I mean, that's a. They need to get. They can't be doing these typos like that.
And 11:44:06 to 11:50:38, Dylan is on Instagram.
Before she ever went up, okay.
Y'all,
So she's done her. She's already communicated with Dad, and then tells Dad probably some bizarre stuff was going down. Whatever Dad tells her, I don't know. But then she still hangs up with Dad and gets back on the Instagram. And they didn't call till 11:50. Who were they trying to get a hold of on Snap and Instagram?
and
The sorority people?
maybe
Remember how we keep hearing they're supposed to call those
sorority or
sororities
fraternity
first?
hmm
You know, I mean, which I think is bullshit. If you think something horrible has happened in your home, I wouldn't give a shit. I'm calling the cops. I'm not
So
calling a sorority sister first.
hold on. 7:30, Bethany calls Dad. 8 o'clock, Bethany calls Dad. Maybe she didn't wake him up, right? She
Right.
calls again.
Yeah.
She calls another number at 8 o'clock. At 8:01, she calls home. So I'm thinking she called Dad's cell phone at 7:30 and 8.
Probably.
8, she calls another number. 8:01, she calls home. 8:02, she calls Mom. Finally, at 8:09, Dad calls Bethany. Okay?
Yep.
And then at 8:41 to 8:42, Bethany is taking photos. So after she's talked to her dad,
Yeah, then she
she's
started taking
taking
pictures of
photos.
herself. I'm only assuming they're selfies. You know how them girls are. They like to be selfie taking fools.
Or did somebody say take photos of your hands or something really quick, or I don't know, whatever,
Oh,
arms,
yeah.
hands, blah blah blah,
Well, I mean,
so that
and then get rid of them in case there's
no,
something
no, as
No, I mean,
evidence to show
yeah,
you
that
don't
you
have
weren't doing
knife
anything.
wounds, scratches, blah blah blah,
Yeah.
whatever. Oh, y'all, put a fork in me. I am done.
You and
This
me
is
both.
what I have been saying, that there was more stuff and
Mhm.
what it
But we
was.
didn't
And
realize it
this,
was going to be this much. All the weird social media stuff, which we had to be fair, we have heard
oh, there's more.
forever that was going on.
Oh, there's more. Hold on.
Mm.
So, okay, last thing I highlighted, 11:44:06 to 11:50:38, Dylan is on Instagram. This is right before the 911 call. Remember, in the 911 call, it says 11:55 and some change. Let me see. I have it written down, but okay. 11:50:58, Dylan calls Emily. That's Hunter J's girlfriend. 11:51:01, this is Hunter texting Dylan back because it's in this other document about the text messages, and it's correctly written as Hunter, but they didn't say what it was that he texts back, right? 11:51:07, Bethany text JM. Again, I think JM has got to be HJ. Oh, you know what? M is right below J.
V,
Uh,
you ain't lying.
H is right next to J.
Gotcha.
So if you look at your keyboard,
Yep, I know.
yeah, I think
You're
that's
right.
how they accidentally did the,
Well, we
that's
know they're not
crazy.
very great at typing. Somebody's not good at it, or proofreading, so we already knew that. But that makes sense.
I mean, yeah. 11:51:33, Hunter texts Bethany. 11:51:36, this is 3 seconds later. Hunter texts Bethany. 4 seconds later, Bethany texts Hunter. 11:51, 7 seconds later, Hunter texts Bethany. 11:53:52, Bethany texts Hunter. 11:50, so a couple minutes go by. Bethany texts Hunter. Couple seconds go by. Bethany texts Hunter. So she kept texting him. There's a couple minutes here where somebody's digesting something, obviously. 11:54:57 to 11:55:01, Hunter texts Bethany. 3 texts. Okay. 11:54:39 to 11:57:01, Dylan is on Instagram. And then 11:56, they just rounded it up. Bethany calls 911. Oh, Ann is going to tear these girls up. Mm, 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 mm. Okay, so if you're not convinced it's a typo, hold on. Let me explain to you why I think it's a typo. Hold on, let me go right back. right here, 11:51:01. Okay, JM text Dylan, right? Hold on, what was it? It was the call. Sorry, 11:50 right here, 11:50:55. JM text Dylan, right? 11:50:55. I'm gonna switch back to this other document. I'm gonna share this other document. These are right here where it's like 4:32:57. Da da da. At 10:23, we were assuming that they woke up. I'm scrolling down. 11:39:09. Dylan has a text exchange with her father. At 11:50:55, DM receives a text message from Jay stating bro. Then 3 seconds later, DM calls Emily Allant, who's Hunter Johnson's girlfriend. 3 seconds later, the phone record, DM receives a text message from Jay at 11:51:01. So this is literally like boom, 3 seconds later, boom, 3 seconds later, boom. So, and in this document, further up, they identify that Hunter Johnson is in this group of text messages and phone calls or whatever. Hold on, they outline everybody's initials. Hold on, I'm trying to get to the page. E.g., the driver, DM, BF. If it wasn't this document, it was something else where they told you these are the people who were involved in that. Maybe it's in the 911 transcript or whatever. But okay, she had to get up and walk around. Yeah, no, okay, that's cool. So, but my bottom line is the 11:50:55 right here. They're saying from Jay stating bro, and then 3 seconds after that, she calls Emily, and then 3 seconds after that, she gets another call from this Jay, right? Person or whatever. Okay? So now let me go back to this document, the new one that we're in. Okay. Okay, cool. No, gotcha. That's why I'm just wondering, because I'm like, who is JM? Because we'll go back and, think about like all the, players in this or whatever, but JM doesn't, stand out at all. And just, noticing that it's back and forth with these are the people that she ended up being around like literally 4 minutes after this, calls and the 911 call was made. I think that they've messed up the initials. Yeah. So then let's see. Could be wrong, but yeah. So where are we? So all these back and forth, Bethany to this person, that person to Bethany, 3 more text. Dylan's on Instagram. So Dylan was on Instagram during the 911 call. So this must be the portion that Bethany had the phone. 11:54:39 and 11:57:01, Dylan on Instagram. 11:56, Bethany calls 911, but actually the time code in the call was like 11:55 something. I just cleaned my desk yesterday. Oh, here we go. 11:55:42 to 11:59:49. That's the digital time code that we heard when we heard the 911 call. Okay. So 11:55:42 is when they called it. They just rounded it up to 11:56. But Dylan is on Instagram in the middle of that, while Bethany is the one that called. Okay. Alrighty, getting on to this. Gee, wow. The state has selected text messaging as excited utterances and present sense impression. The totality of circumstances defeat the state's request. Bethany and Dylan texted each other a handful of times, and then they were in the same bedroom. They were together with the ability to talk to each other. They were not asleep for 8 hours. Oh, no, they definitely weren't. The messages the state seeks admission of, as exceptions to hearsay, began with a call and a message about being confused. After texting each other and unsuccessfully speaking with any of their roommates, the pair were together. The state is looking at the messages with the benefit of hindsight. The analysis has to be done in the moment the utterances were made, text messages in this case. Dylan first claims confusion, then, after communicating with Bethany, claims fear to leave her room. Despite her stated fear of leaving her room, she does so and joins Bethany downstairs. To get to Bethany's bedroom, Dylan passed the front door of the residence. Bethany was steps from the front door. Neither of them left the house. Neither of them called friends, family, or law enforcement for help. Instead, both have a substantial amount of activity beginning in earnest less than 4 hours after Dylan made her way to Bethany's room. Bethany and Dylan communicate with friends and parents, and Dylan is on social media. Okay. Yep. Okay. Whew. The second grouping of messaging the state claimed fit within the exception to hearsay rule are those from Dylan to her roommates beginning at 10:23 a.m., 6 hours later. The state claims Dylan woke up and realized her roommates had not responded to earlier texts. Go for it, Ann, because, yep, I'm with you on this one. Have been the whole time. The state is wrong. Dylan was awake. She was messaging on Snapchat, she was on Instagram, and she texted with her dad. And this is not an exhaustive list of activity on her phone. Oh God, she's like, but wait, there's more. She was with Bethany, who was also communicating with her parents and then later friends. Mr. Koberger urges the court to view the state's request with consideration of the complete picture. Yeah. The state has asked the court to look at a timeline, and Mr. Koberger urges the court to look at everything that occurred during the timeline. The state's motion should be denied. This is the last page. Ooh, wow. Okay, y'all. Comments from chat? Oh, Need Some Z said, I believe her dad is also a lawyer too. Someone else's parent is. So Bethany's mom, I guess Need Some Z's was saying that maybe her dad is too. Yeah. Hey Firefly, can you think of anybody in this case with JM initials? Because there's all of these text messages or lines right before the call, the 911 call, that say JM.
Yeah.
Are you coming up also, Firefly, or you're
Hey,
out
Firefly.
of pocket still?
The link is in the Discord, hon, if you want to come up and join us. I think, yeah, it is.
Oh, wow. Any questions or comments, anyone?
This
off
isn't
of the
good.
text messages, or should I move on?
I don't think this is good at all for the.
I mean,
It's very.
it doesn't negate what she said she saw or whatever.
Right.
Okay. It looks bad for what happened afterwards, what
Right.
these two, said and did. And you know what? It also looks bad for what they put in the PCA, because
Yep.
in the PCA, they were like, these poor girls were scared and or whatever.
We see how scared they really were now, don't we? I mean, that's.
And frozen shock phase and all of this. And in the PCA, they tried to make it seem like, oh, they woke up to this, went to sleep and woke up to this,
Firefly says she's out of town with no computer. Firefly,
Oh, okay.
are you just joining us, hon? You got to
Yeah, I
read these
think so.
documents.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, for the state's case. Right. Because actually, you know what? So the arguments that the defense had been making about the PCA, right?
Yep.
And how the PCA, what they put in the PCA is what was used with the magistrate judge in Latah County to get the arrest warrant, right? I mean, is it possible that this messiness, I don't know. I guess they were like, no, they're still no, because there's still like the DNA on the knife sheet. That's
Yeah, I mean,
probable
they still have
cause.
all of
Yeah,
that, and like
yeah.
the prosecution said, even though Dylan thought it may be a dream, obviously it wasn't. But this doesn't make these two girls look good at all,
No, 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 not at
and it's going to be
all.
very easy for the defense to get up there and try to poke holes in things.
Anne is going to tear them apart.
Yep.
And yeah, you
And I
what
honestly,
explanation do you have for all of these Instagram, Snapchats, calls to parents, and not a single call to 911
yeah,
in 6 hours? So actually, longer than 6 hours.
and we had heard for the longest time that these snaps were going out quite early
Yeah.
in this process. And that is the only thing that WSU Mom Kim ever got right? Which, because her daughter, I guess, had some information about these Snapchats or whatnot. And I always knew that was the only thing she ever got right.
I
Damn,
did
I hate to
always
say
believe what she said about the Snapchats.
huh?
Went way back. I always did believe that there
Yeah.
were some Snapchats, that there were
Mhm.
messages that went out before.
Right. And
Long
that's what
before
I'm
the Daves and different people, start trying to come on the
exactly.
scene. I did believe that.
I did believe it too. And that was the only thing that was believable, right? I mean, I gave her that much credit that was not a hard thing to believe. But I didn't, I mean, we heard they were going out earlier than what we thought, maybe 10ish, or close to the time that the 911 call was made, closer to that time. But this clearly shows that they was going out. What, 4:30? One of them was on
434,
4:30.
Bethany access Snapchat. 427, Dylan access Snapchat. So I don't know who she was Snapchatting, but this is like isn't that the, oh wait, no, 423, Snapchat. Hold on, let me go back up and see. Okay, so 4:23 a.m. is the first time that we see Snapchat in here. And that's
Who they were
Bethany.
snapping is important to me because if it's
Mhm.
is it sorority people you're calling, what's actually happening here? And I mean, I hate that college students think that they have to join these sororities and can only have to call and get everything approved through a sororities person first before you act on something. But I guess if you're 19 and young and whatever, I don't know, man. This is rough. Rough.
And I really, really want to
Serious.
know
I hear
what
that,
she
girl.
took photos of.
I got this. I just had to get up, walk around, and stretch it out really good. I do these stretches that the doctor recommended. I have to go back soon to the doctor, but I have my favorite thing is I use a lidocaine on my shoulder because it really numbs everything up, and then I can't feel it. It feels good. I love my lidocaine rub.
Sorry, I just was trying to put a
Oh,
proper highlight on this one. There we go.
you're good.
Photos. What was she taking photos of?
Yeah, like what somebody in the comments, who was it? Was it V or Z's? I think it was V. It was probably V, saying something about oh yeah, there it is. Photos when they've been up all night and nobody showered or nothing. Nobody looking cute for selfies.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
doubt that was selfies.
Yeah. Then what were you taking pictures of, right? I mean, I kind of want to see them pictures now. I need to know.
Well, I mean, if they got, Cellubrite or whatever downloaded the phone,
And if all that's in Discovery, Anne has to see all that. She has to know who these snaps went out to, what they were doing on Instagram. All that should be in Discovery. If it's not, it should be.
Yeah. Okay.
That is some crazy stuff to take in right there.
Let's see. The next thing is self-authentication of records, but then after that is 911 call. So do you guys want to go through the self-authentication of records? Because that's all those different businesses. Or do you want to...
Does it list more new stuff, or does it talk about
I
the
don't
same
know. Let's
ones?
see.
Let's take a glance.
It's
Yeah.
7 pages.
Mm.
So that's not too bad.
Yeah, we'll just glance through there and see if it's any different. information than what was on the other list.
Okay.
Let's see what it
So
says.
this is redacted. State's motion in limine regarding self-authentication of records in reliance of all these different codes. Comes now the state of Idaho by and through Latah County prosecuting attorney and respectfully moves for orders in limine allowing the admission of certain evidence in accordance with this Idaho Rule of Evidence 803, 6, 8, and 24. Exceptions to the rule against hearsay, regardless of whether the declarant is available as a witness. Oh, okay, okay. Wait a minute. So 6, 8, and 24, self-authentication of records. So 6 is records of a regularly conducted activity, a record of an act, event, condition, opinion, or diagnosis if A, the record was made at or near the time by or from information transmitted by someone with knowledge, B, the record was kept in the course of a regularly conducted activity of a business, organization, occupation, or calling, whether or not for profit. C, making the record was a regular practice of that activity. D, all these conditions are shown by the testimony of the custodian or another qualified witness or by a certification that complies with rules 902, 11, or 12. And E, the opponent does not show that the source of information or the method or circumstances of preparation indicate a lack of trustworthiness. So records of a regularly conducted activity, that's one section. The other section of the rule is related to public records. A record or statement of a public office if it sets out A, the office's regularly recorded and regularly conducted activities, a matter observed while under a legal duty to report, or factual findings resulting from an investigation conducted under legal authority, but not including a statement or factual finding offered by the public office in a case in which it is a party, or an investigative report by law enforcement personnel or a public office's factual finding resulting from a special investigation of a particular case or incident, except when offered by an accused in a criminal case, and the opponent does not show that the source of information or other circumstances indicate a lack of trustworthiness. At trial, the state intends to introduce the following certified statements and or records.
And there you have it. Linda Lane is real. Told y'all.
Yep. 1320 and 1330 Linda Lane footage. So this is the list. This is Albertsons, Amazon, financial and user records for Bryan Kohberger. Okay, we've already seen all of this.
Yeah.
Bank of America records for Bethany and Santa. Okay. Bagel Shop, AT&T, Banner Bank, Cafe Artista. We've seen all this. Corner Club. Looks like this is the exact same list.
Yeah, it does.
So
yep,
I'm just kind of going
down,
and trying to see if I see something that wasn't there.
Yeah.
No, it looks like the same.
Yeah.
TikTok for Xana. TJX Financial. That's TJ Maxx financial records for Dylan. Yeah. Walmart. Surveillance and financial transaction records for Brian. Winco, financial records for Brian. Winco, financial records and video surveillance for all of the roommates, all of the female roommates there, all 5. WSU video surveillance for the 13th. Their parking records. They've got other exceptions.
We've been at it for 7 hours.
Yeah, but I'm good. If
good
everybody
too.
else is still here, I'm still
good.
good to go.
Have nothing else to do. Sitting here
Certified
eating my baked spaghetti and I'm eating.
Domestic records. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. The state intends to obtain certifications of the above listed items prior to the April 21st, 2025 exhibit deadline. This filing hereby provides notice of the state's intent to introduce and rely on certain evidence as required under these codes. And the state respectfully moves for orders in limine admitting these records as self-authenticated and or exceptions to the hearsay rule. This was submitted by Ashley Jennings. So basically, the state is saying that they're trying to bring all of these in.
Yeah. Firefly, but when we got started, we went over a few things first, like the Karen Reed update and a little bit of Delphi stuff before we moved into the Koberger stuff. And then we read through the big, long document about the autism. There was a lot of information in there that we didn't read yet, so we went and read all that. And these documents began to drop while we were doing all that. So we went into doing all this. That's how we've been here 7 hours.
Okay. Let's see. I just got up to close my blinds since it's getting dark here.
Yeah, we'll be here soon too.
Okay, let's see. So that was, where was I? Text messages and testimony.
It's weird that it's getting dark later now. Like, I love it though.
Wait a minute.
Long
I think
summer.
I think they've put some more stuff in here.
Since, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh God, yeah. So wait, starting
We
up
might be
from the
here all night.
bottom. Yeah, IGG text messages, because yeah, this demonstrative aid wasn't there. It was self-authentication is where I went, because on the screen that I had, it wasn't there. But they've put the demonstrative aid, the AT&T timing advance records, alternative perpetrator, and alibi in there. And then see, I was at self-authentication of records. Oh boy. Where do y'all want me to go? Back down to
Yeah, that'd be fine.
demonstrative aid?
Yeah, what is that, I
Is it
wonder?
short? It's 5 pages. Probably exhibits. Defendant's objection to state's motion in limine regarding admissibility of demonstrative exhibits and memorandum in support. Comes now, Brian C. Koberger, by and through his attorneys of record, and hereby objects to the state's motion in limine regarding admissibility of demonstrative exhibits and memorandum in support to allow a 3D demonstrative aid.
Why would they don't want that in?
They don't want it in.
So see, Anne didn't want the house anymore. She didn't care about that. And now they don't want the 3D model in. That's
The
weird.
demonstrative aid the state seeks permission to use is a not to scale replica of the house where the killings took place. This is not a demonstrative aid like a graph or chart or enlarged photograph. This is a model built from examination and analysis of the house. Upon learning that the state intended to have a model of the crime scene built for demonstrative purposes in October 2023, the defense requested specific discovery. That was in the objection to the state's motion in limine, like yada yada. Okay. A previous one. None had ever been produced other than a single police report discussing the intent to build a model until over 226 gigabytes of discovery was delivered to Mr. Koberger on March 14th, 2025. Okay.
He got 226 gigs in March
of discovery. March
I wonder-
14th, 5 days ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that to do with the demonstrative model?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. She said they learned that the state was trying to have a model of the crime scene built in October 2023. The defense requested discovery. None had ever been produced other than a single report discussing their intent to build a model, right? Until, so that's back in October 2023. Then they're saying March 14th, as in 5 days ago, they got 226 gigabytes of discovery.
Damn.
Related to this. Oh, the state.
And it was after discovery deadline? After
the discovery deadline, the state sought a stipulation to this exhibit. Mr. Koberger declined. The state disclosed a drawing alleging it is a drawing of the model that will be built. It was only 3 days ago that the disclosed who is building the model, the credentials of those, that they disclose who is building the model, the credentials of those who are building the model, and the data underlying the model.
Well, I'd love to know all that.
Yep, me too. The state's expert disclosures did not discuss the use of a model.
Hey, Texas Ranger, welcome in.
Hey. In order to ensure this is a fair and accurate model, the defense would need to hire its own expert to evaluate the model once it is done. Conduct independent investigation into the underlying data, potentially develop more or different evidence, and then litigate the admissibility and the specifics of the model based on that investigation. The state has delayed this for so long, despite specific requests for discovery and knowledge of the upcoming trial date, that it prejudices Mr. Koberger's ability to investigate and challenge the model, and it should therefore be excluded. They don't have this house built yet?
You and me and Z's are all like floored by that. We're
The
like,
model, once it is done, right there.
It's like, yeah. It's like Z says, it's not built yet. It's like, no, girl, apparently not. Jesus, right?
Wow. On Friday, March 14th, 2025.
And we know they went back in like a long time ago and took those other scans.
Yeah.
When they unboarded and went back in.
No excuse for this.
No, there really isn't.
The state produced a discovery file regarding this demonstrative aid. The discovery file is massive and contains materials that require an expert to open and read them. These are the 3D scans Mr. Koberger asked for over a year ago. The new discovery contains documents that indicate the state has been working on this since late 2023. And she's got a footnote. Oh boy, the state is messing up.
Yeah, this is first you got your shady witnesses, and now you got this, your unbuilt model.
I mean, come on. The state's extremely late disclosure of what Mr. Koberger requested at the time of learning about the state's plan violates Mr. Koberger's right to a fair trial, effective assistance of counsel, and due process. This discovery is more than 6 months past the state's discovery deadline.
Oh, shit.
3 months past expert disclosures, and a little over 4 months until trial. Oh, girl. The state must not be allowed to violate Mr. Koberger's rights, ignore Idaho Criminal Rule 16, and disregard this court's scheduling order. You know what I think he's going to say? I think he's probably going to 86 the model and just have some drawings or something, or photos of the house or something, in order for them not to delay this trial, or whatever. Because what she's asking for is basically going to delay the trial if she got it.
Well, if they haven't even got the darn thing built yet.
Yeah.
I mean, come on already.
Yeah. So he may just say, no, they can't use it. They'll have to rely on other things to keep everything on schedule.
He just might do it. I mean, at this point, I understand them wanting a model because they don't have the house anymore, but hey, y'all shouldn't have messed around like this.
Yeah, because it's 2025, right?
Yeah.
This was 2023 when we saw people going back and forth into the house to
And
do the
you
scanning.
And we've seen what Pharaoh can do. Why is it taking so long to build this model?
Yeah. Okay. Oh boy. The state cites the court to State versus Weigel in support of its request to allow the demonstrative aid. Weigel is about whether the jury should have a demonstrative aid during deliberations. It is noteworthy that the demonstrative aid
Actually, Z's what it will do if the prosecution failed to meet deadlines, it will take the death penalty off the table the way it did in Lori Vallow case. It won't set him free. I don't think I agree with that statement. I mean, I could be wrong, but going by what I've seen in the past with Idaho, Lori Vallow absolutely got the DP taken off the table because of the prosecution's failure to turn over disclosure on time. So yeah, right, Firefly. We've
Yeah.
said that, especially those text messages. But state shouldn't be so wishy-washy right now.
Yeah, I mean they've both been playing games this entire time, but this, that's like, okay, yeah, whatever. If it gets thrown out, you can, like, most people don't have, money or whatever for a 3D model to be built or whatever. You know what I mean? And they use diagrams, drawings, sketches, the photos. You could literally have, drag in a cork board into the courtroom and
Shit,
say,
we've got 3D
"Here's the
models of the
pictures of the
house.
bottom. Here's
I
the."
got one. Yeah, I got one I can show y'all right now. We've done
Exactly.
we got
Those
a walkthrough.
tours, those virtual walkthroughs of the house.
The Koala, whatever website
Right.
got it saved.
All you're trying to do is give the jury an idea of the layout of the house or whatever. And there are tons of people online who have already done basically virtual walkthroughs as, the
Maybe we should
suspect.
email them and tell them. Look at this, Bill.
It's like, here, Bill, I'm gonna leave this link for you right here.
Help you out here.
Solve your problem.
Just gonna drop this right here, dude.
Oh my God, this is crazy. Yeah, it says Weigel is about whether the jury should have a demonstrative aid during deliberations. It is noteworthy that the demonstrative aid in that case was a PowerPoint presentation to illustrate expert testimony and used by that expert during testimony and further subject to cross-examination and the adversarial process. Oh boy. Oh God. The state cites the court to Masters versus Dewey, so this is another case, in support of its request to allow the demonstrative aid to be used with witnesses to illustrate testimony. That case was a civil damages case. The demonstrative aid was a similar vehicle seat, same model vehicle, different year, and the purpose was for the jury to understand a material issue in the case, how the injury was sustained. The Court of Appeals stated that exhibits are inadmissible for demonstrative purposes when they do not illustrate or make clearer some issues in the case. That is where they are irrelevant or immaterial, or where they are of such a character as to prejudice the jury. The state properly acknowledges the requested demonstrative evidence must be subject to Idaho Rule of Evidence 403. First, relevance must be established. Okay. Idaho Rule of Evidence 401 states that relevant evidence is evidence that has a tendency to make the existence of a fact of consequence to the determination of the action more probable or less probable than it would be without the evidence. The state outlines its purpose of depicting where people and objects were located. The description is general, and the variety of potential witnesses that this aid is sought for is not defined. Relevance is further complicated by the state's claim that this is not a two-scale model. However, it is built from measurements taken by special agents. The state claimed it's not a two-scale model. However, it's built from measurements taken by special agents. Oh, God. I just got a headache. Wow. Idaho Rule of Evidence 403 requires a balancing test of the probative versus prejudicial value of the requested evidence. The state does not grapple with that issue. The demonstrative aid, a model house constructed in an undisclosed way, is not relevant, and even if it was relevant, it is unfairly prejudicial, cumulative, confusing, and is misleading to the jury. The state has, here we go, thousands of photographs of the house, 3D imagery, and multiple witnesses that have been inside the house. Evidence produced in that manner allow a jury to evaluate it using their own common sense and experience. They are seeing something they are familiar with, or in the case of 3D modeling, the jury can view the depiction and hear testimony and cross-examination of that depiction. That is not the case if the state utilizes a model that is not to scale. Placement of walls, doors, and other structural objects may or may not be accurate. Lines of sight may or may not be accurate. There is real danger of the jury relying on a depiction that is not factually true. Nothing in the law of the state relies on supports disregarding Mr. Kohberger's rights, discovery rules, and the court's order. Nothing in the March 14, 2025 discovery disclosure provides good cause for delay. For example, the photo log from the pictures taken is dated in November 2023. They state, or the state had a duty to disclose discovery and did not. Mr. Kohberger will not have an opportunity to examine the model and its supporting data. Instead, the state produced no 3D imaging, no measurements, no photographs, no information until well after deadlines passed. Mr. Kohberger does not have the opportunity to confront this evidence through prepared counsel and informed experts. Allowing such evidence violates Mr. Kohberger's rights guaranteed under the United States Constitution, 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendments, and the Idaho Constitution, Article 1, Section 13. As such, he respectfully requests the court deny the state's motion. Wow.
That's a lot.
Why Anne agreed to tearing down the house. She said she didn't feel that she needed it.
Well, no, because she had that protective order and everything in on it, and it expired February of 2023, and she never filed again to put in another protective order.
Or
not one time. Because I kept checking on that, right? And and I was surprised that she never did. And then we heard about the model being created and all this stuff. But damn, come on, state. Y'all better get with the program, like for real. I mean, we're, I don't know how much it will hurt the case or help it. Either way, it's hard to. Yeah.
I mean, to me, not using a 3D model, whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whether it's to scale, not to scale, whatever. I mean, this house, everybody acts like this house was so complicated. It wasn't. It's literally two bedrooms, a bathroom, and maybe one other common room, on each floor. One or two other common rooms on each floor, except for the third floor. It's like two bedrooms and one bathroom up on the third. It's not that complicated. The floor plans are out there.
Yep.
Like I said, there's virtual tours of the house from when they were trying to sell the house.
Good
or
virtual
whatever.
tour. I mean, the one we can look at right now is perfect, so I don't see what their big deal is. I mean, I know it won't be to scale, like if you take the link we have and you walk through, but the jurors would still get a good gist of it. And they could also, but all those photos they're going to show is going to show where everything was in relation to the crime scene and all that good stuff. What date, Salty? What are you asking me, Z? I'm sorry, did I miss something, hun? What date? What date? February? Are you asking about that?
2023.
It was, I don't remember the exact date of the, I have to look back at the documents, but it was the order expired in February of 2023, and it is in the case files for sure.
Yeah, the protective order for the house.
Let's see. Oh. God, that was a lot of documents coming down all of a sudden.
Yeah, I mean, I
Some
just
crazy stuff in all of them. We expected more to come, but all at one time like that, this judge decided he wasn't going to play, right?
Yeah. I mean, they've been sitting on some stuff, so.
Oh, yeah. Definitely have. And then we know it takes them a minute to get things uploaded as well.
Texas Ranger, as far as them needing to hear how it sounded in there too, like I agree, but since it's gone, it's kind of like too late. But I mean, I think everybody has been in, a house with like all hardwood floors,
Yeah.
And maybe one that's not so, I don't know, what's the word I'm looking for? It's cheaply built,
Yeah.
So
My
it's not
granny's
so
house
insulated.
Yeah, it would creak and make sounds. You could walk. We would creep around because we didn't want to wake. We don't want to wake Granny up in the middle of the night. So we knew certain floorboards were going to squeak or pop or move. Make a noise. We'd be creeping around that house, buddy. Thank you, Pokemon. You and I are both doing the same thing. I appreciate you. I went over there and gave him a like and everything to get.
Oh, okay. That's good.
Yeah, Joe's live right now. He's doing this. He had a story he already had planned. So, but yeah, there's certain, I can see the benefit of keeping the house, but the house was so altered, right? We know that there were cutouts taken out of the floors, the walls. Would it have been, and we know that about the asbestos they found in the house and all the things, and so would it have even been safe to take jurors into, right? At some point. All the more reason, because there's nothing wrong with this 3D model. Like the ones that Dolphin and I have reviewed at Firefly, they've got they can do some amazing stuff. We know they use the Faro scans, and like I've told you guys, over in Stephen Stern's case, at the crime scene where Madeline was found. So this is not a new technology to the Kohberger case. This is stuff that's been out there and very usable. Law enforcement. If you go to the Faro website, they actually even have a good YouTube channel, because I've been all over it. Trust me. I love to learn. Law enforcement has this stuff available. Not all law enforcements now. They do have it where they can automatically just get it out of the trunk and start scanning things, right? Or then you bring in the big team to do it, depending on what you're doing. But so this stuff isn't new. It's not new technology or anything like that. So February 28th of 2023, there was a motion to temporarily seal. That wasn't it. Let's see. I was just looking around while we were talking, guys. I'm trying to find that one document, exactly what date it was. I can't. There's a whole bunch of shit that came down in February 2023. It's crazy. I mean, if the pictures will do a lot, but really, I don't know. I guess the sound would be important considering what Dylan claims she heard, but how can you replicate that, right? How can you replicate that in a home? Would you have the jurors stand on the second floor and have somebody go up and yell down and to see if you could hear them? That kind of thing. You have to wonder about how they would actually pull that off.
Okay.
You're good. You're good.
Okay, yeah, I just was like, oh, let me hurry up and turn on these lights. Wow, this is crazy. Let's see. Back to the documents list. Let me refresh it, because Jesus. So that was that, and then there's the AT&T timing records. Where? Honestly, after the text, I really want to just jump up to this 911 call.
Go ahead.
Do you mind?
You're good. No, you go right ahead.
Oh, it's 6 pages. Let's see. Oh, I thought there was going to be something super juicy in it, but let's see. You guys can see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Defendant's objection to state's motion in limine regarding the 911 call. Comes now Brian C. Kohberger by and through his attorneys of record and hereby objects to the state's motion in limine to admit the 911 call and an accompanying transcript. The state relies on the exceptions to the hearsay rule and effect on listener. Mr. Kohberger's objection is grounded in his constitutional rights, 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendments, and the same Article 1, Section 13 of the Idaho Constitution. The 911 call. The state correctly recognizes the statements on the 911 call are hearsay. Idaho rules of evidence make hearsay inadmissible unless it meets with an exception. The state identifies 2 exceptions to the rule against hearsay and further recognizes all parts of the statement must meet the exception. The state must provide foundation for an excited utterance, State versus Hansen. The state alleges that statements fall within the excited utterances or present sense impression exceptions to the hearsay rule or are non-testimonial. The state distinguishes and identifies only one statement but claims the rest of the statements fall within the exception of present sense impression. Oh, I wonder what the one statement is.
I don't know.
Okay. Excited utterance. Well, we've seen this before. Okay. This 911 call did not come at 4:30 in the morning when Dylan and Bethany communicated with each other and ended up in the same bedroom. This 911 call came 8 hours later. This call came after Dylan and Bethany each made calls, corresponded through text and other messaging to family and friends. The 911 call came only after friends arrived. Bethany initiated the 911 call, and thereafter the phone was passed from person to person. The state lays out only one statement as an excited utterance, the statements of Emily, EA, when the phone was passed to her. So the statement, oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. Yeah. So that's what they're saying, I guess.
Hey, Texas, were you in here earlier because they've released more of the text messages? Were you in here to hear all that? Cause them girls were doing a whole lot more than just being afraid. Kind of sketchy.
Yeah.
So BF initiated the call there.
Yeah. Because they've said that in some other
Yeah.
documents or whatever.
We knew that it was her that initiated it.
So that's the one statement that they're kind of, I guess, trying to exclude is the, oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. Yeah.
I mean, okay, because that makes the only sense that they would want that statement out, of course, because their client is a man.
The state claims these words are an excited utterance because they explain why Xana was passed out. The state fails to take into account why that statement was made. The same transcript and same page reflect the dispatcher asking exactly what was going on. Emily stated, one of the roommates who's passed out and she was drunk last night and she's not waking up. Either Bethany or Dylan said, no, we saw. After that prompt, Emily told dispatch about the man they saw. Thereafter, the phone was handed back to Dylan. The statements by Emily do not fit within excited utterance exception. She first states she is reporting a roommate who was passed out from drinking and not waking up. She then states she saw some man in their house. Well, yeah, okay. Emily does not have firsthand information and is repeating what Dylan and Bethany told her.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I can see that.
I can see that too. All of the statements made by Dylan and Bethany must be analyzed under the applicable framework for excited utterances. In Mr. Kohberger's response, let me move this up, to the state's motion in limine regarding text messages and testimony, he objects, in part, based on the completeness of the record, but also because a more complete record weighs against the state's motion. The phone activity of Dylan and Bethany shows the statements on the 911 call are not excited utterance. Gotcha there. And she's got a footnote. The phone activity is more extensive than a few messages between Dylan and Bethany. Phone activity did not stop once they were together. It did not begin right before the 911 call. 911 was called.
We just saw all that laid out a little while ago.
Yep. The 911 call was not contemporaneous with Dylan and Bethany's stated awareness of something happening in their house. 8 hours passed until they called for friends to come to the residence. An excited utterance is a statement that is made while under the influence of an event. The 911 call and the statements contained therein came after conversation, calls, text, internet surfing, and other phone activity. Damn. Okay. Wow. Sorry. Okay. Footnote number 1 is, they're mentioning the other document with the text messages.
Oh.
Internet surfing. I wonder, is that the Indeed reference? You know, the texting or whatever on Indeed. Or whatever, or logging onto Indeed. Okay. Sorry. So this is okay. Present sense impression. Oh, we got a redaction there. The state claims most of the statements in the 911 call meets the present sense impression exception to the hearsay rule. The state says this is so because they all saw Xana unresponsive and were told to call 911. Wait a minute. The state says this is so because they all saw Xana unresponsive and were told to call 911. That's not what happened. Why are they typing it like that?
Yeah.
Like, is it like that? That's okay. But this is the defense writing this document. Okay. The state says that this is so because they all saw Xana unresponsive and were told to call 911. They were already on the phone with them. Idaho Rule of Evidence 8031, present sense impression, a statement describing or explaining an event or condition made while or immediately after the declarant perceived it. The only possible statements that qualify are those regarding Xana being unresponsive. Statements regarding what Dylan and Bethany claim they saw 8 hours earlier are not contemporaneous in time. Okay. Reviewing the grand jury testimony shows the state misplaces reliance on at least some of the statements about Xana. The state ignores previous sworn testimony when it claims the 911 call contains present sense impression because the declarants were observing Xana. Then hold on. Lots of redactions.
Some redactions.
Lots. This must be some stuff that came out in the grand jury then.
Oh, it has to be. Yeah.
Because they were just talking about, they're forgetting about the testimony.
Yeah, because grand jury stuff's not going to be unredacted at all.
The state has not identified what exception to the rule against hearsay applied to which statements, with the exception of the previously discussed statement. Review of the record and background show neither exception applies. So this must have been, definitely some testimony right there. The state relies on the conclusion reached by Judge in denying Mr. Kohberger's motion to dismiss the grand jury indictment. Mr. Kohberger disagrees with the conclusion and the state's reliance on the findings. Judge's findings do not include a full analysis of the applicable exception accompanied by the background information. Oh, yeah. Grand jury transcript select portions under seal. This court is not bound by Judge's ruling. The law of the case doctrine applies where an appellate court pronounces a principle of law necessary to the decision. She's got some case law. This court has discretion to hear and decide the issues presented before the court. The court, as the trial court, discretion to change its own pretrial rulings, especially evidentiary rulings. Okay, confrontation. The 911 call contains little that fits within the exception to the rule against hearsay. The statements that they saw a man in the house are testimonial in nature. Witnesses will need to be in court to testify to satisfy the constitutionally protected area of confrontation.
True. Because you can't just play the call and not bring the girls in there to actually say what they saw, heard, or seen.
Yeah.
I just said that twice. Saw or heard. They need to get up there and testify to it. Even if they got some explaining to do, they still got to get up there and do it.
Okay, transcript. Mr. Kohberger raises the same objections to the transcript being admitted. If the transcript is admitted, the court should only admit a version that is certified by a court reporter. Mr. Kohberger has a certified transcript prepared and provides it as an exhibit to this motion for use should the court allow the transcript to be admitted. Mr. Kohberger objects to the state's motion and urges the court to deny it. Testimony in open court and subject to the adversarial process best protects Mr. Kohberger's constitutional rights.
Well, I don't.
I think it's supposed to be our subject too.
Yeah, because at this point, the way they don't want that transcript to be the only thing to come in or the call, and like not bring those girls in there. Because the only thing the states, say for instance, if the state's like, we don't want to bring the girls in, we only want to bring in the transcript and the call. That doesn't give the state or the defense the opportunity to cross-examine those girls, and that's not acceptable because I treat every case the same, and I don't think that's fair. They were there, They witnessed things, they heard things, they saw things, they were texting, they were Snapchatting, they were taking pictures, they were doing all these things, so they can absolutely bring their grown butts on up in there and sit down on that witness stand and tell what they saw and heard. I still don't, they're going to have to just accept that we're going to get questioned to hell and back, right? Under cross, and the prosecution needs to do everything in their power to prep those girls for that. They're now 2.5, damn near 3 years have passed, so they've aged a little bit more, they've matured a little bit more. They're not children. I get they're young adults, but young adults have to learn to be responsible. And from what I have so tried, and I still am behind the girls, but from what we saw earlier, they didn't do anything right. I don't care how you look at it, they didn't take the right precautions, or they didn't take the right actions. They seriously, and even after 2 a.m. you start 2:50 you start texting people. Dylan's putting a weird contact or adding a new contact to her phone in the middle of the night. None of that makes sense if you're all that concerned and scared. What are you doing? And I'm not saying they weren't concerned or scared, but they weren't to the point to where they did something about it. They just made a bunch of phone calls. And then at 4 o'clock the next morning, 4:15, 4:20, they're still doing it. And then what, Dolphin? They didn't even go to bed. It looked like it, did it?
No.
Didn't even look like they went to bed. They were just up all those hours texting and calling parents, calling their, Snapchatting, Instagramming, taking pictures, and then finally decided to call somebody over because they still couldn't get the kids to their friends to wake up. Man, I'm glad I had a talk with my kid a long time ago about this case, and like, dude, if you ever hear weird shit, you better call somebody. I don't know. That's a lot. But I agree that you can't just bring in that transcript and the call, because that's only the state trying to protect those girls at that point, and at some point you can only protect them so far. Yet they were not children though, hun. They were of age is what I mean. Let me rephrase that. Legally, these girls were adults, right? My 18-year-old son is a legal adult. And don't think that I haven't sat down and talked with him about this case and what happened that night and the failure to call 911 immediately when they thought something was wrong. I have made it clear to him, you call 911. Like, you make it a talking point with your children. But then we have 2.5 years, going to be 3 years that have passed since the trial. So they've aged even more now, right? Now they're in their 20s, and they have to be held accountable at some point. I'm not saying they did anything wrong. Don't take it like that. But if you read all that we read a few minutes ago, we've been here 7 hours, you would be kind of floored. And maybe not, but I think most of us were, because it shows that they were doing things that didn't make any sense at all. I'm not saying they did anything to their friends or they're the reason for any of this to happen, but they're going to be easy targets for the defense to pick apart now for their credibility purposes. And that's on them. That's all we're saying. Like, there was a whole discussion about it because what we saw just doesn't make any sense. And we were so trying to get behind these girls in every way. They're young, they're intoxicated, all the things we've already talked about. But after reading what we read earlier, it was like, wow, that's a lot to process. And what do we do with it now, right? Yeah, I get it, young and dumb. Dolphin and I have said that 1,000 times privately to one another. But, yeah, if you read the rest of the messages that have come out now, what were they doing on Instagram at 4:15, 4:20 in the morning? What are they doing? If you're afraid and you're concerned about your friends, why are you not calling 911 instead of Instagramming and Snapchatting and putting new contacts in your phone? It didn't make any sense, I get it, guys. They're young, they're dumb, they're intoxicated. But once you read the rest of that, if that was my child, she and I would have had a serious talk about, honey, are you okay? because I think I failed somewhere. That's just me, though. I'm that mom. I would have been like, where did I go wrong? What did I not teach you about safety? You know? So talk to your kids is all I can recommend you guys do. If you got young adults, tell them don't be so naive and don't be young and dumb. At 19 years old, if I'd have been in a house and I know me well, I would have made the call. I wouldn't have sat around in a room hoping everything was okay. Because these girls were absolutely trying to call those friends over and over and over and over and weren't getting answers and still did nothing. So they probably carry tremendous amounts of guilt. I'm not trying to throw more on them, but it just does it. There's something off, completely off. I just don't know what it is yet, other than they were young. But before you turn your child loose at college to be on their own, maybe you should make sure they're really prepared for it. You know what I mean? I get it, Texas. They didn't realize it, but can I ask you this? Have you read the rest of these documents today? Have you read the rest of these text messages yet? Let me just ask you that first, because I'm not going to argue. I'm not trying to argue with you at all. I respect you. I'm just saying we have a different take now that we've seen more, but we're still not blaming them for anything at all. Or I thought there was very much odor. I don't know about no odor. You know, I don't know how much that house smelled or not. I just know that these girls definitely failed to act when they should have acted a lot sooner. Doesn't mean that they could have saved their friends' lives. Don't get me wrong. None of that. And what about the dog? Nobody's seen what's up with the dog. You know, they still haven't mentioned that dog barking, V, have they? Right, Dolphin? Not one time. And Dolphin was concerned about that. Why isn't Dylan saying the dog's barking? What's up with the dog not barking in these calls?
See, I don't think it was ever Murphy. I think it was another dog.
Yeah, that's what we think.
Somebody else's house nearby.
We think it was a dog from outside somewhere. And then we hear they did their weird dog sound test. You know, I don't know how. I mean, what did they do? Take a dog like Murphy? Or did they actually take Murphy back into the house? And did they get Jack to go with them? And get Murphy to bark, and let's see if we can pick him up on this camera. That's a weird test. We had weird tests like that done in Delphi that did not sit well with me. And a weird bark dog, even Mr. Steve said that was really interesting to him. He would like to know how they conducted that test, and so would I. Because I don't think, I'm with Dolphin, and I don't think it was Murphy barking at all on the outside of that home, or on the video, on the sound that we hear on the neighboring camera. Especially if he was all the way upstairs on the 3rd floor. We're talking about a camera that picked up noises that they think was from Xana's room 50 feet away. Murphy was never in Xana's room that we know of, right? So how could it be Murphy that they heard on that camera? Now, I've heard on the YouTube streets, you know, as of recently 2 days ago, Murphy was out there running around all night long trying to run down there to Jack's and get Jack's attention because the back door was open, and he's just running amok all over the neighborhood barking. Was he? I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't know anything about that, V. A cop, wasn't it that the cop who walked inside vomited before he even... I have not heard that anywhere. We don't know, Texas, if we theorize, I say we, me and Dolphin have talked about it a lot, was Murphy in Kaylee's room with the door shut. If he was, that would tell me and Dolphin that Kaylee was originally asleep in her room, heard a noise and got up and went to Maddie's room. But people are going to argue with us and tell us we're wrong, that Kaylee was sleeping in the bed with Maddie. And that's fine. We can have a difference of opinion there. But I would think that if Kaylee fell asleep in Maddie's room, it wasn't intentional, because Murphy would have been in there with them. He wouldn't have been shut up in Kaylee's room, right? So did Kaylee sleep in there, or did she not? I don't know. What we've always heard was Murphy was always in Kaylee's room. When the police arrived, the dog was in the bedroom. I don't think, okay, so yeah, CV, I don't think he went into Maddie's room. What if Kaylee was in her own bed with her dog? She hears a noise directly across the hall. She gets up, comes out of her door, but she shuts it. which leaves Murphy in her room. And when she enters Maddie's room, she encounters what she encounters, and she's next. Murphy's not going to have blood on him. Now, did the roommates, or not the roommates, did Hunter open Kaylee's door that morning? Did he go upstairs and try to figure out, was there something wrong with Kaylee and Maddie as well? Because we hear that in the documents that when law enforcement arrived per body cam, the door was open. So did Hunter open the door? What was that, Watts Dolphin that said that? So she's hearing that through some of the Sigma Chi people, and I don't doubt it.
Yeah, and DTS said that he thought he heard gagging right after the "oh my god" on the call.
Yeah. The "oh my god" got me too, because there was something right behind that, and I couldn't quite make it out. So there's just a lot. Yeah, so it makes sense that did happen with Hunter, because if you saw that and it's your best friend and his girlfriend, and
Yeah.
that would be enough to make you do it. It really would.
Here's the thing, Texas Ranger. I see the question that you just asked. How'd he do that and say, get out, get out? Know what I mean? Yeah, here's the thing. Hold on one second. What do you want? Sit down. My dog. She's standing up against my leg. Here's the thing. We listened to this call, right? And in the time between the last time that he calls out Xana and Ethan's name, and while you're hearing the heavy breathing and all of that, and so the time between the last time he calls Xana and Ethan's name and the get out, let's get out, it's 27 seconds. And if you don't believe me, go to any one of these calls that are out there on YouTube and actually start a stopwatch and time it. And I'm telling you, while I was sitting there, and I did it several times, while I was sitting there, 27 seconds was a long time.
Yes.
Depending on whether or not he had food in his stomach. You don't know what time, because this is this is afternoon basically for him.
Yeah.
So you don't know how much food was actually left in his stomach. He might not have had anything. He might have just been out boozing at the frat house all night long,
Right.
and not really eating anything. So it might have been a quick
Yeah.
retching or whatever. And
Yeah.
he's trying to, I'm just going to go ahead and say it, he's trying to get his shit together in those
Yeah.
27 seconds, because he didn't want the girls that were outside of the room, like over in the living room, to know or see what he saw.
Yeah.
Because when he came out, think about it. He told him, get out, get out, get out, whatever. They go out, right? They hand him the phone. Dude is still trying to keep it together.
And he
right?
says, I can't talk to them right now. I can't.
Right.
Yep. And you can
But
hear
you
it.
can
in
hear
voice.
it in his tone of voice, and
Yep.
he's like, well, they just handed me the phone,
Yep.
or whatever. You know what I mean? He's still trying to keep it together. So
Yes.
I can see a quick purge or whatever.
Yeah.
27 seconds is a long time, people. If you just actually sit still and look at a clock, a stopwatch for that long. So yeah, I can see him puking, trying to get it
Yeah, 'cause
together.
even when people were saying, oh, there wasn't enough time to go in there and unalive those kids, like Dolphin said, set a stopwatch and just sit there.
Yeah.
And then that's when you realize when we're up doing stuff, we don't realize
Totally.
it just feels like it's passing, like 30 seconds is a long, just quick. But if you sit there and do nothing and time it, you realize, because trust me, we done it. We had to in the beginning of this case, because we're like, that's just not a lot of time. My God, that's ridiculous. But then if we stopped and we thought about it, set timers and sat there, we're like, damn. And I'm telling you, when Firefly and Dan and I
Mm-hmm.
did our walkthrough of the house, and
yeah.
trust me, these are armchair detective kind of experiments, guys. I get it. But we went by the timeline of Linda Lane, because that car goes behind the building at 4:07, almost 4:08. We gave ourselves a minute and a half, 2 minutes to get into that house. So if you enter the back door, say about 4:10, 4:08, whatever, you go upstairs, you hang out a few minutes, you pretend you're doing stuff. When we came down that flight of stairs, and we landed right in front of Dylan's room, I stopped and I said, "What time is it?" Firefly said 4:12, and I said TikTok because Xana was on TikTok at 4:12. There was absolutely enough time to do that upstairs, get down the stairs, and then take care of that, and then get out of there by 4:20. I don't, whether it was one person, Brian Koberger, Tom, Dick, or Harry, I don't know, but you know what I mean. I don't know. It's like we're all just trying to wrap our heads around it. Texas, it's a lot to process. Now that's how the word I'm going to use is process. I'm still processing all we read earlier from them damn text messages. So, I mean,
I do want to just put this out here because I
Go ahead.
messaged Danger because I was trying to figure out if he knew who JM was, right?
Mm-hmm.
He did come up with somebody. I don't want to say the name. Yeah,
Okay.
he knows somebody that's close to Bethany. And I don't want to say the name because I don't want to dox this chick because I had never heard of her before. But so there is somebody who's a JM that's close to these kids.
I'm glad you messaged him because he's our go-to guy, right? We knew that if anybody was going to know, he would know.
Right. So maybe it wasn't Hunter J, but regardless, it's somebody that Bethany knew, and it was probably somebody in all these Snapchats and Instagram and Yik Yak and all this. You know what I mean? Because they were all over the place.
That makes sense.
So, and they said she called another number, or whatever. She made other calls. So, so maybe it isn't Hunter. So I'll just go ahead and say maybe I was wrong about that. But my bottom line is, though, with this is, we were two things I wanted to say. One, about the timing of this, right? So whether they're trying to say this was done in 10 minutes, 12 minutes, 15 minutes, I want you guys to stop and think about the fact of if you, like, let's say you knew that you had company coming over, right? In-laws or something like that. Somebody that you're like, oh God, I got to straighten up my house really quick for, or whatever. Oh, they'll be here in 10, 12, 15 minutes or whatever. You think about any time that you've ever actually squeezed in a lot of activity like that.
I do it. I've done it.
Yeah. You could get your bathroom cleaned, your den or living room cleaned, make your bed or whatever. You can do a lot in
you can whiz
that
through
amount of time.
You certainly can, because I've done it. I mean, I like a clean home. My home's usually clean and tidy, but I can whiz through here and get a lot done pretty quickly if I need to. So there's that as well. And yeah, V, we agree. He didn't sound good, did he? At all.
Actually, that wasn't him with the heavy breathing.
I thought so too at first, Texas, but I think Dolphin's right.
It was Bethany, because here's the thing.
He had the phone right there.
Again, if you go, because when he says something, he's coming from a further distance.
Yeah.
His voice is echoey. He's further away from them, and you can hear that he's running towards them because you can hear the stomping on the floor or whatever, But here's the thing. In that time period, that time frame, when you know that he's in the room because he said Xana and Ethan for the last time and said, like, oh my God, or whatever. When you hear that seriously heavy breathing, and it's in that time that people thought poor Kaylee was said. It's not.
Nope.
The person that's doing the heavy breathing, you have to really, really turn it up and pay attention to them. What they said, they tried to say something during that heavy breathing. They tried to say what's wrong. Okay. And so I think that it's Bethany and Dylan standing there because this is still Bethany. This is Bethany's phone. They've been standing there together when, they said, oh, we got to go back in. Dylan says, yeah, we'll go check. We got to go back in. Bethany must have said something off screen that's like, oh, I don't want to go. And she's like, Dylan's like, oh, but we have to.
But we
right?
have to.
So they're going in there together. They don't want to go back in. Bethany definitely didn't want to go back in the house, right? They're standing there side by side while he's down the hall going into Xana's room, okay? That heavy breathing, she literally breathes out what's wrong, It's on her exhale. I listened to this call so many times. She inhales and exhales 3 times. On that third exhale, that's where she said what's wrong. Okay. And then Bethany also asked, do you know where Kaylee is? The where Kaylee is what people mistaked for poor Kaylee. If you literally listen to it super loud on some better speakers, on a stereo speaker or whatever, you can hear that whole question. Do you know where Kaylee is? And Dylan is like, I don't know, whatever. And then I think she asked him what's wrong again because they still haven't found out. They're whispering to each other while Bethany is sitting there breathing so hard. So that's what I'm saying. The meat in that 911 call is in that time period from when he, stops calling for Xana and Ethan, and they're standing there and there's a heavy breathing and up until the get out, let's get out. So, yeah. Yeah. Oh, Dylan was on Insta at the time of the 911 call too. Right, because
I was
Bethany
on mute, didn't
initiated the
know
call.
it. Sorry.
Mhm.
I was on
Yeah.
mute, didn't know
Oh,
it.
you were? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't realize I did muted. Yeah. Do we have a lot of documents left to go through? What we got?
Yeah. I mean, let's see here. I'll show this screen. And I haven't even refreshed it. Let me see.
Are you available in the morning?
We're down in here. What's tomorrow? Thursday?
Is it? I don't know.
Yeah.
Look at
Yeah.
talking calendars. It is.
Yeah, I am.
Okay. Do you want to come on and co-host with me tomorrow, and we'll pick back
Sure.
up
Sure.
and get? I
'Cause
just
there's
dropped some.
all kinds of stuff in here that I wanted to like look in, but yeah.
Yeah, I do want to look into it. I'm still good to go for a little while longer. I really am.
Mhm.
I just did link something in Discord for you to take a look at real quick. And guys, I don't have an open Discord right now. It's like literally my virtual office. That's where we have our channels for the different crimes we cover, and we drop our information in there.
Oh.
And we have little meetings in there about what we're going to stream about. 'Cause people have asked me. I know that when people offer memberships, a lot of times they do a Discord. Here's the thing. I worked for NFT teams for a couple of years, and I literally ran Discords, and I got tired of it. A lot happens in Discords. I may open one in the future, but it would be structured, and I don't want a bunch of craziness. So don't think that I've got a Discord not letting nobody in it, because there's literally just me and Dolphin, Firefly, and Joe. And we use it for an office. So at some point we may open one up for the community. We'll see how things go. But I just didn't want you guys to think we had something going on, because I know other channels offer Discords as part of their memberships. So I just wanted to clarify that. If you ever hear me, I know you guys have heard me say Discord before, and that's just what it is. I just wanted to explain what was going on there with that. Yeah, Dylan was
I
on.
saw that.
Oh yeah, you saw
I
that?
saw what
Yeah.
you just linked.
Yeah, and that's something. Okay. But
I'm
okay,
actually.
if you want to read another document or two, we can certainly do that. I'm not opposed to it.
Oh yeah, yeah. I am just.
If you need me to take over a reading for a minute, oh shit, oh, I thought I ended the stream by accident, guys.
Oh.
I was like, oh no, I didn't hit that button. But I'm going to go to the bathroom and grab a cold drink, and I'll be right back. Oh, we got a good one. Wait for me to-
Yes, yes,
Wait
yes,
for me to
yes,
get back.
yes, yes,
I'll hurry.
yes.
I'll hurry.
Go ahead. Anybody need a bathroom break or anything really quick? Or anybody need to get a drink? Since we have been sitting here for ages. I don't even know how long her stream has been going. Chat weigh in. How long has this stream been going? Oh, 8 hours and 3 minutes. I tell you what. Oh, okay. Firefly, you're still here? Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Is Salty back? Oh, what was that? Hold on one more second. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Where did she say she was going? I forgot. Or I didn't hear. Oh, Instagram during the 911 call? Yeah, Firefly. Hold on. I still have the document open. Hold on. I will show you. Let me share this tab. Can you see? Let me know, guys, if you can see me scrolling through this screen. Uh, da, 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 da. Let's see. Yep. Okay. Yeah, you guys should be able to see that. Okay. Firefly, you
Okay.
can see these? Oh, hey. Yeah, since you weren't here, she was asking, was she really on Instagram? I was
Oh
trying to
yeah,
go back and show her.
that's fine. Go right ahead. I'm gonna take a walk out back for a second while you guys look at that. When you're ready to go on to the next stop, you just go right ahead. I am here. I'll be on the phone for a second.
Okay.
Yeah, Firefly. It's
Yeah,
crazy stuff.
Snapchat at 4:23.
Crazy stuff, Firefly. Stuff we didn't expect to see or hear.
That's fine. Go right
Oops.
ahead.
Oh, my phone was turned up. Sorry. Turn
Okay.
that down. Okay.
Yeah, it's a quick recap for Firefly, really quick.
Yeah.
4:23, Bethany is on Snapchat, has outgoing messages to Snapchat. Then again, 4:27, Dylan has outgoing messages to Snapchat. Then Bethany has access Snapchat at 4:34. 4:37, Bethany accessed Instagram. 7:30 in the morning, Firefly. Bethany calls Dad. 8 o'clock, Bethany calls Dad. 8 o'clock, Bethany calls another number. 8:01, Bethany calls home. 8:02, Bethany calls her mom. 8:09, Dad calls Bethany. Okay, so she must not have gotten anybody in all these others. 8:05 to 10 o'clock in the morning, Dylan on Instagram. I highlighted this in red. 8:41 a.m. to 8:42 a.m. Bethany takes photos. Okay. Hey, Danger. Snapchat. Here we go. 10 o'clock in the morning to 10:01. Snapchat. Dylan. 10:04 to 10:23. Dylan. Snapchat. Messages incoming and outgoing. 10:24, 10:25. Dylan on Instagram. 10:30 to 10:45. Dylan. Messages incoming and outgoing on Snapchat. 10:56 to 11:29. Dylan on Instagram and messages on Snapchat. 11:29 to 11:32. Dylan on Instagram and Snapchat. 11:35. Dylan on Yik Yak. 11:36. Dylan on TikTok. And Firefly, you remember the Yik Yak and TikTok warrants? So yeah, 11:44 to 11:50. Dylan on Instagram. This is just the social media stuff that I'm trying to highlight here to give her a recap. 11:54 to 11:57. Dylan on Instagram. This is literally during the 911 call, the very beginning of it, because Bethany called first. So Dylan is standing there on the side on Instagram. So yeah, that's basically what that was. So Salty, I know you said you're outside or whatever. Did you want me to pull up the document that relates to what you linked while you're outside? I think it was pretty lengthy. It's 29 pages. Yeah. Salty, do you want me to pull up that doc? Or do you want me to wait until you're inside again? Okay, she said sure. Okay. Oh boy. Let's see. 29 pages. Where was it? Sorry, you guys, I have a bunch of tabs open and I just keep switching. There we go. 29 pages. Alrighty, guys, we are moving to this tab, which is the state's response to defendant's motion in limine number 9 regarding excluding Amazon click activity evidence at trial. Okay. Comes now. The state of Idaho, by and through the Latah County prosecuting attorney, and hereby responds to defendant's motion in limine number 9 regarding excluding Amazon click activity evidence at trial. Thank you, Danger. Facts. On November 13th, 2022, law enforcement responded to 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho. Payne, affidavit, page 1. That's the attachment. 4 victims were found deceased with apparent stab wounds. Then they reference some more pages. A K-bar knife sheath with a United States Marine Corps logo was found lying next to one of the victims. Brian Kohberger's DNA was found on the K-bar knife sheath found on scene. And they, reference the page number. Here we go, people. On April 26, 2023, the state applied for and was granted a search warrant for Brian Kohberger's Amazon.com user activity. This search warrant was amended by Magistrate Judge Megan Marshall on May 8, 2023 to correct a Scrivener's error. Amended search warrant dated May 8, 2023 attached as State's Exhibit S2. The search warrant directed law enforcement to seize from Amazon.com 1. Brian Kohberger's customer click activity pertaining to knives and accessories. 2. Payment methods used. 3. Details of items in carts to include all items added to cart, all items removed or deleted from cart, wish listed or shopping baskets. 4. All suggestions made to account. 5. All records regarding reviews by other Amazon users viewed by Brian Kohberger. 6. Advertising data. 7. Devices used to connect to account. 8. All account linked to account. I guess that's supposed to be all accounts linked to account. The search warrant was limited to March 20th, 2022 to March 30th, 2022 and November 1st, 2022 through December 6th, 2022. The search warrant was served on May 10th, 2023. Mowry's affidavit is attached as State's Exhibit S3. On June, and actually before I keep going, this particular search warrant that's March 20th through the 30th and November 1st through December 6th was not the first Amazon warrant. Okay, this is the one that came after the FBI's. So at the very beginning, within the first few days of the murders, Moscow PD put in a generic, let's see your sales type of warrant, right? After they arrested him, the FBI had their own Amazon warrant. And then the FBI said, oh, MPD, you guys need to create a warrant for these 2 date ranges. Okay, this is what they're talking about. Now, on June 27th, 2023, Amazon.com provided law enforcement responsive data for the dates requested for each of, for each of the above categories. This evidence was provided to defendant as AV 000388 on July 12th, 2023. So the defense has had this information since July 2023. On December 18th, 2024, the state disclosed Shane Cox, litigation and regulatory manager to law enforcement response for Amazon.com as a witness for the above evidence. As articulated in the disclosure, it is the state's position that Shane Cox's testimony is not expert testimony pursuant to the Idaho Rules of Evidence 701. However, out of an abundance of caution, the state disclosed Mr. Cox as an expert pursuant to the Idaho Rules of Evidence 702 and 703. The state made this strategic decision solely to ensure the state was not precluded from calling Mr. Cox as a witness if the court subsequently made the determination that his testimony is based on specialized knowledge. Okay. So basically, what they're saying is Shane Cox, he's just an employee here at this, at Amazon, and managed to give them the data. He had all the, then they said this in the other documents, that he had all the experience of gathering this type of data from Amazon. Okay.
Right.
And the state's like, yep, we put him in as an expert just in case, right? So on March 14th, 2025, and in response to the court's January 24th, 2025 instruction that more disclosures were needed, the state filed an amended disclosure. Argument. The IRE Rule 106 does not apply to business records containing user activity records. Okay. And I'm just scrolling down because they're explaining related writings, recorded statements. Sorry, I don't need to read all this.
You're good. No, you're good. You're right.
Yep. Okay. Yep. Sorry. Defendant cites Idaho Supreme Court's ruling in Ogden regarding the reasoning for the adoption of Rule 106. So this is another case. Basically, they're just, citing some case law as to why this, should be admitted for them. Okay.
What does that footnote say right there?
The footnote. The state is awaiting additional information from Amazon that the state understands will clarify that the extent AI is incorporated into Amazon's system, AI does not create a user's actual inquiry. So, out of context, they're still talking about case law. Sorry. Okay. Further in this case, the evidence at issue is complete. The defendant argues that the data the state has disclosed to the defendant is extremely narrow when compared to the more inclusive and broad warrants and subpoenas. The defense motion at number 2, I don't know what, but this argument is correct. To confirm, the state has disclosed to the defendant all data, including clickstream data that Amazon has produced in this case. The state narrowly tailored a search warrant for evidence regarding the crimes of homicide or burglary occurring at 1122 King Road. This included temporal limitations based on the officer's investigation, which limited the search from March 20th, 2022 to March 30th, 2022. In parentheses, time it was known Bryan Kohberger purchased a K-bar knife with sheath and sharpener from Amazon.com.
And sharpener?
Yes, this right here, people. I'm highlighting it for the people in the cheap seats.
Let me close my bedroom door. My grandbaby's making noise in there on his VR thingy. Look, he got VR. They need that in Idaho. Hold on.
So let me just restate. The original warrant was just a generic, hey, a few days after the murders, hey, Amazon, tell us, who all purchased, this type of knife or this type of sheath or whatever, from like January 1st to now, whatever, right? The FBI did their own warrant right after he was arrested. They found it, and then they said to Moscow, now you need to do another warrant just so you guys have it for these 2 specific date ranges.
Wow. And as bad as those texts were for Dylan and Bethany, and that you know, Ann's going to use them against them, it doesn't take away from all this stuff. Right? Exactly. But so I got to read that again. Time it was known, Brian
Yes.
Koberger purchased a K-bar knife with sheath and sharpener from Amazon. And what
Time it was known. My God, they should have underlined that and put it in bold.
it doesn't say what
Okay.
date that was purchased. Mhm.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So what can people say about that? You know what I mean? The naysayers, you know what I'm saying? What do you do with that, people? Not you guys. You
The
know what
next
I'm
thing
saying?
is going to be the data was faked. It was, tampered
Oh my
with.
God,
Blah,
yes.
blah, blah.
Lord, there's a lot of tampering going on in this
knew it.
world.
I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Firefly. Yeah, we were talking about this, and I said that March 20th to March 30th date range is so specific, and that
Very
he was
specific.
planning this before he left Pennsylvania. Okay,
Yeah.
that is even before he graduated
Do you
with his
remember?
master's.
Do you remember when we were talking about it a long time ago? Like if you plan to go to a new college in a whole new state across the country, are you going to start looking into said place, right? On the internet,
Oh,
doing
yeah.
searches, looking around the communities, what's here, what's there. Did you stumble upon something you saw that you liked?
Looking for your vegan restaurants in your new
Yep.
area.
You stumbled on something that you liked and you're like,
Let me investigate further.
exactly, on one of my throwaway devices, my little iPad. Ooh, remember when somebody used to come into the chats and it would be like typed from my iPad was their username? Do you remember that? Firefly,
Yeah.
Jeff, do you guys remember that? I know you, Jeff. Hey, Jeff.
Hey, Jeff.
You guys have been around as long as Dolphin and I have. You remember that this person would slide into chats and be like typed from my iPad, and we're like, what the fuck? Okay. And then we find out he was logging into an iPad. Wow. Wow. So we got Koberger purchasing a knife, a sheath, and a sharpener. We have the defense pretty much saying we can't dispute that's his DNA on that knife sheath. But we're going to say it was planted. So somebody stole his own knife from him and planted it? Or his own sheath, rather? And planted it? No. Not hardly.
And
Not unless
from
you give it to Dylan.
The previous documents about this, the defense's version of this, about the Amazon clicks and the click history, Anne was trying to say, oh, well, something may have been purchased, delivered, bought on the credit card, and and delivered to the house, but that doesn't mean, that my client did it. It's a household account, blah, blah, blah. And I kept saying to people, all they have to do is bring every Koberger into the, court, put them on the witness stand and say, did you purchase a K-bar knife?
They
Now
did
we
the
know
same thing in
sheath
the Casey
and
Anthony
sharpener
case, right?
on
Because
such and such a date.
like I was telling you in the Casey Anthony case, the searches about specific things came from the family shared computer, and they absolutely put them on the witness stand. Did you search these? Some of the stuff Cindy herself actually ended up searching, so they had to get very specific about who did what. But like you've said, even if there was a shared family account, who paid for the knife? Who was it delivered? Like my son, I was telling
Where
Dolphin,
is it now?
we have this
Okay.
family account, right? It's my son's account. I am on the account. But if I order something, it's paid for with my debit card. It comes to our mail because I do live at my son's house. It comes in the mail with my name on it, not my son's name, even though he's the main account holder.
So, and here's the other thing, like I just said, where is it now? If mom, dad, or one of the two sisters bought it, right, and not him, then where is it now?
Exactly.
Do you still have it? No,
Is it that
they don't have
undescriptive?
it
No, I don't think so.
because they
Remember-
didn't buy it.
No. And oh, sorry, I meant Gunner mentioned too that he bought a replacement. We don't know, Jeff. I don't
We
know.
haven't gotten that far, Jeff. I don't know.
Now, see, there was the November 1st to the December 6th. There was also a warrant there. So did he replace it during that time? I don't know, Jeff. But like Dolphin and I have said, looking back at the
Oh,
something just hit you.
yes, 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 yes. I just was like, well, why would he replace it, right? Hold on.
Mm.
He bought one in March. Dana Smithers went missing in May.
You damn.
And we never heard how she was killed, remember?
Nope. And we do know she didn't live far from the Koberger
if
home in
that-
Pennsylvania.
And if that knife got dulled or whatever, you know,
A new one.
he might have wanted a new one. Or maybe he just symbolically wanted a new one.
Yeah, exactly.
Different, you know.
Because we
kill.
also know that for some reason they impaneled a grand jury in Pennsylvania that allegedly was for Dana Smithers' death investigation, and Brian Koberger's parents had to go testify before that grand jury. Oh, that's a fact, Jack.
Yeah, I don't know yet if he bought 2 Texas Ranger. Jeff came in here saying he bought a replacement, and I'm like, wait a minute. In my head, I was like, why would he have? And then I was looking at these dates, and I was like, oh shit. Yeah.
Spoiler. Jeff said that might have been a spoiler alert. We'll see, Jeff. We'll get there, dude. It's
Yeah, we're on
okay.
page 4 of
All right.
29. Oh my goodness. Today has just been like full of, you know,
A day of gifts.
it's validation for stuff that, you know, we were thinking. Like,
Exactly. Yeah, our line of, because if you start looking at this, you know, from a document standpoint and looking at everything fairly, and now all this, you know, and it's going to make a lot of people look really dumb, and it's going to make me wonder how they're going to spin that, you know. Oh, just because he bought one doesn't mean he did it.
They're going to try.
Excuse me, they found a sheath with his DNA on it that matches what he bought. How do you get around that? So now, how will they even say that is planted? And the defense did say that in their filing. So, you know, if I'm going to go with that planted theory, then I'm going to have to say he knew Dylan. I don't know who else
could
would plant.
say somebody stole it from him. You know, that's
Oh,
usually
yeah.
what criminals do. Yeah,
Somebody
okay, I
stole it
had
from
one,
my-
but somebody stole it.
I
Did you
kept
ever
my big
report
ass
it?
K bar in my. I kept my big ass K bar in my car, and my car was
Mm-hmm.
unlocked. That's like the people who get their. I'm not supposed to say the word apparently too much on YouTube. I don't care. We're how many hours into this? People who get their guns stolen from their cars because they're unlocked.
Yeah.
You don't even know how many times in my area that has happened, and I'm like, why are you idiots leaving the car unlocked with the weapon in there?
Stephen Stearns had his out in the
Stephen
open.
Stearns sure
and they
did,
told
didn't
him.
he? The cop even said, "Dude, you might want to put that up right there."
Yep.
Because in Florida, we can do this. You know, yeah, trust me, we can do this. But you don't be so irresponsible that you leave one in your car and not lock it. So if your K-bar was stolen, did you call and report that to the police, Mr. Koberger? Can you provide a date when that? 'Cause that's the investigator brain and me coming on. Now I need to know more details about your theft. When, where were you at when it occurred? Were you at home? Your apartment complex has cameras. Let's go see if we can find out who stole your K-bar at your car. Ain't nobody stole your K-bar and nobody planted it. Damn. And they're talking about cherry picking stuff.
Sorry, I just you were
What?
talking and I was like, let me respond to V really quick.
Oh, but what is V talking about if she looks dumb? V, you're not leaving your weapons in your car unlocked, are you?
No, she just says, I know you guys were all droopy after the roommate text/calls. I told you you'd be cheered up later. I was like, yeah, I wasn't
You
droopy. I just
did.
didn't share my full thoughts with everybody in chat. See, you guys know what I was saying behind the scenes.
Yeah. I know. Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so this is just page 4. Let me keep on. Let's
Wow,
see.
really, Jeff? I don't watch him
Jeff
because I just can't. But wow, that's pretty big, right? You watch him from time to time, right? Dolphin, JB.
Oh, yeah, just because, he sometimes, like I said, just to hear what I like when he calls everybody snack cakers, and he does sort of make me
Oh,
laugh.
okay. I
I
didn't.
mean,
Yeah.
he's a POS, but he does say things that make sense too. You know what I mean? So,
Well, Jeff
yeah,
says that he says I
every now
have
and then I
to
check
admit
in
it.
with.
Yeah, Jeff says that JB says I have to admit I've been wrong. BK did it.
Oh, he said
Bought the knife off Amazon, had it delivered, and then after the murders went to shop for a replacement knife and sheath.
I
Can't
can't
make this
wait to
shit
hear
up.
him actually say that.
Wow. I may have to tune in just to hear that.
And actually, I will give him credit because he has said that that's what it would have to take for him to
Right?
think that he did it,
Yeah.
or
And we've heard a
whatever.
lot of people say that. Now,
Hmm.
are they all going to be
Did you
big
mute?
man like JB
Oh,
and come out
yeah,
and
there you go.
admit it? Yeah.
Mm,
Wow.
yeah. Uh, yeah. Firefly said the same thing. Watch party later, I guess, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, boy. Oh, gosh.
Yeah, they've been cherry picking Danger, but it's getting the judge is like, screw y'all, we're unsealing this shit. Thank you,
Hmm.
Judge Hippler. Thank you,
Yeah.
Judge Hippler.
Okay.
Let's see. Danger says my Koberger could have been the guy percentage raised from 18 to 23. Is that all you raised it
Danger.
up to?
What about the 4:49 a.m., login through
Yeah.
the burner email with a VPN, like south of the house? Like what,
Yeah.
20 something minutes after the car is seen speeding off?
Yeah. And now that you see he actually bought the K-bar, you're only up to 23%. What's it going to take to get you there, Danger? I'm teasing you because I know I love you. But
Yeah, it's only gone 5% and he bought
look,
3 items.
V agrees with Danger.
Yeah, I saw that.
Uh-oh. Firefly. Maybe we should do a poll. Even with you guys knowing, I'd have to open up YouTube to do it. Y'all just tell me in chat, how many of you are a little more on the sway toward the guilt side now that you've seen this? That's why old Bill,
Yeah,
he's
T's
been
been
kicked
kicked
back.
back.
You know
Yeah.
it. Except, yeah, we've always said they just seem so calm, cool, and collected. Let Ann just roll with what she's rolling with, right?
Yeah.
Because it's not trial yet, and they don't even got to get up and say a damn thing to her or to rebut what she's saying.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Koberger's entire click history.
Danger.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Look, I think the state might be trying to, maybe on their way to proving their case, Danger.
Yeah. His entire click history, items not related to knives and accessories, was not relevant. Without any legal basis, the defendant claims the state cherry-picked specific clicks or purchases out of the Amazon click history. Well, hell, that's what they were looking for. It's not cherry-picking, This is simply not true unless you
No.
consider seeking only items of evidentiary value cherry-picking. What did he say? Oh. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. Irrelevant click activity on Koberger's account would not provide any relevant context to Koberger's actual click activity, i.e., again, for the cheap seats, purchase of a K-bar knife with sheath before the murders, and his click activity indicating a search for a knife with sheath after the murders.
Oh, shit. Gotta get me a new one.
Gotta highlight.
If I don't get caught, I'm gonna strike again.
Wait a minute. And the footnote number 2.
Wow.
The defendant argues that Amazon's recommendation system influences what users see and click on.
It's their fault he bought the K-bar.
3. But this purported use of AI technology is not relevant. Even if an algorithm might suggest certain products to a customer, the algorithm would not cause a customer to repeatedly and over the course of several days browse web pages relating to K-bar knives, sharpeners, and sheaths. Oh my goodness.
Scream it. Scream
I'm
it.
sorry.
Highlight it.
I'm just like, thank you. Thank you. Sorry. Okay. Okay.
Jeff, so the Amazon clicks for things like Stephon Stearns was the one buying the blow up dolls. Well, half torsos.
I like to think that he's joking.
I know. I
Because,
know.
Koberger
Yeah.
was an incel, so maybe he did need blow up dolls, right?
Oh, I wonder if he had a whole one or a half a one like
Just-
Stearns.
Yeah, really. Just saying.
Who would want a half a one? Give me the whole thing if I'm gonna do it. Shit.
Maybe you
I'm not
focused
into
on-
blow up dolls, but
Yeah.
if I was gonna get me a blow up doll, I'd want the whole thing, not part of it.
Oh God. Okay.
That reminds me of those ladies that back in the years ago, they were telling you if you are single lady to get you one of them blow up men and put in your passenger seat to make it look like. Do you remember that?
Yeah, but
Yeah, I'm not getting me no blow up man. I can't even stand the real ones. Why do I want to blow up one?
Oh God.
I'd poke holes
Okay.
in him. Get on my nerves.
Section 2. Brian Koberger's Amazon.com click activity is relevant and admissible. Under Idaho Rule of Evidence 401, evidence is relevant if it has a tendency to make a fact more or less probable than it would be without the evidence, and the fact is of consequence in determining the action. IRE 401. Defendant appears to argue that the evidence of defendant's Amazon.com click history is not relevant. That is not the case. A K-bar knife sheath with a USMC logo was found next to one of the victims at 1122 King Road. The defendant's DNA was found on the K-bar knife sheath found on scene.
Jeff, God, I shouldn't have read Jeff's comment. Just made me about. I just laughed.
Oh.
With a patch kit versus blow
Oh,
up.
Jesus.
Because I said I'd poke holes in it to get on my nerves.
Oh my God. Oh, applying the test for relevancy. First, Koberger's click activity, which shows a purchase of a K-bar knife and sheath before the homicides, makes it more probable than it would be without the evidence that the K-bar sheath found at the crime scene was Brian Koberger's.
Right, because if there was no sheath at that crime scene,
like they don't even know what type of knife was used unless pieces of the knife were found in the x-rays,
Yeah, this is pretty bad. This is pretty damning in my opinion.
Okay, second, Koberger's click activity after the homicides makes it more probable than it would be without the evidence that Koberger had a reason to search for a K-bar knife and sheath after the homicides.
Damn.
These facts are of consequence to determining whether Brian Koberger committed the homicides at 1122 King Road, the central question before the jury. This evidence is clearly relevant. Can I get an amen?
Amen.
Oh,
wow.
My God.
And this, you know what though? If you're Dylan and Bethany and you're realizing all this, you wow. First, you realize how lucky you are that you're still alive. Then you realize how the guilt you must have carried for not acting on what you thought you heard or knew. That's crazy. And I guess those girls probably are fortunate that he was either too tired or just damn well didn't see Dylan. Because even if he was watching that house or watching the girls from a distance, not like stalking people, don't come at me, but observing, surveilling, wouldn't he have known there were two other roommates in that house probably?
He was on a time, like a timer. I seriously think about it. If this guy is on the spectrum, he probably, and he planned this, he probably was like, I need to be in and out in this amount of time.
Yes, and nothing else can be distracting except for I ran into two people downstairs that I expect to, so I had to deal with that. But now I got to go.
It's possible
Very rigid.
that the noise complaints that came in on the house are from him to see how long it takes law enforcement to respond to the house too.
He could have rode by and said, "Oh, okay, they got noise. Let me call in a complaint and see how long it takes them."
Oh, wait a minute. What if one of those noise complaints is the same date as that seatbelt ticket where he was right a couple miles away.
Yep, it did less than 2 miles.
Mm-hmm.
That stop was less than 2 miles from the home.
Mm-hmm.
And we are speculating, people. I do have a
Oh
banner
yes,
up.
speculating.
It's on the
Yes.
banner. It's on the banner. We're covered. We're good.
And then that's also what if means. Speculating,
Yeah.
So
Opinions and theories will
wow.
be discussed. That's what it says, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Facts, opinions, and theories. And it's a fact he bought a K-bar. And it's a fact we're sitting here theorizing about it now.
Yep.
Wow.
Okay.
Texas, he was there a few times. Well, we don't know. We know that according to the PCA says he pinged 12 times
Yeah.
near the home
Mm-hmm.
prior to the murders. And then on August 12th, he was stopped for a seatbelt violation less than 2 miles from that house. And they plan to enter that into evidence. So there's
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, I don't remember the exact date, but yeah. Stop was okay, the 21st.
Yeah. August.
Yep. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Right there at that shopping center where all the girls,
Yep,
where they wanted
Farm
all
Implement.
the information from,
Mm-hmm.
all the cameras and all the sales
All
activities.
those stores.
And that's, only, and it's bizarre that they would want stuff from the victims and him all at the same time from that one location or that one shopping center. So was he following them? Was he surveilling them at that point? And they know it. Because this guy didn't stumble across this house on a random 4 a.m. drive and go, oh, look, there's a good house. Let me just go in there. I don't think that happened. I think that it was a planned. But how? When did you hone in on your victims? How did you hone in on them? What made you pick them? Or go after a particular one if that's the case? If everybody else was collateral damage, what made you hone in on this person? And how did you stumble across them? That's what I want to know too. And sometimes you don't need a motive like that. Sometimes just the thrill, the want to kill is the motive. Like he doesn't have to be like, obsessed with somebody or a love triangle thing.
Okay. Defendant argues pursuant to IRE 403, the relevant evidence should be excluded. The defendant fails to show how this evidence is unfair, confusing, misleading, would cause delay, waste time, or would be cumulative. That is because it is none of those things.
Yeah, Danger. They don't know that for sure those guys were stalking Kaylee or anything, but I'm not saying Kohberger. There's a difference between stalking. If you look up the definition of stalking, right, the actual stalking, but surveilling from a distance, is that stalking? Stalking is almost to the point where they know that they're being stalked, like a victim usually can tell.
In Idaho has a different definition for stalking than a lot of other states.
Yeah.
That's why they were so particular about it. And Bill was like,
Yes.
he wasn't stalking them, because the girls didn't know and had never filed a police report or whatever.
Right. There
so
was
it
no-
doesn't meet that
exactly.
definition.
Right. It did not meet the definition of stalking under their standards of law. But following somebody around, surveilling from a distance, going to where they work, going to their restaurants, whatever, they may never even been aware they were being looked at. They maybe have never, maybe never, or maybe one of those men that Kaylee had saw earlier was Kohberger. We don't know. What if he did follow her into a store and gave her the creeps? And she had no clue. So if we want to throw in those stalker guys, that one of those really could have been Kohberger following them around. I don't know. Yeah. Danger. I see your comment now. Kohberger's cousins did put up a Molecular Power Pack on Facebook Marketplace in early December. Where did these cousins live? Everybody wants to throw these cousins under the bus because they got some DNA. Because they got on a family tree. That is why the IGG is sealed, so people don't go after the other family members on the tree because they're innocent, right? Their DNA did not come back to the sheath the way Kohberger's did. So I don't think these alleged cousins from the tree were ever involved in any kind of way. What document we talking about? So the new documents include a new photo of BK taken after the murders. I don't know, Jeff. We hadn't got there yet. Oh, you're not talking about the family tree. What cousins then? Some random cousins. You need to elaborate. Don't come in and just give us tidbits. Spill it. Well, even Texas is telling Jeff to spill it. So I don't know what cousins you're talking about then, Danger, if you're apparently you do, because you're seeing them on Marketplace putting stuff down. But though you don't think those are the same cousins from the family tree? I don't know. V says he couldn't have been one of the ones following Kaylee that day because he was an incel. He had no friends. Well, you can still be those and still be surveilling somebody, right? I don't know. Again, Brian Kohberger purchased a K-bar knife sheath and a sharpener, not once but twice. Did he buy a sharpener the second time?
No, I think it just said knife and sheath.
He probably still had his
Second
sharpener.
time. Yeah.
Now, you know that way, go back to the Pennsylvania search warrant. The very first thing listed, it just says knife.
Sure does.
And then there are several other knives listed that they actually describe in the search warrant, tell you what types of knives they were.
Which
But on
document?
V
said he looks creepy in the photo. You guys are gonna scream. Which document?
we're not allowed to do that. He's got the autism. Which document was it in, guys? We can get to it. We'll pull it up. There's a bunch of documents there for us to go through.
Yeah, although I would like to get through with this Amazon.
Go
one.
ahead.
We're on page
Go ahead.
5 of 29.
Let's all hush up and let her finish now. Let's do that. I'm gonna mute out and let her go.
Okay,
Do your
thanks.
thing, girlfriend.
Okay. What is that? Okay, that is because it is none of those things. What is clear from the defendant's filing is that the defendant doesn't like this piece of the state's evidence. Oh, okay. Bushy eyebrows. Thank you. Okay. Defendant's Amazon click activity is the evidence they're referring to, and therefore would like to keep this piece of evidence from the jury. However, his arguments are without merit. While this evidence is prejudicial, relevant evidence tends to be. It's not unfair. Oh, Bill wrote this, didn't he?
Probably.
Oh, this is Ashley.
Ashley's like, oh, y'all done made fun of me too much.
Yeah, I'm sorry for calling you a baby lawyer. Sorry. Because she made the nice comeback. Relevant evidence tends to be.
Ashley's like, you know what, Ann? I'm tired of you.
So, okay, and then there's a footnote here.
Y'all want this shit unsealed? Let's show you. Let's unseal.
Okay. The defendant touches on the issue of identifying the account user making the Amazon search inquiries as shown by the click activity. Defendant's motion at page 4. The state recognizes that the identity of the user making the inquiries is relevant, and the state intends to rely not only on the click activity, but also other circumstances to connect the defendant to the original knife purchase and subsequent search inquiries for a replacement knife and or sheath. This will include the defendant's financial activities, the click activities vis-a-vis other events, such as the homicides, a related purchase activity connected only to the defendant, and testimony from witnesses with knowledge that the defendant purchased a K-bar knife.
What witnesses? Like the family?
They've got witnesses that know he bought it.
Like his sister? She was at home when the package came. She's like, "What you got there, brother?"
Yeah, if he bought it in March, the first one in March, before he ever moved out there.
Oh, and Firefly, I don't think you were in here earlier, but Ann was trying to explain away why Koberger has an obsession with his OCD, and he always got new shower curtains.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know if she knew that part yet or not. So they're trying to explain away all his behaviors. So there's a witness, testimony from witnesses with knowledge. You think his sister is going to testify against him?
Somebody in that house knows he bought a knife.
Damn straight. And someone in that house didn't care for his ass. Not like, oh, I'm going to get you back and tell everybody you bought a K-bar, but I know you did this and I'm not putting up with it. I can't do it. That kind of thing. Because she's probably, wow. I mean, if I, yeah.
So what is attached to this? Because that's the end of that, but you still have pages. Oh,
The
this is paying the PCA. Oh, okay. Is that, oh, really? Is that, wait a minute. Yeah, it's got to be the same exact thing.
It is. It's probably attached to show probable cause that was attached for the search warrant purposes or whatever. Yep.
Yeah, just figure I'll scroll through it. It looks.
Jeff says the photo of BK was apparently taken hours after the murders. Oh, wait, that's the wrong comment. Sorry. There was a comment he made where he's standing in front of a shower, but no. Has a photo of BK standing in front of a shower. I'm not seeing a shower curtain. Wow. Shower like at the jail, I wonder. Because it had to be taken after the arrest, probably. Unless they found it on his phone of his own selfie in front of his own shower with no shower curtain. He was an organ donor. My daughter donated 5 organs. And my daughter-in-law was an organ recipient. I've seen both sides of it.
Oh, his driver's license. So Amazon.com amended search warrant at the very end. Amazon, March 20th through the 30th. They've unredacted this so you can see that it was for him.
Yeah. Slide back up a minute.
Yeah, they put my man's phone number out there too.
They did. There's that damn email and all, shipping, phone.
But do you notice that this is the other phone number?
Yep.
It's not the 8458 number because he didn't get that until June.
Yep. That's his old number. Wow, Brian Koberger. Wow. Autism or not, dude, we kind of knew it. We kind of suspected. Wow. So it's kind of benefit the state to have some of this stuff unsealed because maybe now people won't be so shady about them, right?
Yeah, but I mean, whoever you get, to be on the jury, they're going to hear this stuff anyway. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Yeah. And I don't think any of this is going to hurt. I mean, well, because we're speculating, we're going to hurt the jury pool, but I don't think the jury pool is watching my channel.
Yeah, I'm in Georgia, so.
I mean, we're in true crime. This is what we do. I don't think a majority of the country is tuning in tonight to watch all of true crime. You know what I'm saying? They got better things to do. They got families to take care of, trying to get off work, get home, get them young and settled, get that supper going. They're not watching true crime. They're, yes, there are going to be true crime buffs in the area, but they need to be honest when they're asked about it. That's on them, not me. Don't be liars. I'm not. Okay, go ahead, Dawn. Excuse me, Dolphin.
Oh yeah, sorry. I just was going back to. Yep. Okay. Oh wait. So this is where we started down in here.
Have a good one, Danger. Thank you.
See you, Danger.
He's up to 41% full. He got a 23-point bump into the guilt zone.
Alibi. We didn't look at the one for the alibi, did we?
No.
There's alibi. Witness identification for bushy eyebrows. I can open that next since we already talked about whether or not that was what do you call it? The picture that's in there. Wait.
Y'all must have come out of Drunk Turkey stream over here. He was, because I know he was over there talking about all this stuff a little while ago.
State's notice of intent to use that. That's the defendant's one. We didn't look at that either.
Or Gunners. But thanks for coming over and hanging out with us. We appreciate y'all. Right, Texas? They had to have something, right? We needed them to have something solid to make this case stick.
And not mess it up.
Exactly. And not mess it up. There you go. Beautifully said.
Bushy eyebrows. I'm just curious about this photo.
Yeah, you're good. Should I brace myself, Jeff? Oh, man, I had that coffee earlier and my yawning stopped, but it's back.
This is 18 pages. Must be what, at the very end?
Must be. Like oh, don't scare me, dog. Oh, yeah.
Oh.
It was a selfie in front of the shower.
There's a shower curtain. It's right there to the right.
Yeah, you can tell. I see one. Where did he post that to? He's got earbuds in.
Yeah, I see that.
He's got bushy eyebrows, prominent bushy eyebrows.
His hair looks really red there.
It does look a little more. I've always noticed it had a reddish.
It had a reddish, tint. Yeah, like auburn.
A reddish type tint. Yeah, auburn. Yeah, there you go. A very dark auburn.
Yeah, that's definitely a shower curtain right there to the right.
Now imagine if that person. Okay, just imagine, guys, if it's him, and everything's covered except for those eyes, and there's just enough light casting. Are you going to notice them damn bushy eyebrows? I am.
Yeah, let's see. Oh, I can't get a. Oh, where's
I'm gonna screenshot that right now. I ain't even gonna wait.
No, I can't. I'm trying to see if I can do a highlight or something.
Oh, my screenshot popped up on the corner over there, bigger than I wanted.
It won't. Wait, where's the transparency?
I see what you're doing. That thing, I can't draw with that thing.
Oh, and I can't change the color.
It won't let you change the color?
Yeah, and it's not making, I can't change the translucent to make it darker.
Yeah, I played around with that thing before and yeah.
Is it not?
There's another one. Which was the other one that I use sometimes? Ooh, I'm gonna go to CapCut or Canva and see what I can do. Let me do this. Hey.
Oh, here we go. Black.
Oh, there you go.
Yep.
There you go. Look. We are so going to hell.
Yep.
Oh yeah. You're definitely gonna notice those prominent eyebrows. I don't care what anybody says. You're gonna notice that. Wow. Go Dolphin.
Yeah.
Yep. Because if they were
eyebrows,
if they were if they were thin and all that, you wouldn't have gotten bushy eyebrows out of that. That's definitely bushy eyebrows.
Yeah. Wow. All
Beast
right.
looks like a vampire.
And you know what though? Did he send this to somebody as like a dating picture or a dating profile picture or something? I mean, like,
I don't know.
But I don't know about the thumbs up, in the photo either.
Yeah. Like Danger says, why is his shirt all the way buttoned up so high? Perhaps scratches. Maybe he was just a button down,
This was afterwards? Is that what somebody said? That this was taken after?
Scroll up and see if there's a date or down or whatever. See if there's a date. Oh, we got another picture. Oh, there's license.
Driver's license.
That's when they pulled the one and they noticed he had the bushy eyebrows.
6 feet, and it was issued in 2020.
Got him down at exactly 6 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep, and he's an organ donor. Sorry.
Firefly.
There. Oh. It's just like, oh yeah, let me
Thank
rotate it.
you.
I turned my head and I was like, wasn't even
I
thinking
know.
about
I
it.
was like, I'm over here, girl, doing the same thing, going, I can't. Yeah. I was gonna do the same thing after I screenshot it, turn it around on my app, on my Canva. Yep, organ donor right there.
Well, his expiration date has to do with his birthday.
Yeah.
Danger. Because that's how Georgia is.
That's how Florida is as well.
And having to do your tag registration and everything by your birth month, by your
Right.
birthday. You know.
Yep. That's how it is in Florida as well.
That's why he had to change his tag too.
Yeah. That's because it was his birthday it happened.
That Pennsylvania plate was getting ready to expire. That
Yep.
registration on that.
But you know what I've always wondered? Why not just keep it Pennsylvania? Okay, you've already committed the crimes. Are
'Cause
you
at that
really
point,
considering
though,
staying in Washington?
I'm wondering, would
Would he-
online renewal be an option for him in
Yeah.
Pennsylvania? Or would he have, since he waited so late, would he have had to be there in person to do it in Pennsylvania?
True, because sometimes that is the case if you don't do it by a certain time by mail.
And then there's
Right.
also the fact that if he had gotten it renewed with Pennsylvania, he still would have only had one plate on the car.
Yeah.
Going to Washington puts two plates on the car.
True that, and it changes
And
the
it changes the
just
state.
in case. Just in case they got me with a Pennsylvania plate, I might as well go ahead and switch to Washington.
Right.
Makes sense.
And put that extra plate on the front of the car now that was missing in video. And whatnot. So yeah. Let me scroll back up and see. I've defaced Brian Koberger. I don't know if they said anything about a photo in here. This is bushy eyebrows. I think. Do you guys want to go through this other than for the photo? Because I think
yeah,
she
you're good.
said some stuff.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, let me make this. Actually, let me reopen this. Let me see. Share this tab instead. Let me close this one so we get rid of the one that had the drawings all over it. Bushy eyebrows. Share this one instead. Okay. There we go. Yeah, the expiration date 11/22. Yeah, November. Yeah, 2022.
I need to get off the internet for a minute. Just let me stop.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay.
No, not y'all. Not here. Sorry. I was on the phone and something come across the feed, and I'm like, I don't even need to comment on it. I just need to let it go. I need to let it go.
Dude should take a plea deal if offered. Firefly.
Yeah.
Actually,
Firefly.
let me go back down to that for a second.
Makes you wonder if Anne's gonna go there eventually. V. Oh my God.
I see what you mean now, Texas Ranger.
What would he say?
The 1122. His birthday is
Wow.
11/22.
And you know what? That is so weird because we've
Or
always.
whatever. Is that his date of birth? Is it the 21st or the 22nd?
I thought it was the 21st.
I thought it was the 21st too, but this expiration is 1122.
Now, in the beginning of this case, there was a lot of talk about numbers, right? Coincidental numbers things. There are a lot of people into numerology.
Yeah.
Was Koberger into numerology? Did he search up addresses with 1122?
I still think that has to do with Amityville Horror. Because that address. His birthday is the 21st. Okay. Yeah. Huh.
Well, gets creepier by the minute. What about them
Yeah.
black earbuds, Jeff? He did have earbuds in. They were black.
He did. He was talking to somebody on the phone. So is this like a
Oh, I see
not a
what you're saying.
FaceTime, but a what's a Google Meet or
Meat
whatever?
thingies or whatever that people do.
Because he had Android.
But if he didn't have any friends, who's he doing that to?
Or is this a Zoom that he got through with like a Zoom call?
Might have been to like, the school teachers stuff. Could have been to his mom. Hey mom, I'm doing fine. Quit worrying about me. I know you and dad are worried about me. I'm doing okay. Thumbs up. He has big hands too.
Mm-hmm.
He really did have big hands. I noticed that everybody was like at the Indiana stop, like, oh, look for scratches. Look, and all I noticed was big hands.
Yeah. Okay.
To be, you are always on point, girl. I mean, come on. Everything aligned, didn't it? Except you made that fatal mistake of accidentally leaving that K-bar sheath knife.
Yeah, I think that's gonna definitely be the thing to do him in. Well,
Yeah.
one of the things.
Yeah.
Because apparently there's more.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Don't worry about me. I'm killing it over here. Yeah, Jeff. Oh my God.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Y'all don't get us in trouble. No.
Okay. So, going back to the beginning of this document, this is state's response to defendant's motion in limine number 7 regarding witness identification by bushy eyebrows. Comes now the state of Idaho by and through Latah County prosecuting attorney and hereby responds to defendant's motion in limine number 7 regarding witness identification by bushy eyebrows. Defendant's basis for his motion are the Idaho Rules of Evidence, Rules 403, 601, and 602. Applying the Idaho Rules of Evidence to the facts of the case at hand, the court should find Dylan Mortensen's descriptions of the intruder, including that he had bushy eyebrows, admissible. The state incorporates into previously filed state's motion in limine regarding text messages and testimony, as well as the state's motion in limine regarding the 911 call, into this response to the extent that the state is referring to any exceptions to the rule against hearsay as anticipated evidence. Here we go with some facts.
I love some facts.
Yep. On November 13th, 2022, sometime before 4:19 a.m.
Well, as my chat's on a delay on this stream, I almost said StreamYard, wherever I'm streaming from, I just noticed Jeff's comment. Sorry, go ahead.
Dylan Mortensen observed a person inside her residence, which she shared with her 4 roommates at 1122 King Road. See this exhibit states 1 for the summary of her phone records. Dylan placed several phone calls and sent several text messages to her roommates. The only roommate who responded is Bethany Funk. They had 2 short phone conversations, 24 seconds and 41 seconds. Within those phone calls and text messages, Dylan relayed to Bethany she saw a person in the residence wearing black and he had a ski mask that covered his forehead and mouth. On November 13th, 2022, at approximately 11:56 a.m., a 911 call was placed from 1122 King Road for a reported unresponsive female. The caller stated one of the roommates was not waking up. The caller stated, "Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night." Moscow Police Department responded to the scene. The same day, The same day at approximately 12:09 p.m., Moscow Police Department officer Mitch Nunez took a statement from Dylan on scene outside of 1122 King Road. Dylan told Officer Nunez she saw a male, not insanely tall, wearing all black, and a mask that was just covering his forehead and mouth. So at 12:09 that day, right when they got there, she told them these details.
Yeah.
Okay. That's good to know. Later, Dylan repeated the description. He was a little bit taller than me. I couldn't really see much of him, and I'm almost positive he was wearing a full black outfit, and he had this mask that was just over his forehead and over his mouth. Dylan gave the description a third time, repeating he had a mask. He was an inch or two taller than her. He was basketball player kind of skinny. And a voice she did not recognize. Oh, and a voice.
Oh. Hit.
So she's
Don't
basically
worry,
saying
I'm here to help you.
something. Yeah, that's not. Yeah, maybe she didn't mistake that for Ethan. Maybe she realized it came from him. Okay.
Right.
The same day at approximately 1:47 p.m., Dylan was interviewed at the Moscow Police Department by Detective Lawrence Mowry. During this interview, Dylan reported she saw a white male she did not know, maybe my height, a few inches taller, skinny, athletic built, wearing all black, wearing this mask that covers just his forehead and here. She must have, made a hand movement. Defendants, the exhibit. Regarding his height, she reported, I'm 5'10", so he's probably around 6 feet. Hot damn.
And that's exactly
One
what
of
his
the
damn
one
license.
things you did right. Mhm.
Everybody wanted to be throwing this girl on the ground because she couldn't get his height right. And I'm telling y'all, I will be the worst guesser of your height. I suck at guessing height. But she nailed it.
Mm-hmm. Because, she's a tall female, so, yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, my comment made you think of that. I made you think. Yay.
She reported, I don't remember what his eyes looked like either. I didn't recognize eyes, but definitely a white guy. 4 days later, on November 17th, 2022, Dylan was interviewed by Idaho State Police Detective Victoria Gooch and MPD Captain, then Sergeant, Dustin Blaker. Dylan gave a detailed recounting of what she did on Saturday, November 12th, 2022, until she went to bed at approximately 3:20 a.m. on Sunday, November 13th, 2022. Yeah, okay. Sometime between 4 a.m. and 4:20 a.m., Dylan woke up and heard a male's voice. A voice she did not recognize say, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." Dylan opened her door and saw, and then here's, I guess this is an excerpt from her interview, someone, because from my mind, it's like I was almost wearing these like blurry glasses. Like it's fuzzy and cloudy, but it was like a figure of someone wearing all black. And it was like they had a ski mask that was covering their forehead and their chin and mouth. But I could see all I remember was seeing their eyebrows. And I don't remember what their eyes looked like, but I remember their eyebrows. I don't remember the color the eyebrows were. I just remember like bushy eyebrows. That's all I could think about. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
After I blacked out that photo, that's all. His eyebrows are like Ernie from Sesame Street. Or not Ernie, Bert from Sesame Street.
Yeah.
Okay? And his eyes, like the ridge, and everything, like his bone structure and everything, reminds me of Bert from Sesame Street, totally. So, yeah, I get it. I get it. Dylan described the male as not skinny tone, that basketball kind of type. Dylan stated she is 5 feet 10 inches tall, so she thought the male was around 5'10" and then 6 feet, somewhere around there. Dylan stated that the male was approximately 3 feet from where she was standing. I would say about 3 feet from what I remember. Again, that could be off because I obviously probably still a bit drunk. I just woke up. I don't remember fully. Again, she described the male. I know he looked at me because I could see his eyebrows. I think I just saw one eyebrow. I don't know why or how. Dylan recounted calling and texting her roommate Bethany, and she discussed with Bethany that there was someone in the house wearing all black and a ski mask. Dylan conveyed to the interviewers that the facts didn't fully make sense to her, and she didn't know how to explain everything. Detective Gooch explained to Dylan that the important thing was to tell only things that she knew were true. That's the most important. Dylan agreed. Detective Gooch acknowledged Dylan's trauma. Dylan confirmed okay. Detective Gooch and Captain Blaker confirmed the facts from Dylan's memory again. Dylan reiterated she saw a male figure in the hallway approximately 3 feet from her. He was holding something. He was wearing all black clothes. His forehead was covered. He was wearing a mask. She remembered his eyebrows. Captain Blaker asked what was covering his face, and Dylan stated, I don't know, weird looking ski mask. It wasn't like the regular ski mask with like eyes and because I saw his eyebrows and I think I saw his nose and like this part of his face, but I don't know. Detective Gooch asked Dylan if she knew what a balaclava was and showed her a picture. In response, and addressing whether she could see the male's mouth, Dylan stated, no, and I don't remember if I saw it. Like, I don't remember if I saw his nose, but I know I saw eyebrows. And I don't remember his eyes. I just feel like I can see eyebrows. But I mean, that could be it. I mean, that would make sense why the forehead was covered and this part of his face was covered. The investigators inquired if Dylan could provide a composite for an artist. Dylan responded, no, I don't remember what his eyes looked like. I don't remember what his nose looked like. I just remember eyebrows. I don't know exactly what the eyebrows looked like at all, really. I just remember thinking like eyebrows. Yeah, bushy, but that's all. Like, I don't remember the shape. I don't remember like the color. I just remember like bushy eyebrows. That's the only thing I can remember. So, I mean, honestly, like that's to me,
Yeah.
the girl is saying eyebrows, damn it. That's it. What else
Yeah.
do you want from me?
And,
Eyebrows.
and
You
that's
know,
all you can, and that's all she saw. I mean,
his
if she
height.
had yeah.
The
He had
fact
a
that he was
ski mask
white,
on, that's all
you
she's
know.
gonna see.
Yeah. Yeah. And she
Yeah.
said it multiple times. Okay. On December 1st, 2022, 18 days after the first interview, Dylan was interviewed by forensic interviewer Aaron Williamson. Dylan gave a detailed accounting of Saturday, November 12th, until she went to bed on Sunday, November 13th. Okay. Dylan reported she heard a man's voice, and it wasn't Ethan's. Here we go. Thank you. It was like, it's okay, I'm gonna help you. So she knew it wasn't Ethan's voice. Dylan stated she saw a all black figure about my height, maybe a few inches taller, skinny build, wearing a mask. Dylan described, I don't remember if it was just like one eyebrow or two, but it was just like this bushy eyebrow. Dylan texted Bethany, there's a guy in all black. Again, Dylan described the ski mask. I couldn't see any of his hair, but I remember just like seeing like it was like almost rectangular, like not the circle ones. It was rectangular because I remember seeing it just like, I don't know how to explain it, just seeing like this. Maybe I'd be able to see like across, but I don't remember seeing his eyes, but I feel like his eyes were there. Damn, I feel like his eyes were there. I could just see like an eyebrow. I feel like that's how I know he saw me because I could see his eyebrow. Like if I can see his eyebrow, he can see me. Dylan reiterated, from what I remember, I think he was like just like walking past that little wall and going towards the kitchen. And I don't know, like I just remember seeing an eyebrow. I don't know why I just see one. It was just like one bushy eyebrow. I don't remember the color, like the full shape. I just remember it being bushy. Yeah, okay, Dylan, I hear you.
Why am I getting messages from people talking about the states admitting they admit it isn't his account while claiming they can prove someone else bought it for him? What?
I don't know who
Where?
you're getting those messages from, but yeah.
Girl, you do, but you don't. Yeah, you do.
Okay. So, okay.
You know, but not who you might think. It's somebody y'all can't read apparently.
Yeah.
I don't know.
She
Wow.
described his clothing again, stating the male was wearing black long sleeves, black pants, and black boots. At the end of the interview, Dylan drew the mask for the interviewer. While drawing, she gave a consistent description of the mask and noted the eyebrows. I don't remember if I saw one or two. Like it was just weird. Okay. On December 29th, 2022, Brian Kohberger was arrested in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. The following day, on December 30th, 2022, 47 days after her first interview. He actually was arrested on the 30th, but yeah. Dylan was interviewed by Idaho State Police detectives Joe Lake and Gary Tolson in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Defendant's Exhibit number 9, Dylan was asked about Brian Kohberger. Dylan was asked, have you seen a picture of Mr. Kohberger? Dylan responded, yeah, I looked him up today when I found out. Regarding what picture she saw, she stated, I've seen the mugshot one with the vest thing, I think. The interviewer asked, this Brian Kohberger, the person that you saw in this mugshot? Is that the person you saw in your house? Dylan responded, I have no clue. From what I remember, I just remember seeing this figure that was like, not fat, obviously, but more of like the skinnier tone build and some mask on. I don't know what the mask exactly was, but when I thought about it, it was just like covering here and here. I don't know if it was covering his mouth, his nose, or below his mouth and nose. I just remember knowing that he was white, but I didn't know how. I didn't know how he was white. I think she meant like how she knew. I just knew he was. And this knowing there's like, I knew he had looked at me because of the bushy eyebrow. That's all I remember. But I have no idea what he looked like. I don't like, when I looked at his picture, nothing came back to me at all. So that, like, I don't know. I feel like if I saw that, my mind would be like, oh, yeah, that's him. But I don't remember at all. Regarding Dylan telling Bethany the male had a big nose, Dylan stated, all I remember, but I don't remember big nose at all. That's like, all I remember is like some bushy eyebrow in all black and some sort of mask, but it wasn't like one of those circular ski masks. That's all I remember. So hold on. This is the first time I'm seeing that Dylan told Bethany about his nose. That must have been in one of the interviews or in the text messages or something. That's interesting. Okay. On May 15th, 2023, 183 days after Dylan's first interview, Dylan testified at the grand jury proceeding for the above-titled matter. Regarding November 13th, 2022, Dylan testified she woke up around 4 to noises, music, Murphy, talking, and or singing. Okay? That must be what she's thinking, Kaylee playing in a room or whatever, playing with Murphy. Dylan testified she opened her door and heard a man's voice say, it's okay, I'm going to help you. And I didn't know who the man's voice was. In the PCA, didn't they say that sort of came later?
She opened her door and heard the man's voice say, it's okay. That was like the very last time she
I thought
opened
it's going to help you was almost towards the end before
it was
you walked out.
Well, it like in the middle, I think.
Okay.
Because the last thing she saw was the bushy eyebrows when he came towards her. But that's like, it's either the second time she opened the doors when she heard that, I think.
Oh, so wait, the last time was the whimpering. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, and she says she didn't know who the man's voice was. Okay. Dylan testified she opened her door again and saw a figure in all black, which I believe was a person. I knew the person was white. I don't know how, but I just knew it. Knew it was male. I think I knew that because of the voice. The person was around my height or a few inches taller. And then I knew his build wasn't like scrawny and he wasn't fat. So I figured it was like the basketball toned, lean build. Okay. Regarding what the person was wearing, Dylan testified there was like from she said form for what I think I remember. It was like a black mask, almost like a ski mask, but not. It just like covered the head and then maybe up to the mouth, maybe more. I can't remember if it covered just the chin, the mouth, or the nose, or lower. I wonder, did he buy his fabric from Joanne Fabrics and
Joanne's and make his own.
sew his own?
Yeah. Dolphin,
Dylan testified.
Are we breaking the internet? Is Brian Koberger's breaking the internet tonight? 12
Oh
gauge.
yeah. Hey, 12 gauge. Yeah. Oh, I bet it's going crazy. Oh, okay. Dylan testified the clothing was all black. She testified, well, the thing I can really remember was something about a bushy eyebrow. I don't remember seeing anything else, just something about a bushy eyebrow. So here's the argument. 1. Dylan's statements are independently reliable as law enforcement did not employ a witness identification procedure triggering a Manson-Biggers balancing test. The case relied upon by the defendant relied upon by the defendant dealing with witness identifications that result from the use of law enforcement identification techniques. The facts of each of these cited cases are important because they differ vastly from the facts in the case at hand. In State versus Hoisington, witnesses were shown a 6-photo lineup, resulting in Hoisington being identified. Photographs of only Hoisington and a 6-person corporeal, i.e. live, lineup, which resulted in witnesses positively identifying Hoisington. These are cases that the defense had used in another document as an example of this Manson-Biggers technique. In Wordman versus State, the witness was shown a 6-person video lineup with only one male matching the description given by the witness, which led to the identification of Wordman. In State versus Trevino, the witness was shown a photographic lineup containing several pictures of several men, including Trevino. This process did not result in identification until Trevino showed up to police station shortly thereafter. The United States Supreme Court has held that due process requires the exclusion of identification evidence if police suggestiveness creates the substantial risk of mistaken identification. So they cite some more cases, blah, 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 what the Supreme Court said. And from what we've seen before, earlier, they didn't suggest anything to her. She had already looked him up. And then still said no. So she didn't identify him. Okay, here we go. Down here. In each of the above cited cases, law enforcement employed identification procedures that were arguably suggestive. As a result, it is necessary for the courts to employ the Manson-Biggers balancing test to determine if the witness's identification were reliable or instead impermissibly tainted by suggestions that would lead to misidentification. The facts of the Koberger case are vastly different than the cases relied upon by the defendant. In the case at hand, on 4 separate occasions prior to Brian Koberger being arrested, Dylan gave consistent descriptions of the male she saw in the 1122 King Road residence around 4 a.m. Dylan gave the following consistent descriptions: white, male, wearing all black, few inches taller than Dylan, wearing a mask, skinny, athletic build, toned, not a voice she recognized. During 3 of those interviews, Dylan also consistently describes the male's eyebrows. 5 times Dylan uses the term bushy to describe the eyebrows. Eyebrows. Regarding identification, after Brian Koberger was arrested, Dylan was interviewed. She relayed that she saw a mugshot of Brian Koberger on the internet. Detective Lake asks Dylan, "Is this Brian Koberger the person you saw in this mugshot? Is that the person you saw in your house?" Dylan responded, "I have no clue." She relayed to Detective Lake the person she saw had a mask on that covered his mouth and nose. The only discernible features were that the subject was white and had bushy eyebrows. This questioning of Dylan is not a witness identification. There was no law enforcement procedure employed to suggest identification. Most importantly, there was no identification by Dylan after seeing a picture of Brian Koberger. Dylan could not say that he was the male she saw on November 13th, 2022. Dylan's multiple descriptions of the male were based on her own recollection and were not the result of suggestive identification procedures employed by law enforcement. Thus, the Manson-Biggers test is inapplicable. Yeah, girl, I agree with you. Baby lawyer is working out. Section 2. Even if the court applies the Manson-Biggers test, the totality of the circumstances presented in this case substantially outweigh any suggestiveness present. Even if the court employs the Manson-Biggers balancing test to the facts of this case, the court should find that Dylan's descriptions, including bushy eyebrows, are reliable and admissible. First, regarding opportunity to view, Dylan stated she was only approximately 3 feet from the male when she saw him. Dylan was able to get enough of a view of the male to determine his outfit: long sleeve shirt, pants, black shoes, black mask, and the details regarding the mask he was wearing: ski type mask without circular holes but covering his forehead and mouth. Dylan also determined the male was holding an item, although she was not able to determine what that item was. Second, regarding degree of attention, Dylan's statements indicate during the time of her observations, she was only able to see the eye and nose area. This means the only discernible features on the male would have been the nose and eyes. On November 17th, Dylan states, "I just remember like bushy eyebrows. That's all I could think about." Defendant notes Dylan's artwork/drawings found on her bedroom walls, which focus on eyebrows/eyes. This only proves that Dylan would have had a degree of attention to this facial characteristic, thus reinforcing her reliability. Yep, bingo. Defendant states Mr. Koberger does not have bushy eyebrows. The state intends to produce a photograph of Brian Koberger taken from his phone on November 13th, 2022, only hours after the homicides at 10:31 a.m. Wait a minute. So that photo at the end of this document was taken on the day of the murders at 10:31 a.m. So if he's your guy, he's gone and done this. Oh, don't forget, he's been up all night long, right? He's gone and done this. He's gone back home to his apartment. He went back to that area at between 9 and 9:30 in the morning, because he probably realized, one, he dropped his sheath, he lost it or whatever, and or two, he's also trying to see if the police have gotten to the scene, if there's like a big, gathering or whatever, I guess trying to take some sort of pleasure out of that.
Wow.
And then at 9:30, he's back at his house, at his apartment, and he's all, I guess, showered and shaved and in, normal
Wow.
clothes. Okay.
Man.
All buttoned up. And at 10:31, with this thumbs up, honestly, now that I know that was taken at 10:31 a.m.,
Wow.
the morning of the murders, I think he took that for himself. Like,
Yep.
thumbs up, good job.
Today's the
Job
day.
done.
Done. Well done.
Mhm.
Except you forgot your sheath. Wow. That's fucking crazy.
10:31. And then, of course, we know from the PCA, then he's all out doing all this running around shopping or whatever he was doing.
Because he went, wait.
You
He
looking at
went
the
back
PCA?
to the house that morning, 9:30? No. But the PCA does state that, remember?
Yeah. Oh, I thought you were going to say something else. You said, wait.
No, I'm thinking out loud. So he
Oh.
goes back to the house that morning, 9:30-ish,
Yeah.
hangs around for a few minutes. Then he goes home, and an hour
And
later,
is
he's
dressed in an Oxford
thumbs up.
shirt, buttoned all the way up, slacks, or whatever he had on the bottom. I forgot
Yeah.
what the bottom. And
I
was a
think
thumbs up.
Yeah. And it was taking that same. Now, where's the stars and pictures photos at? Stars and pictures.
Oh, you're
here's
looking at chat?
No, I'm thinking out loud to myself. They got a picture of him on November 13th doing a thumbs up. Where are the photos of him going out looking at the night sky?
Yeah. Well, if there aren't any, what he's going to say? Oh, it was overcast. I couldn't take any. I didn't take any.
Well,
Whatever.
according to Ann, he had done it in the past and took photos. Where's those at to corroborate a pattern? No, he's thumbs up in the bathroom a few hours later. Wow.
Now, I want to know too, was he talking to somebody on the phone, or was this just him taking a selfie?
Right. Did he have music on? Was he listening to music? You know what I'm saying? Because that's no guarantee he was FaceTiming someone just because he had earbuds in. I don't FaceTime people. Like, I message them. Even my kids, we just message each other. I don't do that FaceTime stuff.
And actually, Danger pointed out a good point. He was buttoned
all the way up. I thought about that too when we
I was
realized
looking at his
that-
neck though too. I didn't want to say it earlier, but I'll just go ahead and say it now.
Go
It
say
looked
it.
like there was some bruising or something, and it looked like some shadow kind of on one side of his neck or whatever. I mean, he was buttoned all the way up, and his
Yeah.
hands looked really red.
They did. They did. I noticed that as well, and that's when because remember I made the comment about how big his hands appeared to be. But yeah, when I realized this was taken November 13th, I went right back to the dangerous comment in my head. I'm right there with you.
Okay. So, wow.
Wow.
Whether or not Brian Kohberger can be described as having bushy eyebrows is a factual determination to be decided by the jury. Third, regarding the accuracy of the description, Kohberger matches Dylan's descriptions. Male, white, skinny/athletic build, a few inches taller than Dylan, who's 5 feet 10 inches, not someone she knew, with bushy eyebrows. And then they say, see the driver's license listing him as 6 feet. And then the photo showing his eyebrows. Actually, yeah, his eyebrows on that day. That same morning, hours later.
Yeah.
So they didn't just sprout up in 6 hours, you know.
Exactly.
And get all bushy, you know.
Exactly.
That's exactly what they look like, all bushy and unruly. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Fourth, regarding the level of certainty, Dylan texted Bethany a description immediately after her observations. She was interviewed on 5 separate occasions, and she provided grand jury testimony. Dylan, without fail, gave the same description, which in and of itself indicates her level of certainty. On November 17th, 2023, no, that must be 2022. On November 17th, 2022, she relayed to investigators she was suffering from trauma and was unsure of what is real or not. Dylan admitted many times she was probably still intoxicated. I don't know if I was still drunk. Probably was. I don't know for sure. I was really asleep. I like woke up out of nowhere, and I was obviously probably still a little bit drunk. I just woke up. I don't remember fully. Well, honey, I got a problem with that about the woke up out of nowhere and really asleep, because she had just added a contact to her phone.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Admittedly, Dylan made statements such as, I believe I was also very drunk. I don't know how much of this was real. Like, I don't know if my mind was like doing whatever. I don't know any of it. Like, half of the stuff, I don't know if it's a dream or if it's real. I just have no clue. But the investigators told Dylan they only wanted Dylan to focus on what she knew was true. That's the most important. Dylan agreed. After this, Dylan provided the same descriptions with absolutely no variance. Dylan also made it clear the eyebrows are the feature she most clearly remembered. It is evident by the degree of detail she provided at the events leading up, during, and after the crimes that she provided reliable descriptions. Lastly, regarding the length of time between the crime and identification, while there are multiple consistent descriptions, it was not possible for Dylan to provide an identification because the male was completely covered with only nose and eyes visible. After weighing the above factors, the court should hold that under the totality of the circumstances, Dylan's descriptions of the male, especially bushy eyebrows, are reliable and thus admissible. Section 3. Dylan's statements are relevant and admissible. So they're going back into this rule. The defendant argues that the evidence of the bushy eyebrows is not relevant. That's not the case. Dylan is the only living person who saw the person responsible for the 4 homicides at 1122 King Road on November 13th, 2022. Her description of this individual, including characteristics such as bushy eyebrows, has the tendency to make a fact, i.e. the identity of the killer, more probable than it would be without the evidence. This fact is of consequence to determine whether Bryan Kohberger was the same male Dylan saw that night, the person responsible for the homicides, the central question before the jury. This evidence is relevant. Defendant then argues, pursuant to IRE 403, this relevant evidence should be excluded because its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice and confusion of the issues. What is clear from the defendant's filing is that the defendant doesn't like this piece of the state's evidence, Dylan's description of a male having bushy eyebrows, and therefore would like to keep this piece of evidence from the jury. However, his arguments are without merit. As shown above, Dylan gave consistent descriptions of the male she saw at the time in question. One of those consistent descriptions is that the male had bushy eyebrows. This description is clear. It is not confusing and therefore will not confuse a jury. The fact that this description may or may not implicate defendant is not a reason to keep this fact from the jury's consideration. It is not reasonable to believe the jury will convict the defendant based on the status of his kept or unkept eyebrows.
Oh my God, they did not.
While this fact is prejudicial, relevant evidence tends to be. It is not unfair. Oh, Ashley.
Go, Ashley.
Yep. I guess Ashley's going to say you should have waxed those things before you did anything.
I just I heard all that stuff y'all were saying about me on the internet. I'm going to show y'all.
Oh, Firefly said, why are all these fools out here saying he's 6'3"? His hands always look red? Okay.
They can't look at his driver's license and read.
Yeah. Because at first I was going to say, well, maybe, that was an old license or old height or whatever from, and then he had another growth spurt or whatever. But
yeah, my ex did that. I mean, like he grew. He's way bigger build than Kohberger, but he's very tall and his feet are huge. And even after we were together for a couple of years and had the kids, he was still growing. I'm like, dude, stop, just stop.
Yeah, let's see. Dylan's testimony will be based on her personal knowledge. The defendant's reliance on IRE 602 is illogical. Under IRE 602, a witness may testify to a matter only if evidence is introduced sufficient to support a finding that the witness had personal knowledge of the matter. Evidence to prove personal knowledge may consist of the witness's own testimony. IRE 602. Dylan will testify based on her recollection of what she observed on November 13th, 2022, which will include her observations of the male in the 1122 King Road residence at the time of the homicides having bushy eyebrows. Dylan is competent to testify. Okay, yep. Oh, man, what are we at? 14, the end of 14? Okay. The defendant next takes another run at challenging Dylan's competency to testify. Under IRE 601, every person is competent to testify except persons whom the court finds are incapable of receiving just impressions of the facts about which they are examined or of relating them accurately. The defendant has already tried and failed at challenging Dylan's competency in previous filings. This court has held defendant's own proffer establishes that Dylan's accounts were remarkably consistent throughout her multiple interviews with law enforcement.
True.
In the order on the defendant's motion for Frank's hearing, filed February 19th, 2025, Dylan was a direct witness and was able to consistently articulate the details she remembered throughout each interview, especially as to the facts relied on in the search warrant affidavits, despite the fact that she claimed her memory was fuzzy, or that she felt like it was a dream, or that she was still intoxicated. Oh, gosh. Applying the court's reasoning in Hoisington, the case that I mentioned before, in this case, the defense will be able to probe into Dylan's capacity and opportunity for observation, her attention, interest, and distraction at trial. The jury is perfectly capable of assessing Dylan's credibility by weighing her testimony, its consistency, or alternatively, any deficiencies elicited through cross-examination. Conclusion. In conclusion, the state respectfully requests this court rule consistently with its previous findings that Dylan is credible and competent to testify, and allow Dylan to testify at trial regarding her recollection of the male she saw in her residence during the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022, as having bushy eyebrows, because this evidence is relevant and admissible. And then,
Hey, you know what? I just thought about something, Dolphin. 'Cause, thinking about this picture of him in front of that picture right
this,
there. They said that when they did the search warrant on the apartment, there was no shower curtain, yet we think we see a shower curtain back there.
yeah, but that's November 13th,
Yeah. So when did he take it down?
before he left to go to
In the
Pennsylvania.
Why? But we know because he was obsessed with changing his shower curtains. So, but I don't buy that for a minute.
I don't either. And I mean, if that's true, it's easy to prove, because then this man should be, I don't know, buying a new shower curtain every week or whatever. You know what I mean? So he
Yeah.
should have tons of financial records in Walmart, in Winco, hell, on Amazon, that he orders lots of shower curtains, you know?
So once he got back home and all that and got all cleaned up and showered up, he must have discarded that shower curtain after that.
He left that apartment stripped. You know
Yeah,
what I
he
mean?
did. There was not a lot
There
in
was
there.
nothing in that apartment, hardly.
Jeff says, too bad the eyebrow trimmer wasn't available till the following week on BK's Amazon. Oh my God.
Yeah. On
Looks
the
like
inside of
there's
his
mark
thumb?
up
Texas
below his
Ranger?
thumb. Let me blow that up. I mean, not you. I got my screen was minimized. I have to put it back up.
Are you talking about like this right in here, this reddish, right in here, Texas Ranger? So inside of thumb,
Let's see here.
or on the side of his thumb?
Oh, I see. Right there where in almost the fold where it would come up.
Oh, here
From
on the side?
The base of it, the thumb. Oh,
Oh,
little.
here.
There you go. Right in that area. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. And I'm looking at his neck now, Dolphin, now that you're a little more
Do you
zoomed
see
in.
what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yep.
When I was zoomed out, that almost looked like a thumbprint or like a fingerprint or something. Like, hold on, let me zoom out some more. There's definitely, is that bruising? Because there's definitely discoloration. Do you see that?
Yeah, I do. And
Right
it's
in
not
here?
like, it's not
Over
like
in here.
shaving or anything because his face doesn't have that.
Right, because I was thinking about razor bumps at first,
Mhm.
but like,
Zoom back in for a
this
minute.
looks dark and right in here.
Yep.
So that's what I was saying. If somebody was fighting him back, maybe somebody grabbed for his neck, and bruised his neck. There's like pixelation right in here,
Yeah.
and then right in here.
Yep.
So, and I thought shadow, because you're just like, okay, this is shadow over
Yeah.
here,
Yeah.
the back of the collar, but
That's not shadow.
that looks like bruising. And so look at him. He's buttoned all the way up.
Yep.
Yeah, you don't see what kind of bottoms he has on, if it's like jeans or slacks or whatever. But this is a man who was
He's not
up
even wearing like
all
a
night.
t-shirt or anything or a sweatshirt, kicking around at the house. Now he's got this button up like I'm not that guy. Wow.
Like, was he going to church?
Uh-huh.
No, he didn't, because we know, he was in Lewiston, he was in Johnson, right? Whatever, whatever.
No, he didn't.
Yeah.
He one drive. What put me 5 to 8 p.m. Was he
Mm-hmm.
out there, Lolo Mountains?
Mm-hmm. You never know.
You never know.
But look at this, the background of the shower. That's like clean,
Very clean.
I don't see
He's got the
any
OCD,
soap
so he's
scrum.
probably
Yeah,
scrubbed
soap
that
scum
bitch
Yep.
clean. I mean, he probably spent a minute in there cleaning up,
Yeah. So,
which was probably before he left at 9 to head back over to Moscow. I would imagine he'd already showered by then and done all the things.
oh yeah, because I mean, if he got back home at what'd they say, 5 something,
Yeah, 5 something.
or whatever, but then he went back over that way at 9
Yeah.
or whatever. So in between that 5 to 9 ish,
Mhm.
yeah, he's probably showered and whatever, and and all that. And then actually, if he left the house looking like this to go back over there, and he like successfully went over there,
Mhm.
came back, nobody grabbed him and said, "Oh, you're the guy," or "You're," he wasn't
Right.
stopped, by any
Mhm.
law enforcement, because there was no law enforcement, then this is
Nope.
like, yeah, mission accomplished,
He's almost
thumbs
like
up.
proud there,
Mhm.
It's almost like, I did it.
Yeah, that face looks very like, yeah.
Ominous. We're not.
Mhm.
I get he's got the autism. He doesn't know how to do things right, or according to Ann's document we read. I'm
Yeah,
just
but
going
at
by what
10:31 in the morning, what's he so happy about?
exactly.
Especially after he's been up all night
She
long.
got through saying with that document we read that he has that stoic look and all that good stuff, and apparently he's capable of smiling at a camera.
Mhm. Oh, that's how you're gonna beat him,
Was your
Butch.
late
Yeah,
autism
keep
diagnosis?
underestimating you. Yeah, because if you look in his eyes, you can see there's a smile in his eyes too, right?
Yes,
The
his eyes are.
picture when they
Mhm.
arrested him in Pennsylvania and he's in the green turtle suit, that
Yep.
mugshot, he had the same kind of smile in his eyes. It was like, okay.
Mhm.
And I just looked at that and I was like, that was like game on,
Yeah, yeah.
is what it looked like.
Texas thinks his knuckles look a little
Exactly. Mission
swollen.
accomplished. Yeah,
Possibly
maybe.
because his hand, to me, he has a bit. His hands just
Yeah.
appear big. Now think about it. If he was, gripping something very tightly in that hand, it could have, very well caused a little swelling and aggravation or whatever.
Hmm. Yeah.
I mean, because you probably was gripping the shit out of that K-bar doing your thing. Because apparent from what we hear,
Yeah.
it's not like you just went in there and like, oh, it was whoa, it was brutal.
Yeah. And then the
I just can't
driver's
believe he took
license,
it
and
that same
that's
day.
it.
That's crazy.
It is crazy. That's the whole point, Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, they're too white looking.
Yeah, I get you. I get that Texas like a little
Like he's squeezing his hand or something.
yeah.
Hmm.
Well, if you swell, like if my joints swell, my knuckles will look a little white, right? From the pressure from the swelling kind of thing. I don't know if it's that or if he's just got big hands. Because if you could go back and look at the Indiana stops and the other stop, I always felt like he had big hands, but he's a big guy. I don't know if he's
I would say
left-handed
he's
or
right
I would think right too.
because he's
I'm
holding
left.
the phone with us right.
Yeah, this is true.
And
And
I think we've seen him reach for papers when he was sitting at the court table early on when
I'm not
other
it, but I use my right
news
hand.
people were able to, zoom in and stuff
Yeah,
and all
yeah,
that.
yeah,
Because I remember very, very early on, he was grabbing papers and holding on to papers and shuffling papers and all
yeah.
of that. And I think he's right-handed.
And when the judge asked him during his very first arraignment,
Hmm.
do you understand the charges, all the
Hmm.
things they go through with you? He clearly stated, he leaned into the microphone, yes, I
Hmm.
understand.
Yeah.
So he he clearly understood everything going on. Because when this autism stuff came out, I went back and reviewed some of that. And I was like, this guy knew what he fully was aware of what was happening and what the charges were and all that good stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you don't get as far as he did in his scholastic journey if you're that impaired. You just don't.
A single selfie of him. If he tried to doctor the metadata. But were there some other pictures in these documents, Jeff?
Now he's saying what's ironic is that a single selfie of him at Wawawi would have, or at the time could have, would exonerate him.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm wondering if
Oh.
there's anything else in these documents, like
Oh, I don't
picture-wise.
know. I don't know.
Seeing as how he came in here with spoilers.
Yeah, Jeff, is there any more pictures that we need to look at? Jeff, give us the scoop, man. Direct us on where to go next. I don't think he cares. He's popular now. And sometimes what a lot of them want that notoriety. They want to be known, right? I was just watching a story the other day, guys, of this girl, and I got it saved to talk about, and I haven't. We just been talking about so many other different things, but the man's like 87 years old, I think it was, and the daughter is going to the police now, telling them that he has confessed to her he has been a serial killer his entire life. Yeah. And apparently she's got a lot of evidence. So, I got that saved. We'll have to look at it tomorrow maybe because it's intriguing. I was like, whoa. And I want to do a little more research on it too. But yeah, if he hadn't have got caught, why go purchase another K-bar if you didn't have intentions of doing something again? Did it feel good? And you just know that because let's not pretend serial killers don't exist, And he was definitely, apparently, one in the making if he already went out and bought another knife. What did he do with the one he had? That 5 to 8 time limit that he was offline later that day on the 13th is very telling. Because think about this. If he drove from Pullman over to Clarkson, Lewiston, was that whole way without any phone service? They know he went that way, and they ended up over there at the grocery store and all that. Where'd you go after that? 5 to 8, you were completely offline again. Don't say you went back toward the house and you went off lost service again, because that's not going to be true. You turn the phone off again, in my opinion, to go get rid of your thing. Jeff, that's enough now. We can't do that. Don't go that far. Jeff, you're gonna get me in trouble. I'm gonna get a warning from the YouTube talking about harassing and bullying and disgusting talking my thing. So it doesn't give me the option to delete it, Jeff. It gives me the option to block you, put you in timeout. I'm not gonna do that to you.
Jeff can delete it himself.
Yeah, get rid of it, Jeff, so we don't get in trouble, okay? So I don't get in trouble. Y'all don't know the notifications I'll get on my back end. Oh, Joe always makes it sound bad when I say that. When I say I mean to my YouTube studio. I don't know why I won't. Oh. Okay. Wow. This has been a lot to process, hasn't it? I mean, even with the messy text messages and the weirdness the girls were doing, then you go back to then all this comes out too, I just don't know what to say about all them text messages and what these girls might have been thinking.
Sorry.
No, you're good. I was just reading. Yeah, Jeff, those knives are pretty sharp when you get them, right? So I guess he wanted to make sure it was super sharp.
Yeah, you buy a sharpener because you want to make sure it stays sharp.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Was he contemplating maybe keeping it once the deeds were done and he didn't anticipate 4 people? And he just, because they like they like their toys, I'll call it that. They keep their some things are sacred to these people. And when I say these people, I mean killers, serial killers, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
Jeff,
it's a shower curtain. I can see the wrinkles in it. It's just pushed all the
yeah,
way
it
back.
does look like, yeah, it's like it's opened all the way back.
Mm-hmm. When
I
you zoom
agree.
in, you can see the wrinkles on it.
Yeah, he must have got rid of the shower curtain after this selfie or before he ended up heading back to Pennsylvania. The thumbs up pose made you think of Disney World. Oh, like he's going to Disney World now? Yeah. That's insane. So I know there's still a lot of documents left to go through, but I'm going to have to get off here, guys. I got something I need to take care of. What is it? It's 10 o'clock at night. I've been sitting here
11 for me. Mm-hmm.
and my shoulders start. I took some ibuprofen a little while ago and did my thing, and I stretched it out, so it's
Oh, girl, you got a 10-hour. You just hit the 10-hour mark.
kind of feeling a little bit better, but I kind of need to get over there on my massage. We won't be back like bright and early. I'll give me and Dolphin some time to rest. She's been doing a lot of reading for me this afternoon or tonight. But we still need to go over the rest of those documents because we don't know what else we'll find in them. Some of them may not be a whole lot in them that we don't know yet until we get to looking at them. It's been a long stream. I know there's a lot of people out there covering whatever's going on, with these documents. So those of you who choose to join us and go over them, we appreciate you being here for that. We really, really do. Dolphin, I can't thank you enough for coming up.
Oh, Sleuthy, she just joined. Oh, you're welcome.
Yo, Sleuthy Goosey. Girl, we've been going all day, Sleuthy.
10 hours.
10 hours. Have you read any of these new documents, Sleuthy? Have you seen them? I'd be so curious to see what you think about them. We haven't finished all of the documents. We finished some of the really good ones.
Oh, God, yes.
Very telling stuff in these documents. And we're going to pick it back up at some point in the morning, late morning. I'll give Dolphin and I a chance to rest. Then we'll come back on and get back at the doc read for sure. And have discussions about what we have. Yeah, rewind. Sleuthy, in the beginning, though, I do go over some Karen Reed update and a little bit of Delphi coverage because I haven't covered some of the new stuff in Delphi, and I just kind of touched on that a little bit because I'm planning a bigger Delphi show later, which I need to get up with you about something I need that I know you probably got. Or can direct me toward that I need to find. But anyway, yeah, if you don't want to watch that, skip on to the Kohberger stuff. But these documents are incredibly telling. Yeah, you'll get through the messiness of the text messages. They've released more of that, and then you'll get into some of the other stuff. But it's been a wild ride on these documents today. I can't thank Hippler enough for the great unsealing, as I call it, because I think it will shed a lot of light on a lot of things. Then, there's going to be the people some people we've seen have already changed their minds. Some are going to take stuff and twist it. I get it, but it is what it is. We're not the internet police. Thank you, Dolphin. She's telling Sleuthy it comes in about 2.5 hours into the stream.
Oh, yeah, you're welcome.
Oh, man. It's a bombshell, Sleuthy.
Yeah, my whole week is made seeing what we saw. Yeah.
It's pretty telling, and if it hadn't been for the because I got tired of watching Ann Taylor go in and want certain things unsealed, and I knew why. It was to put reasonable doubt out there, and I understand it and I get it, but it was like at some point I want some of the state stuff to start to become unsealed. So people can quit saying they're hiding. They ain't hiding nothing. Judge Hippler, you're good. We're good. We're gonna unseal. And I'm glad they did. I'm glad that they did. Texas, you gonna go check JB now? I'm curious myself. Like I said, I don't ever watch JB, but I will go. If it changed his mind, I mean, damn.
Yeah.
I mean, from what I've heard, that's going to be a huge deal if they were able to change his mind. So we will see. Like I said, people are going to read these documents and read them one way, but it's pretty black and white to me. It's pretty laid out there. But all right, guys, I am getting tired. Dolphin's probably getting a little tired herself.
Oh, I'm wide awake.
But
yeah,
you'll probably be up for the rest of the night. She'll be up all night. She'll catch her a cat nap around 4 a.m. ish probably, and yeah, I know her. I know last night I didn't sleep worth a shit, but I think tonight maybe I will. So I hope I do anyway. At least he admits it. That's man enough, right? Texas, if you can come out and say, keep an open mind, and if I see something that's going to change my mind, then come out and admit it like that. That's always a good thing. So yeah, these documents were very telling, very eye-opening, and solidified a lot of things a lot of us have already thought. So good luck, Mr. Kohberger, because I think you're going to need it, even with the autism and your uncoordination and your big hands and your bushy eyebrows. I can't. I got to go because I'm going to get silly. Oh, man. All right, everybody. Thank you. Welcome new members that have joined us, new subscribers, all the good things. And I think, again, appreciate you all being here, and keep your notifications on, and we'll come back in the morning. I'll set the live up for in the morning, and I'll get with Dolphin, and we'll come up with a time, and we'll be back in the morning. Yeah, Firefly, meet us over there if you can. Oh, I'm sorry. I was reading comments. All right, guys, I'm going to let you all go for the night. Again, appreciate you being here. And if you're around tomorrow for the rest of this document drop read, then we'll see you then. Until then, guys, have a great night.
Thank you all for watching this here video. Please like and subscribe and follow. Much love from Little Yas to each of you.